So be warned, this is not the full story. There is much more to it. And if anybody out there is interested, I highly recommend that you go out and do your research, because there's so much more that we just can't cover here. Because there's like old school message boards still out there with all this information on it. It's where I pulled a lot of this information from.
Well, like 10,000 people saw this.
Yeah, at least.
So I mean, there's bound to be, there's a ton of sources I saw, and like you said, the reports are conflicting, but you're talking 10,000 people around a metropolitan city, from different angles, and some people outside the city, so yeah, I saw the same thing, all kinds of accounts of it.
So Jesus Christ, I think at my peak when I was researching, I had 18 different tabs open, and I was trying to go back as far as I could to establish the earliest timeline to bring it together into what we know canonically as the Phoenix Lights.
Okay.
So we'll start off with what I get here. The story really starts 2 years before the events of 1997.
Oh, see that, I didn't know that.
Right. So all through the year 1995, there were hundreds of reported sightings of red or amber lights over the city. And there's tons of photos out there, but none of them are very good quality, because remember, this was mid to late 90s.
Yeah. I've seen the video. It makes your brain hurt.
Photos are not great from the 90s. Any kind of light in the sky at night.
Oh, the 90s. Video and pictures at night are just terrible in the 90s.
Well, yeah.
Awful.
They're so grainy. And, I know a thing or two about photography, and I feel like that's going to come in handy in this podcast later, because I can explain why certain things look shitty. I can explain, if they're generally, I can find information what type of equipment they were recording on or taking pictures on. And I got a pretty good head on my shoulders about image and video quality, about older hardware, because about my obnoxious camera collection.
Yes. Well, the kind of the interesting thing about an older story like this too is, now with the advent of AI and AI video editing and AI photo editing, is it's getting harder and harder to pick out the sort of artifacts that would be left from editing.
Right.
Whereas in the 90s, there weren't a ton of options. And it used to be, a lot of the stuff that they would rule out as like a hoax, for this or that, were based on artifacts that were left over from editing video or splicing, or like superimposing something in front of something else and seeing the focus difference. So a lot of these videos are actually easier in this case to pick out, for real or fake.
Right. Because when it comes to the video and audio from the 90s, you're not going to get a lot of hoaxing, because there wasn't a lot of tech. Photoshop wasn't a thing back then.
No.
The only thing you could really do to hoax something would be to do the ghost effect like Disney does with the pane of glass at an angle.
Yeah.
It would be that, or to
like a haunted mansion.
Right. There's a term for it. It's somebody's ghost. I forget the fellow's name. It's either that, or you're going to double expose a piece of film.
Right.
Which is doable.
Right.
You really got to know what you're doing. So there are ways of doing it, but when we're on this scale, we're not gonna see this, because
this many people, this many angles.
Yeah, when you'll find out later, there are so many angles of this. There's tons of photos out there, but none of them have very good quality, so they generally went unnoticed or explained away.
Mm-hmm.
And this was back in '95.
Checks out.
The most popular experience came that night from Lynn, a health educator. And
now, which night is this?
This is the night of, I believe this audio clip is from '97.
Okay.
So we're going to go ahead and pull up this audio clip.
We certainly took advantage of it. No question about that. But no, I don't consider it a matter of ridicule
no, that's
at
the
all.
wrong audio clip. Holy shit. Wow, fuck me sideways. Wrong
That's
audio
right.
clip.
You get to cut this part out. Just be like, now this audio clip.
Oh, here we go. The Lynn interview. Here we go. This is from YouTube. All credits. This is from. I had the credits written down here somewhere. Lynn, health educator. We're going to see what this audio sounds like.
Both my husband and I witnessed 3 amber orbs in a triangle formation, one on top and 2 closely aligned underneath, very close to our home, about 100 yards from our home, hovering above a private desert area. It was startling, and it was amazing. At the same time, there was nothing there but blackness and these 3 amber orbs. And
okay, this is 95. I remember this part now. So this is 1995.
So this is pre.
Yeah, this is pre the event that we're talking about.
something told me to take everything in, the size, the shape, the color, the distance. They were about 3 to 6 feet each, depending on how close or far away they were. They were definitely oval shape. And I thought, if I don't get a picture of this, nobody's going to believe it. And as I ran to the closet to get my camera, my husband calls me back. He says, get over here quick. One of them is disappearing. And as I rushed back, we both watched in awe as the top orb started to dim as if on a dimmer switch. It didn't budge at all. I got onto the balcony, shot a quick picture of the 2 bottom orbs, and immediately noticed an eerie silence, as if time had stopped.
Okay, so this woman, Lynn, has become the face of the Phoenix Lights.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Did she put out a documentary about it?
She is the person. So if you look on YouTube at the Phoenix Lights or Google anything about the Phoenix Lights, a video of this woman is going to pop up.
Yeah, I saw her. I saw her when I was looking.
For some reason, this woman is the unofficial mascot of the Phoenix Lights. I don't know why, because when the Phoenix Lights happened, there wasn't a lot of testimonial from her, but she was the one to first report the lights in '95.
Okay.
Like, she talked in that interview about having photos of the.
And she said it was only like 100 yards away.
Yeah, but
like that's really close.
Ironically, those photos never surfaced.
Yeah, well,
it was the '90s. To be fair, you could send a roll of film to get developed in the '90s, and it just come back and it was nothing. It happened all the time.
Or not come back.
Or not come back. Yeah, shit. The '90s were sketchy, folks. The '90s were real fucking sketchy. But
all you kids with your Apple photos dropping right on your phone.
Yeah,
you don't know.
Not everybody was snapping pictures just with the press of a thumb. It was. Hey, if you got a camera, you've either got one in a closet somewhere because you don't want to shoot the fucking film because film was expensive back then, or you have a disposable camera sitting somewhere that's been sitting for so fucking long that the film is probably no good at that point.
Been exposed.
So in that interview, she went on to say that she told her husband, go get the camera. He runs inside, grabs it. Dude literally took 5 minutes to dig it out of the closet.
Before they didn't have it out since last Christmas.
Right. See, so it further drives home the point is the cameras were not just like sitting around in everybody's pocket back then. This is 95. So she became the face of the Phoenix Lights. She's the one that everyone wants to interview because technically she was the first one, heavy on the air quotes, to see it first. Because she saw it before her husband saw it. And he didn't come out to see it until she said, hey, come on over here. And I think, if I remember correctly, some of the interviews, her husband really did not even want it part of it.
Like he didn't want to do the interviews?
He didn't want to, like, he's like, no, I don't want to tell anybody about it. As far as I know, it didn't happen.
Okay.
And he was really salty about it. I don't know why. I feel like maybe he had a job that had a little bit of importance, and he didn't, because there is a stigma behind it that if you you report things like this, that people are going to be like, well, he's an idiot.
And he won't be the only one that claims to have not said things at the time and then later, said things because they were afraid. They're afraid of the stigma or what. I mean, some don't say why, but they,
Lots and lots of cops saw this. I think we talk later about how many reports by police, and a lot of the police were like, it was nothing. It was just a whatever. It was a shooting star. But in the end, it turns out that this shit happens right over the top of the cops, and they were like, "Well, fuck, I can't deny it now."
Mm-hmm.
So, moving on. Prelude to the event, on the evening of March 13th, 1997, residents of Arizona witnessed a series of strange lights in the sky. Reports started coming in around 7:30 p.m. local time. The witnesses describing seeing a formation of lights in a V-shaped pattern moving slowly and silently across the sky. The lights were described as large, bright, and seemingly connected to a single massive object. So this is the cookie cutter explanation that everybody will give you, or not explanation, description that everybody will give you of the Phoenix lights. Is they were initially, everybody thought that they were just free floating lights, but one by one they started turning on.
Right. Yep. I keep seeing that in the accounts.
Right, and eventually somebody noticed. I mean, you notice a V-shaped formation in the sky. You're going to notice a V-shaped formation in the sky. There's lots of artist renderings of this, but I mean, they leave.
Some are good, some are not.
Yeah, they leave a lot to the imagination.
So you mentioned, that blurb is the thing that everybody describes it as, but I noticed that people also describe it as two separate events.
Yes.
Right. Both the object and then a line of lights that like moved across the state.
Yeah. So
tell me about that.
So from what I remember as a kid, we're going to start there. We're going to move backward in time before we come forward to the present. What I remember as a kid is that the lights showed up one at a time into a V formation, and then it moved silently across the sky, and it stayed there. That's what I remember in the news reports, was that it stayed there for several days. I remember hearing on the news. That's great. This was Detroit in the 90s, so I mean, take the news as far as you want. But I remember in the news them talking about the lights were there when dawn hit. And then dawn hit, you couldn't see the lights, but birds would fly over the town of Phoenix, and they would run into this invisible object and drop dead.
Oh.
This is
I didn't find any of that.
This is what I remember from the 90s.
Okay.
Because I was following this like crazy, because I wanted to know everything I could.
Right.
I grew up watching science fiction movies. I listened to Coast to Coast AM since I was old enough to fucking, have a radio in my bedroom. This was the first time in my entire life that I saw anything UFO or alien related. So I followed it. Like a crackhead follows a crack rock. I was on it like a hobo on a ham sandwich. No offense to people that are homeless. I'm sorry.
Unrelenting.
But I clearly remember hearing reports of birds running into the object during the day, and then at night it came again. So once dusk hit, then the lights became visible again. Then night they were there again. I remember growing up hearing it, that the lights were there for like 3 days. That's just what I remember.
Okay.
But reports will tell you, some people will say it was individual lights that flew in formation. Some people will say that it was a V-shaped object with lights on the bottom, which is the majority of what everybody says. Some people will say that the lights were free floating. They came together in a V formation, flew in a V formation over the town, flew away, and then they saw more lights later.
Yeah, so if you go to, take Wikipedia for what it is. Anybody can put anything up there and say whatever they want. But in my first 3 polls on the internet about this, they're saying it was 1 day on there, at least on that one. They're saying it's March 13th, 1997. Right. And then they're also saying that so it says some witnesses described seeing what appeared to be a huge carpenter square-shaped UFO, the triangle, right, containing 5 spherical lights. And then they go on to say there were two distinct events involved in the incident: a triangular formation of lights seen to pass over the state, and a series of stationary lights seen in the Phoenix area, as though they're two separate events. But the way the way the videos sound like is, it sounds like it was an object that just moved super slow over Phoenix, and then but wasn't always moving, but also would move.
Right.
So that sounds like one incident.
The general consensus of the event is it was always moving, except at one point it became stationary directly over the town of Phoenix, but then it kept moving.
Okay.
That makes more sense. This is reported across the state that it is seen away from the Phoenix area, as well as the majority of the sightings were in the Phoenix area. So we'll get into the sighting. Let's see what I got written down about the sighting. The sighting began in the northwestern sky and progressed southward over the state, eventually reaching the city of Phoenix. Thousands of people witnessed the phenomenon, which lasted several hours. Eyewitnesses, including civilians, law enforcement, and even some pilots flying over the vicinity. And this is this is my favorite fucking tidbit of this entire story, and I've saved this because I wanted to see your reaction. The most famous and the first pilot to report the sighting is none other than Kurt Russell. I shit you not, friend. Kurt Russell, the Kurt fucking Russell, was the first pilot to call in the sighting of the Phoenix Lights. So some actors they have hobbies, like think about Keanu Reeves. How many he probably has race cars and parachutes and skydives and conquers other planets. We don't know what he does in his free time.
You should see the video of him in his shooting range.
Oh, I have seen him, and it is.
It's scary. I mean, he's like scary good.
I don't want to anger that man ever. I will say those shooting shots in John Wick were not stunt doubles. Those were him.
No, they were him.
Dude is pro level. But
yeah, he slides in and takes out 30 targets inside of like a little mock village in the back of his yard.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
The reloading, switching guns. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Two on his back and one on his hip.
Yeah,
it's nuts.
Come the fuck out.
Okay.
So
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell
was flying over Phoenix and was the first to report the lights. To the tower.
I'm pretty sure
the airport.
I'm pretty sure I have an audio clip here. Let me see.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if this is video or an audio clip. Let's run it.
I saw 6 lights over the airport in absolute uniform in a V shape, and I reported it. And they said, we're not painting anything. We don't show anything. I said, well, okay. I'm going to declare it's unidentified. It's flying, and it's 6 objects. That was the most viewed UFO event. Over 20,000 people saw that.
That was Kurt fucking Russell.
Yeah, you could tell.
Yeah,
you could tell in the voice. That's he's like, well, you're not seeing it, and it's unidentified, and it's flying. So that's funny.
So Kurt fucking Russell, the Kurt Russell.
Wow.
What was the big movie that he was? Was he? What was that movie? Something in L.A. and his character's name was Snake.
Oh, was it
like Lost? Was it Stranded in L.A.?
I thought it was Battle for Los Angeles.
No, that was the Alien movie.
Oh, okay.
Currently Googling. Escape from New York. That was it. Yeah, that was right. Because he did Escape from LA as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
what I was thinking.
That was the big one. So people, if you don't know who Kurt Russell is, I'm sorry if there's younger people listening to this. We're getting close to 40, so so we know who Kurt Russell is. Let's see, what was the big one? So his first big movie.
For those of you that think that he made his career in one of the Fast and Furious movies,
he was not.
You're a little late to the show.
Yeah. So The Thing, 1982. Escape from New York, 1981. He was in Tombstone. Okay, so some younger listeners might know that one.
Who are you kidding? Younger listeners don't even know Tombstone the pizza.
Okay.
They definitely don't know Tombstone the movie.
He was, no offense to the younger listeners, we love you.
Listen to our podcast.
He was in The Hateful Eight. So that's
Yes.
that's close. That's as close as it'll get. I don't think he was in anything recently. Death Proof was another Quentin Tarantino movie. Let's see.
Yep.
Oh, he was in Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, he was Ego.
Oh, right. Yeah. He's the Celestial.
Yes, he was. I think his name was Ego.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
he was,
that's the guy. He saw
Star-Lord's dad.
He was the first pilot to call in the sighting of the Phoenix Lights. So maybe he was secretly. Maybe he is Ego, and he made this Phoenix Lights happen.
And he called it in to cover it up and get into movies.
It's a perfect story, perfect alibi.
Airtight.
No one will figure this out. I'm so glad.
Okay, so
I'm so glad I got to see your reaction on the Kurt Russell thing.
yeah, no, I didn't know that. That's hilarious.
I was keeping that in pocket because I knew it was gonna. I'm so glad that we had a camera going because I really wanted to see
I
it.
didn't know he flew, but also I definitely didn't know that he was involved in the Phoenix Lights, or at least one of the people that gave their name with an account.
Right? Yeah, he's done several interviews. I found like 9 or 10 interviews where people were interviewing him, and he was just like, "Yeah, I called it in," and they were like, "We don't see anything on radar. You must be fucking lying." But God damn it, I'm Kurt Russell. You listen to me.
I've worked with aliens in the movies. I know what I'm talking about.
Right? I'm a professional Hollywood actor.
I know an alien was.
All right. Let's
So his account. So it's interesting. His account. He obviously had no problem using his name, but I kept seeing accounts that said, unnamed former police officer or unnamed police officer, unnamed. A lot of them were unnamed,
right?
Because I assume, like you said, the stigma. They didn't want to give, their name,
right,
concerning, and be called crazy or whatever someone might have said then.
Yeah, that was the big thing. There is a strong stigma behind people reporting UFOs. I think the statistic is something like 63% of pilots have seen something in the sky that they couldn't explain.
Mm-hmm.
But like close to none of them report it because they're afraid of being called crazy, or they'll report it and they'll be like, "We didn't see anything on radar, so it never happened."
Okay,
happens.
Keep going. I'm googling something real quick.
Okay,
you'll find this really interesting.
Good deal. Do your thing. Let's see. Most notably, Kurt Russell. Oh, geez. So, almost 10,000 people called into police to report the sighting that night. It's estimated that around 20,000 people saw the lights that night. 20,000 is a modest estimate because I'm not sure what was the population of Phoenix in '97. Let's find out. What was the population of Phoenix, Arizona? Did I spell Phoenix right? No, I didn't. Phoenix in 1997. 1.183 million. Oh, goddamn. So that's a small percentage. I'm a little upset that it's not a smaller number. But realistically, you got to think how many people work during the day. 9 to 5s. They're not going to go outside and look. I mean, when was the last time you went outside and looked up at night?
So another interesting thing, since we're talking about the things that people did see, the big like elephant in the room, at least as far as deniers or people who don't want to listen to any of it, would say is the military claims that the national the Air Force was doing a test that they were calling Operation Snowbird, right?
Right.
And they say that it was a bunch of A-10 Warthogs flying in formation, and that the lights that people say like went up and then sort of hung in the air were actually
flares.
illumination flares, right?
Well,
so interestingly enough, that area there. So my grandfather, the whole time I was growing up, they lived in Tucson, south of Phoenix, and when he was in the military, he served during the Korean War, and previous or during, I can't remember when they were doing the testing, but he was in Signals Corps, so radios,
right.
radios and communications. So he was out at Alamogordo, where they did all of the nuclear, a vast majority of nuclear testing in New Mexico, and he was there for, it was 10 or 12 nuclear detonations running signals and communications out there in the desert. One, he was up real close where they were actually in the trench, and you get thrown up out of the trench and dropped back down by the shock wave.
Right.
And he used to tell me when I go down there that he would see all kinds of odd stuff in the sky. I mean, he never would elaborate, like both then and more recently when I went there as a kid in the late 90s. He would never elaborate about it, but for a dude who had gone and done signals for like nuclear testing, like he was not one to have like, sci-fi flights of fancy, right? Like he was a very like numbers and facts, evidence kind of guy.
Right.
And I always wondered if that wasn't why he moved back to Arizona.
It's a good question. Okay, so little side tangent. The popular consensus about UFOs and aliens is they showed up right about the time we started nuclear testing.
Yep, I heard that. I'd heard that.
So there's a long-running story in theory. I'm not sure how I subscribe to this yet, so bear with me. That the story is that aliens are curious about us because we've reached a nuclear point in our evolution.
Okay.
And when we tested our first nuclear bomb in the desert is when a lot of the alien sightings first started. So this is
when it really ramped up.
Right. So you got to think the Roswell incident. What year was that? The Roswell incident. What year was the Roswell incident?
Google Box. Thank you, Google. Not officially sponsored by Google, but certainly fueled by it.
1994, 1947. Okay, so that's right on.
Yeah, so right after, yeah.
So World War II was.
Yeah, so 45, 46.
Yeah, so 42.
Was it when it ended?
Yeah, 40. I think it was 47 when World War II ended. I could be wrong, but I just listened to like a 7-episode, very long podcast. Last podcast on the left. I love you guys. You're the best. Be our friends. Amazing breakdown of the Manhattan Project and the nuclear program in the United States military. And they didn't touch on it, but I knew about it from other reports that the story goes in the 40s when we were testing nuclear equipment, that's when aliens, UFOs started showing up, and that's when they started taking notice. So I think, excuse me, I think before that, there really wasn't a whole lot of alien or UFOs, aliens reports at all.
Not in the modern era, for sure. I mean, there were, we'll cover them in other episodes, but there's some really, really old accounts, but they're much more spaced out than what we see like post, nuclear era. Like post-nuclear era, it's like a, if you had a cloud graph of dots, it's like, a few interspersed through like
right.
over a couple thousand years, and then all of a sudden, boom.
Yes.
Big data cloud of, sightings, stories, experiences, etc.
I firmly believe that the event horizon was probably somewhere around their nuclear advent.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, by written account, that you'd have to conclude that.
My idea is that they're watching us and they're going to check in on us when we reach certain milestones. So
That makes sense. I mean, harnessing the atom's a pretty big milestone.
So let's talk about when Columbus came to Americas for the first time. There are handwritten accounts from Columbus of seeing strange lights over the ocean right before he reached the shore.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
I didn't know that.
Yes, absolutely. Handwritten in his journal of seeing strange lights that he couldn't explain.
No, I did not know that.
And if you ask me, that is a major event in world history. Crossing the ocean to reach the Americas for the first time.
Right,
It's a huge...
right. Over the ocean, because, you know, of course there were people there, but they crossed over land bridges very slowly over a, you know, long stretched out,
In like,
you know, time period.
I'm sure like the Vikings have been here. We found evidence of that before Columbus, but we don't really have many written accounts from them at all.
No, and they didn't, you know, it didn't change the whole course of their society, right? They came, they left some evidence that they left, and then by all accounts didn't return.
Right.
You know, they left the settlement and then didn't return.
Right.
Whereas when the Spanish, you know, made their, you know, adventurous inquiries into what else was out there, I mean, it changed the face of everything.
That was when the American colony started.
Yep.
Major human event.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see that being a major human event. The testing of the atomic bomb, the first testing of the atomic bomb, major human event.
Right. Right.
And, you know, maybe that's why they have continued to come back to the Phoenix area, because they're drawn to the radiation? Question mark? I know.
Yeah, because a lot of it does seem to be centered in the Southwest.
It's true. Or the
Which is where all of our testing went.
or the East Coast. But to be fair, there's a lot of military installments on the East Coast.
Right. And, you know, a lot of our stockpile was on the East Coast.
I did recently see a map of the sightings in the United States, plotted out with dots, like you said, and it was suspicious. There was a lot in Arizona, a lot. But we're getting off topic. Let me bring us back. All right, so
lock it up.
Lock it up. The consensus, the consensus on the Phoenix lights is that the lights didn't beam down, but it was like they were illuminated from inside. So let's say we've got a box. The light is in the top of the box, and there is a viewport from the bottom. It doesn't...
Right, like recessed lighting in your house.
Right. It doesn't necessarily throw a beam down, but it makes...
It makes sort of a cone of light.
Right. Right. And that's what people are saying, because, I mean, popular UFO experiences talk about beams.
Right.
Nobody reported beams on this. Nobody.
No.
So the consensus is that there was no beam.
But a lot of people do say that they could tell that it was part of some sort of structure.
Right.
Like they weren't just floating orbs. I mean, people that were close to it or claimed to have been close to it said that the lights belied a structure around them.
Yeah, there are reports.
A lot of them don't describe how, but
right.
They say there's like a craft.
There are reports. Okay, so when something is in the night sky isn't completely black.
Right.
But when you have something black in the night sky, you can see the black part.
Right, right.
And people were saying that they were seeing a V-shaped formation.
Yes.
My original idea on this when I was a kid was it was a triangle. Because as a kid, that was the popular UFO. It wasn't a saucer. It was triangle-shaped craft.
Right. Little guitar picks.
Right. That's what I was thinking it was going to be. But I think almost everybody said that if they could see a craft, it was V-shaped.
Right. Yeah, meaning not filled across the back line.
Like like two sides of a triangle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Carpenter square is a really accurate description. I'm sorry again to our younger listeners if you don't know what a carpenter square is. I have one. I've never used it.
That's all right. They can Google too.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Google is your friend. So, there were so many reports, and this is the part that pisses me off. You're about to see me get worked up. There were so many reports that the governor ended up making a press release.
Oh yeah.
And this upsets me.
I did see that.
This upsets me so fucking much. This dude made a fucking joke of one of the biggest alien sightings, UFO sightings in the United States. I have an audio clip. Oh wait, no, we might have a video. We might have a video. I may have optioned. Here we go.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party. Don't get him too close to me, please.
Yeah.
In the alien costume, the governor's chief of staff.
And this just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
UFO enthusiasts were not amused, especially since the governor was believed to have seen nothing. But now he's coming out.
Okay, that shit pissed me off when I saw it for the first time. Absolutely furious. I was so mad that I was red in the fucking face.
But the part that they said right there at the end, though.
Yes. Okay, redeeming quality. Kudos on this guy. Really shitty that it took him years and years and years to come out and say the right thing. I cannot stress how much this fucking pisses me off.
It took him 20 years.
20 years. It took him 20 years to come out and do another interview about it. Because I think that he saw the backlash from the UFO and alien community. And he decided, you know, time was right. Let's make this right. And he came back and did another press release. Well, not a press release. He did an interview. Before we move on, I do need to say that video was courtesy of CNN. It was an old clip, but I'm going to say it was from CNN, so we don't get slapped with any copyright violations. I will put credits in the show notes. Thank you, CNN. You rock. I do believe we have one more. So Fife Symington III was the governor back then. He made.
I was going to ask you how to pronounce his first name.
Fife, yes, like Barney.
Yeah, F-I-F-I.
Just like
F-I-F-E.
Yes, just like Barney Fife, just without the Y.
Yeah.
He did an interview 20 years later, and this is what he said. Oh wait, I'm not going to rename that file.
We certainly took advantage of it. No question about that. But no, I don't consider it a matter of ridicule at all. I think it was a very, I think it was a legitimate occurrence of unknown origin craft of some sort, and who knows where it came from. Inexplicable, and probably one of the major sightings in modern history in the country, because a lot of people saw it in Maricopa County, and I saw it too. So I used to work, when I was first in the Air Force, I worked at Luke in the Sage Center there in NORAD. And so something like that would go up the chain of command immediately to NORAD in Colorado and then go to the Pentagon. So certainly the military chain of command knew exactly what was going on. Now, whether they immediately transmitted it to the White House or not, I don't know, but certainly it went up the chain immediately, and does, in the Pentagon, to the Joint Chiefs, to whoever's on duty. So they must have a record of it, but whether the president was informed, I don't know. I imagine if the vehicle had landed, that the president would have he would have been notified and activated and
taking a ride.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'd hitch a ride.
So he's a fan. He has said in later interviews that he is a huge fan of aliens and UFO phenomenon. And I feel like he just tried to make light of the situation, because I understand from a control point of view, you don't want to just tell everybody, we saw these lights and we don't know what it is.
Everybody panic.
Panic
now.
Yes, panic.
Yeah.
Panic with a capital P and 3 exclamation points. That's all that's going to happen. So I believe that he probably played down the situation a little bit.
Well, he was governor, right?
Yeah, at the time he was governor.
So I mean, and he even says in there's a quote here. It says, he downplayed it because he didn't want to panic the populace.
Right.
But then he goes on to say, he says, I'm a pilot. I know just about every machine that flies. It was bigger than anything I've ever seen. It remains a great mystery. Other people saw it, responsible people. I don't know why people ridicule it, which is a pretty big turnaround from, his first press conference.
Right. And It just comes back to he didn't want to panic, I think.
Right. Which I do get. I mean, he is the governor. He is the governor, which used to mean something in the 90s. So, yeah, they weren't just a future presidential candidate. Okay, so you mentioned him. So another person that I found that was sort of a weird turnaround, right? So, so the guy, the guy's name is Robert Schieffer. Does that ring any bells?
Maybe. What did he say?
So he was a photographer, or sorry, he was he was an author. He says he describes as perhaps the most widely witnessed UFO event in history. Except then later, it says, according to Schieffer, what became known as the Phoenix Lights incident of 1997 consists of two unrelated incidents, although both were the result of activities of the same organization, Operation Snowbird.
Okay, we're going to touch on that. We've got that coming up. The explanation
says it is aliens, and later he says that it's not.
Right. And
after the dust settles, he says it's not.
There's a lot of backtracking. And this is where the conspiracy theorists come in, is because they are... people think that they're being told what to say. And so they're going to change their stories. And this is a big reason why a lot of people came out as anonymous law enforcement or what have you. A lot of people didn't want to say it because they didn't want their name attached to their statement, because they were generally afraid of what the government was going to tell them what to do and what to say. There is a lot of backtracking, and there is a lot of statements changing. There's even a great deal of statements that people come out and be like, it was a hoax. I know it was a hoax. I know the guy who flew the craft. Like, come the fuck on, man. This thing was like the size of a football field. It was not... it was nothing human.
Yeah, some people describe it as being big enough to land an aircraft carrier on top of it.
Yes.
Like, that's fucking huge.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, aircraft carrier in the 90s, different than aircraft carrier now, but still really big.
Yeah, they're...
Skyscraper big. Skyscraper wide.
It was big enough to cover the city of Phoenix.
Yeah.
I mean, it's huge. And lots and lots of information. But then, admittedly, there's a lot of people that... I can see people that initially called in and made statements and were interviewed, just called in, made statements, and were interviewed to just, oh, this is my chance to be famous.
Right.
You know, I'm going to ride this wave. But then...
Because that happens.
It does. You'll see a lot of that in a lot of our investigations. But how much can you put on the governor, of all people? An elected official changing his story from joking about it to going back and saying, oh no, this craft was gigantic. It was huge. It was the biggest thing I've ever seen. That's what she said.
Yeah, I mean, he has very... I was going to say that earlier whenever what's-her-name was... When you played her first track, she's like, it was so big. It was so wide. I was like, yeah, that's what she said.
A flying can of tuna.
It's like 3 soda cans long.
Oh my gosh.
But like you said, what's the governor have to gain 20 years later?
Right. And
you know,
he at this point he doesn't have anything to lose.
Right.
Some research
not in public capacity anymore.
Some research I found was that when he did his press release was several weeks before an election.
So he wanted to be the even runner, you know, the even keeled, not, you know, doesn't jump to conspiracy stuff, doesn't jump to
right.
Wow. So that would explain a lot, actually, if he had an election coming up, because you don't want to be the candidate running that's like, there's aliens, like the first guy, right? The first official to jump to and be like, there's aliens.
Yeah.
Also, elect me. I got my head on it.
Right.
Right. Like, probably not. Yeah, that's probably not conducive to a campaign. That's not a plank in your campaign plan.
No, not at all. Because then, if you say anything, Oh, those are definitely. I don't know what that was. It was a mystery. It was a craft, and I was a pilot. He sure didn't make any comment about being a pilot or working for the Air Force when he was doing that press release. People were gonna be like, "Are you gonna vote for him when he sees
Fair taxes,
fantastical,
fair taxes, better schools, and human-alien relations.
Yeah.
That's my running platform.
And,
yeah.
and then all his opponent had to say was, "I am not a fantastical person that believes in aliens, UFOs."
Right.
So, I can see why he did it. Made light of the situation, pushed it to the side, and did what he needed to do. But kudos on him for coming back 20 years later and doing the interview with CNN. Yeah, there's much more to that interview with CNN. And he talks about how he what have I got written down here? I had something. I must have tossed it. But yeah, he says so much more in that interview, but 90% of the interview is him backtracking. However, we do have one guy that was a security guard that came forward, and he used his name, and he did not lose his job. And he gave a statement. That this guy claims to have seen the same UFO and many others. So let's go ahead and play this clip of this guy. He was a security guard, and he saw the Phoenix Lights while he was on break, I think. His name is Cham Chavez.
On March 13th of 1997, I had left law enforcement and I pursued private investigations work. And I happened to be at 27th Avenue, Van Buren, doing some paperwork. I just would look up every now and then, and I was writing my report, and I just looked up, and something kind of caught my eye. That seemed just to kind of be floating and just a constant speed, but nothing that I could associate with. They didn't flare. They did not emit like a beam, like a floodlight, like landing aircraft land. There seemed to be some depth to them.
Okay, so he was a cop. And
yeah, I was gonna say, calling your security guard position private investigating is pretty.
Yeah.
So he must not been a security.
So he was a cop, which means he, take it as far as you want with integrity with police, especially nowadays.
Right, but usually not people that believe in wild stories.
Right. They are analytical type of people that take situations and look at evidence.
Right, because they can't do anything without facts.
Right. He was one of them that called it into the police station. And I do believe that if he was still an active police member, he probably would have been ridiculed pretty heavily.
Oh, sure.
So it's probably a good thing that he was...
Gremlins in the bushes and leprechauns in the parking lots too, buddy? I mean, what...
Right, yeah. So... lots of calls came into the local Air Force base that night. So many that they made us...
Is that Davis Monthan?
Say again?
Davis Monthan Air Force Base?
I believe so. I didn't write down exactly what the Air Force Base was. That sounds familiar. That's probably it. Forgive me for my inaccuracy.
I'm not sure. I think Davis Monthan is down near Tucson. I don't know if it's Luck Air Force Base. There's a couple here listed that different accounts claim that these, the A-10s were flying out of. I know A-10s do fly out of Davis Monthan, but I don't know which.
It was the Luke Air Force Base.
Luke Air Force Base.
Now that I see it,
cool.
Yeah. So, lots of calls came into Luke Air Force Base that night. So many that they made a statement the following day that said officially it was flares. Military flares. Here's a nice little slice of information. Did some research, did some number crunching, and took a little bit of math. Did some math.
Crunch some numbers into some lines and straighten them out.
That's right. I crossed my T's and gouged my eyes on this one. Military flares are designed to burn out within 150 to 400 feet of descent. For example, The LUU-2B flares, which is what they said they were using for that training exercise, burns for 4 to 5 minutes at an altitude of 1,000 feet, illuminating the ground at 5 lux in a radius of 1,500 feet. The F-16 flares burn for 3.5 to 5 seconds at 2,000 degrees. So, at the longest we're looking at is a flare burning for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but this was hours.
Yes.
It was like 7:30 to 10:30.
And it crossed the state.
Like that. Yeah, and moved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
had locomotion.
here's how flares work. Very simple. Parachute, a flare underneath, the flare burns, and it's the heat of the flare that keeps it partially aloft. It drops very slowly, but it drops.
Yeah.
We've all seen the movies of military flares going up or being dropped from a plane.
The little hand flares, yeah.
Right. But you got to think this is also it's a phosphoroluminescence, so which means it's going to burn very hot, very bright.
Right.
These flares are dropped and meant to be dropped to illuminate an area.
Mm-hmm.
And if you remember, the description was that the lights didn't seem to project downward. It was like it was recessed in something.
Right.
And
not like it just made a luminous ball. It was like it was inside of some sort of half casing, some sort of structure.
Right.
Tube.
So the way I'm understanding it is if it was a flare, which is what the military says it was, the entire ground would be illuminated. So what do we say, 5, 6 lights?
Yeah.
In
So you'd be
formation.
illuminating half the city.
So 2 points. First one is, yes, we would be illuminating half the city because it is phosphoroluminescence. It burns very hot and very bright. It's used to illuminate battlefields. And secondly, it was in a V formation.
Mm-hmm.
One plane drops this direction, one plane drops this direction, but they said they only had one plane in the sky.
Right. So how do you make a perfect line of them all released in what looks like in the videos? And again, viewers, you can Google this. What looks like in the videos, almost perfectly spaced.
Exactly.
Or at least too even to have been somebody kicking them out, out of a mechanism in a plane.
So
and I even saw stuff where they said, so on the one hand they say it's flares, but then they also say, oh, it was a formation of 5 A-10 Warthogs.
Do you know how loud Warthogs are?
Right. Right. I mean they do call them the silent killer, right, for tanks, because they come up and they're quiet from the front.
Because they move fast.
Because they move fast and they move really low, and there's they're made to be silent from the oncoming, but they're positioned over the middle of the city and they move fast. Like, it wouldn't look like a hovering line, like moving slowly. They can move slow-ish for a jet. Slow for a jet. That's not slow. It's just slow for a jet.
Right.
And on top of that, they're saying, oh, well, military planes aren't subject to the same sort of marker lights that
commercial craft.
Commercial craft
Right.
are. Right. Except they don't have headlights.
Right.
They don't have a giant spotlight on the front of them. That's not how they use night vision at night if they're hunting tanks. Like, they don't have a big spotlight on the front for anything.
Right.
The front of it's a big ass intake and a gun.
Yeah.
A gun that's the size of the plane.
Especially
on
the
inside.
Warthog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they're saying they keep saying that it's A-10s. The gun is the length of the craft on the inside. Like, most of the guns on the inside of the fucking craft. There's no big ass spotlight on the front of it. So I appreciate that story, except show me a Warthog ever with a light bright enough on the front of it that flying over the city you'd see them all like that. I mean, it looks. I mean, they're really bright.
Yeah. And here's one more.
And seen for miles around.
Here's one more thing for you to consider. Also,
what's the advantage of a tank hunting aircraft to have a giant single light on the front of it? Right.
There's so many inconsistencies about what the Air Force said. But
yes.
Here's my favorite tidbit, and I love this.
As always.
And I always throw this out, and it always shuts people up. If it were flares, even if they were parachuted and dropping at a controlled descent, the size of the craft that was sighted. Let me look and see what it says. Oh, jeez. It doesn't give a size, but the estimated size was around the size of a football field. So let's think about that for a second. If we were dropping flares at the length of a football field, drop one, it starts descending. You move forward a little bit, drop one, it starts descending. They're going to drop in a stair-step pattern.
Right. No matter how you release them.
All of the lights were in perfect formation with each other, even with each other.
And didn't really drop or move to the side, or I mean, they're all proceeding forward in the same way, and not, at least in the video, not in a way that would be accounted for by wind or, I mean, say whatever you want. Say it's wind. Say, you know, I've not seen anybody try to repeat it. So, you know, to show that, oh, it's definitely flares. But I mean, if you've been out in the desert at night, man, it is windy. But
absolutely, there's nothing to break the wind.
No, but it's not that sort of. It's not it doesn't blow in that way. Like it swirls and it blows around, and I mean,
wavy patterns. It's not straight.
Yeah. The idea that these parachutes would all stay in this perfect line as it crossed the entire length of the city. I mean, it just and the same height. It just sounds crazy.
It is crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
I mean, in that case, even though the video and the photos are grainy, in that respect, the video is really compelling because it does show position really clearly.
You know,
even if not much definition.
I'm gonna pull up YouTube. I'm gonna pull up a video. Everybody, just ignore my desktop. This is where I downloaded my video software. I'm gonna try.
Also, it sounded some of the people, the height that. So it's interesting. Some people said it was really high above the city, right? But then other people reported it seeming like that we're underneath it. They said it seemed like it was only like 100 feet away or hundreds of feet away. Like they felt like if they threw a baseball, they could have hit it.
Yeah.
The outline of this craft.
Yeah.
Like it was low enough that they could have hit it with objects.
We've added new deals.
Wow, that's so loud. I'm so sorry. Let me kill this audio. We're going to deal with this ad for just a second. I want to show this video. So this says it's the original
audio.
VHS tape. No audio.
No audio.
No audio. So I think what we're seeing here is the prominence of the first light. So we may, oh, look at that, it flares out. Oh, well, this is an old 97, folks. I'm sorry.
That was his focus. Yeah, that was his focus. Acted up. And for those of you that don't know much about Phoenix, Phoenix is surrounded by mountains, much like any town that they built up in Arizona. It's usually in a valley amongst peaks.
Okay, look.
And so this looks like it's coming around the hill.
We've got two now. Spaced far apart.
Mm-hmm. And the other one came on much, much later. So again, like you said,
look at that. It's split. So there's four now.
Yeah.
So now we've got four lights, what used to be two. Oh, now we're down to three. There's four. They're moving upward. Well, no, they're kind of sideways, like they're next to each other. There's another one.
Yeah, and there it is again. And that's that bow shape that people described.
There's another one.
There's another one. So now you're up to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7.
Yeah. Plus this one still over here all the way at the left.
And they're pulsing, too, if you watch it. I mean, they twinkle a little bit, but it's almost like they're pulsing around the rim of it.
Definitely not burning.
No.
So if these were not solar flares. I'm reading too much news. If these were military flares... I'm up on previous and current events. If these were military flares, these things would be so bright, this close together, that you could see individual buildings underneath. There would be light underneath it. Oh look, now we lost one, and now they're evening out.
Now it's 5, yeah, and turning into a line, sorta. But they're not dropping; they're changing their position forward and backward.
Right.
Like.
And look, that one from the mountainside is getting closer to... Oh, no, it's gone. Okay, so that's weird. It was definitely moving towards the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not dropping.
You know, and again, how long is this video?
We're about half through. We've got another minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Okay. And that, so.
Nope.
You said military flares burn from 2 to 4 minutes?
Yeah. Oh, look, they're burning out of sequence.
Oh yeah, out of sequence from the way that they appeared, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
So this video must be the first sighting that night. It really doesn't. I mean, they peter out. Don't get me wrong. But I don't see.
But it is in a very different order than the way that they came on. So like the last ones to come on were the first ones to disappear, and the first ones to come on were the last ones to disappear.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean.
And then that one by the mountain disappeared kind of in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I guess manufacturing inconsistencies can be what they are. And you can say, well, maybe some flares are made better than others. But they went out almost in the reverse order of which they came on. Almost like, kind of like a craft testing fucking, you know, lights or something.
Yeah, like, let's flip the lights on and see if they notice.
Right.
But this must be the original sighting that happened before the craft was sighted over the city and showed to move over the town.
Yeah, so this is where I think people get the thing about you know, two different instances, right? So you have this one that sort of makes like a bow shape, right, in the sky, or a bow shape, or like half a ring, or the beginnings of a ring, and then there's the account from a different angle of the carpenter square that everybody describes,
right,
that actually moves across the city, and you know, I mean, like I said, I think the Air Force's explanations for it are very creative.
It was,
but
it was good,
I'm a doubter. I'm a doubter. For everybody that doesn't know listening, I am the skeptic. I'm the skeptic here, and I like evidence. But I'm also like Fox Mulder, like I want to believe. Like I am receptive, but there is a lot. I mean, as anybody knows, there is a lot of junk out there, right? There are people, there are fame seekers, there are, you know, attention getters. You know, there's the, you know, the folks in shall we call it prefabbed homes that get sucked up by aliens along with the cows.
Yeah.
And you know, and so it makes a lot of, you know, it's easy to be a skeptic, but I you know, in this case I think I'm more skeptical of the story that the U.S. Air Force is trying to give.
It was so flimsy to begin with.
It's weak. It's just weak, man. It lands flat.
With a simple Google search, I was able to determine the rate and the time at which flares drop and burn out. This wasn't,
although to be fair,
it wasn't available in 97.
Nobody could have Googled it.
Right.
Nobody could have Googled
it.
And the research was not widely available, so they probably thought it'd fly for a while.
I seriously doubt you could find a book in the library in Phoenix in 1997 about at what rate and speed and how fast do they burn out do military flares go.
Right, especially since they gave you like a model number, you know, the one they use. And then there's, you know, of course in 97 there's no video or public information about said flares.
So
I get why they thought it would fly, and why it's easy for us to pick it apart now.
So for a modern layman, when it comes to research, was able to just tear their little excuse apart. Seems a little half-assed, and I'm not happy with their explanation. I think we know how I feel about it.
Well, and you know, the other side of it too is, I mean, even if they were doing military exercises, so Davis Monthan Air Force Base in near Tucson flies, you know, they're the A-10 Warthog Squadron. That's where pilots for the Air Force go to get trained on flying A-10 Warthogs. That's the place.
Yeah.
They fly from Davis-Monthan Air Force Base out to, maneuvers areas, right? Like areas that are designated for maneuvers. And when they're flying over populous areas, they're flying at a much lower rate of speed, and they fly designated flight paths. And they're generally not coming and going at night, although I'm sure that they have night maneuvers out there.
Oops.
But you see them daily. If you're in Tucson, you'll see sets of 2, 4, and 6 A-10s flying out for the day in the morning to go do maneuvers, and they'll come home in the evening. I mean, and again, they may do night maneuvers, but since when do they do maneuvers over populated areas?
Okay, what was
so the Air Force is admitting that they're doing practice maneuvers over top of heavily populated cities.
What was the name of that?
Make any sense either.
What was the name of the Air Force base you're talking about?
So Davis-Monthan Air Force Base is in Tucson, and that's where all of the A-10 Warthogs fly out of.
Okay.
Again, this coming from somebody who was out there most summers for several years in a row. That's what I'd see in the middle of the day. They'd be flying out in the mornings. You'd hear them before you saw them, because like you said, they're loud as fuck.
Okay, so this is definitely the Air Force base right here.
Yes, the blank area. Yes,
so
that's it.
So let's zoom out.
And where the highway goes through it, it's funny. The highway goes right through the middle of the base, but where the highway goes through it, the highway drops into the ground like 3 stories. So as you're driving through it, you're driving through these walls on either side.
Right.
And there's areas that go across the highway for the A-10s to cross over from storage over to the actual runways to take off.
Okay, so here's Davis-Monthan.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good ways out from Phoenix.
Yep.
Let's find Luke Air Force.
And I don't know where they were doing maneuvers at. I know White Sands is a missile range, but it's also a range for all sorts of live weapons fire. But I don't know that that's where they were going.
Okay.
And that would be the wrong direction anyway.
Look at that. That is not it's just a fucking runway, man.
Yeah. So Davis-Monthan is the Air Force base in Arizona. I don't know what Luck is, but that's where everybody was calling into.
So,
because it's in Phoenix.
So if they were dropping flares, it would have been from probably Davis-Monthan, like you said, because that's where they fly the Warhogs out.
Mm-hmm.
Northwest to Luke.
Heading south?
Heading northwest.
Heading northwest.
Because you would drop on your flight pattern, turn around, go back to where you were heading.
But again, then, my question would be, okay, so even if we assume that they're military flares, military flares that are made of, burning phosphorus or magnesium,
right?
Over top of a populous area.
Oh yeah, that's just bad practice. Look at all this desert.
Right. So I have a hard time believing that was what they said they were going to do. Oh yeah, we're going to go do a test run. We're going to run maneuvers, but we'll do it over a couple million people.
Yeah, we're going to drop phosphorus or magnesium flares over people's houses.
In an area that routinely has burn bans throughout the year because of
right.
I mean, you'd think desert. There's not a lot to burn, but desert fires are a big thing out there, and they have burn bans through large parts of the year because of how dry it is, except in like June, July when the monsoons are coming through and it rains all the time.
Okay, so
to drop military flares over an area that's known for fires. Again, I'm just having a hard time believing that the brass is like, that's what we're gonna do.
So if they're saying that they dropped flares from a Warthog from over near Tucson up to Luke Air Force Base, and for those that aren't watching this on YouTube, I'm sorry, but we're looking at a map on Google Maps, that would be going southeast to northwest. Let me reread what I said earlier. Witnesses described seeing a formation of lights in a V-shaped pattern moving slowly across the sky southward. So that means they would fly southeast to northwest, turn around, Go north, circle around, go south, drop flares, turn southeast to go back to the base.
You know, I wish I knew somebody who was a military pilot, because
we could find out what the pattern is, the exact.
Well, yeah, because I would have questions. So, what maneuver would you fly, in which you would drop flares and make this sort of pattern in the air? Because it's not if it was.
So we're going.
If it was a V-shaped pattern.
Let me face the camera.
We're going. Planes.
We're going up, turning around, coming back down, dropping flares, then turning back towards the base. For efficiency's sake, I know airplanes do not waste time in the sky. They're going to go straight to their destination, turn around, come back.
Right. I mean, they do. I mean, you know, if you get into like commercial and like, you know, private aircraft, they do a lot of time wasting time in the air when you're waiting to land.
Right.
Right. I mean, you know, you do maneuvers when you're in a holding pattern to wait to land, but military aircraft do not have that.
Right.
Because they don't need to. And the other thing is, you know, live fire missions and even stuff like that out to practice missions are heavily planned out.
Exactly.
I mean, not like there's a big ass committee, but I mean, there's a whole planning process. It's all plotted out. The pilots are just doing what they were told to do. So
right.
This looks more like aeronautical aerobatics.
Right.
The description for how you would have to do this.
A holding pattern for an aircraft is circling the airport.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not,
and they're
not flying back towards the airport, diverting south, and just being like, well, we'll just wait till they call us. Oh, while we're here, let's go ahead and drop our flares. In a V-shaped formation. So fly south, drop our flares, turn around, circle back, fly 90 degrees perpendicular to our original pattern, drop more flares, and then decide to turn back towards base.
And I do get why they decided to say flares and those aircraft, right? Because those aircraft do fly low, and they are sort of the backbone of a, you know, mechanized battlefield, right? There are our Swiss Army knife of the battlefield, right? Their reconnaissance, their firepower, their support, you know, they're the saving grace of like troops on the ground,
right?
Because of what they do. But I'm just not, the part that I'm having the hardest time believing is an active practice mission with incendiaries over a populated U.S. city.
Heavy populated. What did we say?
Yeah.
1.13 million people?
Yeah. That's the part that I'm having trouble getting behind. Okay, so what's your next point? That's probably all the tangent we need on.
You know, I've covered the story.
Yeah, rest of military stories.
I've covered my fucking story. I've said what I needed to say about the story. I firmly believe that this was a genuine UFO encounter. There's too many eyewitnesses. I want to say that there's 10 or 12 different video occurrences, which is a lot for the 90s.
Right.
Of this alien craft. Yeah.
That's a lot for most sightings.
I mean, we've got right now, as the United States sits, we've got a phone with a camera in everybody's hand. And we're not really catching UFOs and aliens and supernatural things on film. But back in the 90s, it happened, and people across town caught it from different angles. People seen it from different angles. I feel like this is the most genuine, the most viewed, and the most experienced UFO encounter in United States history. And let the military say what they want to say. I don't think that it was a training exercise. Nothing seems to line up. It doesn't make sense. And they would have to come at me with a flight pan and be like, this is exactly what we did, and we decided to do floopty-floops in the air to make this line up. And I would need to talk to everybody that was on that plane to be changed.
Well, and so it's interesting that you say that. So, let me find. Okay, so a Maryland A&G pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Ed Jones, responding to a March 2007 media query, confirmed that he had flown one of the aircraft in the formation that dropped flares on the night in question. Squadron to which he belonged was at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base on a training exercise at the time, and flew training sorties to the Goldwater Air Force Range. That must be where they go and practice. In question, according to the Maryland A&G, a history of the Maryland A&G published in 2000 asserted that the squadron, the 104th Fighter Squadron, was responsible for the incident. The first reports that members of Maryland A&G were responsible for the incident was published in the Arizona Republic in July 1997. So this happened in March, April, May, June, July. So 4 months later, they found someone to say that they were part of the squadron. So on the one hand, nobody's going to be able to dispute what he says because you can't pull military records. I mean, I guess you could try to FOIA it, but they could claim it's training exercises and tell you that it's not, they don't have to release it. So on the one hand, I don't take that as being like any sort of concrete because you can't back it up. I can't fact check you that your squadron flew X day at X time other than that you said so.
If you would avert your gaze to our window open of Google Maps, I have dropped a pin on Barry M. Goldwater Air Force Range. This entire purple area.
Okay.
So let's look and see where. Oh, what was the other Air Force base?
Davis-Monthan. So that doesn't even go over Phoenix.
No, Davis-Monthan is here, right there.
Yeah, that doesn't even go over Phoenix.
Davis-Monthan, right there. So that would be as a plane would fly in a training exercise. Get there,
over almost no population.
Whoop, straight line from there to there does not go over Phoenix.
Right. So what? So the military is admitting to gross incompetence or oversight by doing live exercises over top of populated areas, or they have a terrible story.
So they decided they wanted to instead of fly over their training area, instead divert north over 1.13 million people and drop their training exercise.
Divert north a couple 100 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, folks.
Yeah.
Come on, folks.
So here's my feel on it. So the skeptic in me wants to say, on both sides, I don't believe what the Air Force is saying. So I'm going to throw all that out. I don't believe that story. It's not a good story. Whether they have a better story somewhere that they're not telling anybody, I don't know, because they didn't say anything about it, and all we have is the one they gave us, and I don't believe any of that. So we'll throw that out.
Throw it.
But on the other hand, and eyewitness accounts saying that they could see, sort of a perimeter aside from the lights from underneath that looked like, two rulers meeting at the tip, right? Just the tip. And so
just
that
that's what she said.
And so, and they're people, they're unnamed anonymous people in that they didn't say it, so you'd be like, yeah, John said that. It was John saw it. John Smith, right? They weren't trying to get their name in the paper because they wouldn't even name themselves because they were embarrassed to even say it.
Right.
So, but then on the other side of it is, I'm like, I mean, not that I guess we can maybe identify with aliens on a reason-based, platform. Like I can't be like I can think like an alien would think if they were doing it. But my question would be, so what's the motivation?
Right. So
what's the motivation? Not for being over it, I get that. But what's the motivation with the lights?
What I like to do when it comes to debunking stories about UFOs and aliens is the people that tell the story, what will they gain from telling the story, or what will they lose? Right. So a lot of the stories that have been debunked are, I was abducted by aliens. Story A is I was just abducted by aliens. Story B, I was abducted by aliens. Here's the book that I just put out. Go out and buy it. I'm going to start giving speeches at Comic-Con, and people got to pay $20 to enter. Okay, so you've got one group of people that are making money out of it, and then you've got a group of people that are just telling the story just to tell the story.
Right.
Now, there is a group of people that will tell the story, but they don't want their name attached to it because there is a stigma. So I'm looking at this and I'm seeing the people that have come forward and talked about their experiences. What are they gaining? What are they losing? So we've already established that the governor, he kind of covered his ass. It was an election year.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's pretty compelling, actually, is that an election was months away.
Right.
That's pretty compelling.
So he stand to lose in an election. That's,
yeah.
I mean,
his whole career.
Right. That's what he does.
And credibility.
He's an elected official, so he could stand to lose that elected position.
He could stand to lose that election and every election after, because he'd be that guy.
Now, what was the lady's name? Lynn. Lynn never really put out a book, but she is the face, heavy air quotes, of the Phoenix Lights phenomenon.
Right.
But she does not get paid for her interviews.
Okay.
I mean, they might throw her something just for giving a good story or whatever, but I haven't seen anything in my research that says that she's being paid. Like, she'd come up and said, "Yeah, I'll do your interview for $1,000."
Right. Right.
She's never put out a book. The people that have published the original video, the VHS that we saw, never. So the video we saw specifically, the people were never named. They did it anonymously, which means they never profited from it.
Right. Right. And a lot of people that reported it didn't want to give their name.
Right. Even the security guard that did give his name, or private investigator, quote unquote, he didn't go out and write a book. He didn't go to Comic-Con and give speeches. There's nobody profiting from this. It's just people.
And his thing was quite a bit after too, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was. I think it was a year later when he came forward.
Yeah.
There's so much evidence that says that nobody profited from it, which means their intentions were genuine. At least that's what
they didn't have a motivation to propagate the idea.
It wasn't a money grab for them. It was them. You know, I saw something amazing, and it rattled me to the core, and I need to tell somebody. I don't see anything that comes across as sideways aside from what the military says.
Right. And of course, as someone who wants to believe, what I really want is for an alien to step down and give a fucking interview.
Right.
Right. Like in the middle, come down in the middle of New York, like Independence Day, but be nice.
Right. Yeah.
Drop down on a giant saucer.
Don't blow up the White House, but instead step out and be like, "We are here to promote peace."
Right. That's what I want to see. Right. And then I'll be like, yes. But we'll cover other stories. There's some other stories out there that I can't think of their popular title at the moment, but there's some others that I can think of that are chillingly persuasive, right?
Yeah.
And this one, as a sighting goes, right, a sighting with nobody's story of an encounter, this is pretty compelling, right? Because of the reason you stated, right? People aren't profiting from telling it, and mostly don't want to be associated with it, but did want to say that they saw something.
I mean, Kurt Russell came out and said something. He didn't write a book about it, and he's famous.
No. Yeah, and he essentially is an attention grabber, and didn't make a book out of it or anything like that.
And that quote that I played for you is the extent of the quote. That's all he said was like, "Yeah, I saw it. I called it in. They said there's nothing on radar. What else do you want us to do?" And that was the end of the end of the quote. He was like, "I did what I could."
Right.
And they just like, nope.
And I guess the other side of it for me is that the number of people that saw it, and if the Air Force had just said nothing, for instance, if they had said nothing, I would actually be more convinced that it could have been a military exercise.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
If they had said nothing, I'd be like, oh, they don't want to say nothing because they're doing some things.
Right.
But they came out so quick and wanted to say something, and it falls on its face in so many ways. It makes me more inclined to feel like it was something they didn't know about either, but they wanted to control the narrative.
Right. And there's just nothing else to persuade me otherwise. It would take a literal act of Congress to change my mind. Like, they would have to send a cease and desist. You can't think their individual thoughts anymore. You must believe what we believe.
Okay, so the Phoenix Lights then. I think I already know what your vote is, but legitimate or bullshit?
I think it's absolutely legitimate. Absolutely, unequivocally.
So I think if we're talking about unidentified flying objects, right? Or what does UAP stand for?
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Right.
That's the new glossy term for UFOs.
Right, because UFOs gotten so much stuff piled on. So I'm going to say legit. Based on the criteria of obviously unidentified, not what the military is trying to call it, and definitely an unknown element, right? Something that we don't understand or don't have an explanation for. So I'm gonna say legit.
I'm not saying it's aliens. I would love to.
Yeah,
I would love to say it's aliens.
I don't think that I want it to be.
So do I.
I want it to be, but I don't think there's no evidence to point that it is that either. But as far as UAP, UFO, yeah, for sure, because nobody's got a good explanation, and lots of people caught it on film. We've got an explanation that's not a hoax. We can rule that out. We can rule out that it's not what the military said. So, so it's legit,
right? Right.
So
right.
Yeah.
So
no, that was a good one. That's a good one to start with.
This is now you see why it's my favorite story. It's so good. It's so heavily documented, and I encourage anybody out there to go and research this on your own. There's whole subreddits about this. There's whole subreddits about the other side of the story, saying that it's all a hoax. I mean, it all comes down to flares. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. It's bullshit. It's a poor excuse.
If you could point to something else, I'd be willing to listen. But the flares thing doesn't fly for me.
I would need to see like specifics about flight patterns, how they test, what made them decide to fly over Phoenix and do it, how they got the V formation with one craft.
Right.
I'm just
right, or even show me multiple crafts doing it at night. I mean, show me multiple crafts making the same thing, happen and burning. If they're burning flares, burn the same way. I mean, just show me. And I am open to it, but what we've seen and what we've heard, I just don't believe it.
Yeah.
I don't believe the flare thing.
Well, fantastic.
For UFO
fantastic.
UAP, I'm down. I think so.
I'm gonna call that a win. I'm gonna call that a win.
Yeah, I think that's a good one.
Let's mark that one down. One for UFOs, aliens. Well, not aliens. One for UFOs, one for UAPs, and 0 for the United States military. Sorry, you guys tried and failed.
Like Vic said, you should all go and look into this because there's so much more about this story that we can't cover in a single podcast. I mean, just the number of eyewitness accounts and the amount of video and the amount of photos, and there's radio chatter. There's all kinds of stuff that you can look into and read about it if you're really interested in it. I mean, tell us we're wrong. Leave a comment. Leave a message. Tell us we're wrong because of this thing. I mean, we're happy to hear it, but I just don't. I don't think you're going to come to a stronger conclusion than we did, which is we don't know, but it's not what people are saying.
And this is why our format's going to work, because I am the guy that wants to be the fucking aliens. We're flying over Phoenix, but on the flip side of that, we've got Aeon over here. He's going to be the logical, nonsensical side of the coin, where he wants to look objectively at what we're looking at for the week. So,
I mean, because I'm not gonna jump to this and be like, oh well, it has to be aliens. I mean, that's not the only explanation. I mean, in the realm of possibilities, there are lots of possibilities out there, and the truth is, more things are possible than we imagine. But I haven't been presented with any evidence that it's anything else.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't see any evidence that it's necessarily extraterrestrial.
Right.
But I am on board that it's a UAP, UFO. I mean, by definition.
United States military, show me a craft that big, and I'll shut up.
Right. Also, if you have crafts that big, I super definitely want to see.
Yeah, I want to see pictures. contact me. Uh, so, before we go, I'm going to go ahead and plug the show just a little tiny bit. We haven't set up social media yet, but we will. It is coming. I'm going to give out our email here. So if you have a story that you want to hear, feel free to call in a suggestion. Let us know what you think. Let us know how we're doing. I mean, if you think we suck, let us know. I don't care.
Yeah,
tell us.
We've got thick enough skin.
Well, let us know what we're doing wrong. If the audio sounds like crap, let us know. We can fix things. We're smart individuals. We will do it whatever we need to make this work. We are passionate about this, or at least I am. So, if you have any suggestions for a future story, please feel free to email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Again, that is beyondshadows@gmail.com. Or, I'm sorry, beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. I'll edit out that middle one. I will work this weekend to set up social medias, and I'm probably going to clip the hell out of this video and make some nice reels, start posting to social media. So if you see us, be sure to follow us on. We're going to probably be on Instagram, probably going to be on Facebook, probably going to be on TikTok, and definitely going to be on YouTube. It's going to upload this video. So if you're on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, whatever it is that you guys listen to your podcasts on, be sure to go over to YouTube, check us out, hit us up on social media, and hit that like button. Let us know.
Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I mean, if you hate it, listen to us mess it up some more. If you like it, you'll be able to catch the next ones.
Right.
We're going to try to do them once a week. I'm sure we'll miss some. It's not going to be perfect, but we'll get it down.
We are humans and we have jobs and lives. So
this definitely isn't paying any bills
I'm
at
sorry.
the moment.
We will eventually have a Patreon, but we don't have enough content to push anything out. So until then, we will keep everybody updated in the socials. Check out the show notes for links to the YouTube videos that I referenced. Thanks again to CNN for your audio clips from your interviews. Do you have anything you wanted to say before we go?
I mean, thank you, Victus. This is an awesome idea. We've been looking to do some sort of project together forever.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect idea. This is stuff that I don't know a whole lot about yet. And I'm glad that you do, because this is the things that are unknown are ultra interesting to me. And before you guys think that we're only going to be covering UFOs, that's not the case. We're going to cover all sorts of unknowns.
You don't even know.
Unknowns, unexplains. From outer space to inner space. I mean, we are open to it. So send us stuff, because I'm sure you've thought of stuff that we haven't. We have we have some ideas in mind, but we would love to hear what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. The feedback goes a long way, because this is our first episode, so we're that's why we went with my favorite story, because it's a good opener to give you guys a feel for what we're doing. And I hope you guys like what we hear. We're trying. We really are. I promise.
We want it to be fun.
Yeah, we do. So check out the show notes, and we will put links in there to the socials. I'll get those set up just as soon as possible. And again, if you guys have any suggestions, any comments, questions, feel free to email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. We will respond. I promise you.
And be sure to follow us.
Yeah.
To the shadows.
Yes.
That I wouldn't ever die.
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. It looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
So.
I mean, sometimes organics are overrated. I mean, you know, sometimes you just want everything synthetic.
Just like my DMT. No, I'm joking. And we are here, everyone. Welcome in to Season 1, Episode 2 of Beyond the Shadows. I am Victus.
Welcome. And I am Aeon.
Just like last week, bring one of my favorite paranormal cases. So last week was UFOs, of course, and this week we are going to discuss the Enfield poltergeist case. This is, oh my gosh, this one's been popularized big time. In a nutshell, I'll break it down to you. This is the core of Insidious 2, the second Insidious movie, made popular by Hollywood. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, so it's the two characters are two of the paranormal investigators from the actual case.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So I mean, it's been Hollywoodized, but there is quite a bit of reality behind what they were talking about in the movie. We'll touch on that more later, unless you just want to breach the subject now.
I mean, you may as well cover some of that to start, and then I can jump in because, of course, again, I went and did my, every person search to try to find stuff, and I'm starting to think that Wikipedia doesn't believe anything happens anywhere.
Oh my
I'm just
gosh.
saying, it is incredibly cynical, and I thought, I'm skeptical, but it is very cynical.
Wikipedia.
It ripped this one apart a little bit.
Yeah.
But why don't you start and tell me about it like I don't know nothing about it? 'Cause I mostly don't know anything about it.
Well, I'm gonna say Wikipedia isn't the greatest for.
No, it's not at all. That's why I grabbed from it. It's terrible. That's why I'm pulling it, because that's the first thing. Because every search that I do on these, the first like Google search thing is always Wikipedia. So I know that's the first thing people are going to do. They're going to be like, oh, well, let me go look. And the first thing that's going to come up is going to be Wikipedia, which is terrible, which is why I print them off so that we can argue with Wikipedia about it.
Right. Oh, before we get started, I did have something paranormal happen to me this week.
Really?
You ready for this? This is crazy.
Sure.
This is absolutely wild. Absolutely crazy.
Okay, tell me about it.
They treated me good at work this week.
You better get out. Next, it's going to be a hole to the other side.
Absolutely paranormal. I was scared to death. I knew something just spooky was going on. I didn't. My hands are still shaking.
You watch next, a hole's going to open up in the middle of produce like that. What was that movie where they had to like tie a rope around the dude for him to jump into the hole to pull the kid back who was stuck behind the veil in the house?
That I think that was.
Was that Poltergeist?
Yeah, that was Poltergeist. That's
okay.
Ironically, that also is about the Enfield poltergeist.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I know that nothing like a giant portal with having to pull a kid out with a rope happened.
Yeah, this story has been Hollywoodized to death, and everything you think you know about it is probably wrong. So what happened is they took a really interesting story of something that really happened, and I mean, you've seen the movies. So Poltergeist was I'm pretty sure it was the first one. It might have been the second one. I'm pretty sure it was the first one.
First big popular one.
Yeah. And then Conjuring 2, because they were following the story of Ed and Lorraine Warren, which in reality they were prominent paranormal investigators. They were a part of this story,
Demonologist.
Yes.
Demonologist.
Yes, that's what they call themselves.
Demonologist. Yeah.
Excuse me, with a capital D. They are part of this story, but they're not as big of a part as my previous exposure to this. Because I read the original book from the 70s, 80s. I think it was the 80s. And that was the extent of my knowledge until doing research on this topic. And yeah, I have a pretty heavily formed opinion on this matter, but we'll dive right into it.
So there's also a new Apple TV.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Mini series. Yeah, it's they're filming the original they're filming a documentary sort of in a reenacted set of the allegedly haunted house on 284 Green Street, utilizing actors lip syncing the original tape recordings, archival video footage, and modern day interviews with living witnesses of the event.
Interesting.
I
knew they were.
So it sounds like they're trying to faithfully make it interesting.
Right. Yeah. Instead of
without just showing the old interviews.
Yeah. Right.
Instead of just sensationalizing it.
Okay. Well, we'll start at the beginning for the sake of this investigation, because I am a professional and paranormal investigator. I went to Paranormal Investigations College, and my degree it's on the wall back there somewhere. What a perfect,
for real?
What a perfectly timed zoom out. This show that there's no picture, no fucking degree on the wall behind me. I did not plan that. It does that on its own. Motherfucker. Anyway.
It was like, no, it isn't.
I promise. I'm not doing that. It does it on its own. Where's the... Yeah, see? Magic. Yeah, that was golden. Clip that shit. All right. The Enfield poltergeist remains one of the most perplexing and debated cases of alleged paranormal activity in modern history. It unfolded over several months between 1977 and 1978, with numerous reported incidents of paranormal activity occurring in the Hodgson family, in their home in Enfield, London. So let me set the scene for you.
Okay.
I feel like this is kind of important. This didn't come up in my research, but I remember reading it in the book that came out, the original book that came out. So this type of housing that they were in, it was like a fixed income housing in England.
The council housing?
Yeah. So what it is, it's like, have you seen pictures of like London housing where it's like, it looks like rows and rows of houses, but they're all connected?
Yeah, with the tiny, like, bricked in front and tiny bricked in back.
Yeah. So that's what these housings are. It's like a fixed income housing. The mother of the family was, I think, like, her husband, he either died or he ran off. There's very little information about her husband. He took off or whatever, and she was working to support her and her 3 kids. So they're stuck in this fixed income housing. So if you go to one wall on either side, if you knock on that wall, you're knocking on the neighbor's wall.
Right.
And same thing.
Right. An old post World War II construction.
Exactly. Yeah. There's even, I think if I remember.
No firewalls.
Right. If I remember correctly, even in Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, they were living in this type of housing at one time. Because I remember one of the characters going to the attic and sneaking over to the neighbor's house.
Yeah. Because
the attics were connected.
Mm-hmm.
Which they were in this type of housing. Same thing.
Okay. Okay.
So, the story is centered around the Hodgson family, primarily Peggy Hodgson and her children Margaret, Janet, Johnny, and Billy. So, the stuff starts subtly at first. Very cookie cutter for what you think poltergeist activity is going to be.
Okay, like what?
The reports, the official reports, are furniture moving on their own. And there
like
are,
big furniture?
They don't exactly say. I got the impression from most of my research that it's like a table or a chair.
Okay.
Generally like light pieces of furniture, like a kitchen table or a kitchen chair. Something
So I seem to remember
simple.
watching one of the documentaries about this And that was one of the things they centered on was like, you know, the solid wood table,
right?
You know, that was in the place. They were like, you know, because a lot of people were saying, you know, oh, it was the family or it was kids or it was a trick, and they went to like one of the like camera guys who's sort of a big dude. They're like, hey man, can you just come over here and like just pick this table up?
Yeah,
like just pick the table up. And he couldn't pick it up off the floor. And you know, they were like, so I mean, we're not saying you couldn't do something complex to like raise the table and make it move around and stuff, but like, I mean, we don't, you know, this lady is like low income, you know, the kids are low income family, like it kind of takes some real like, you know, in-person movie magic stuff, you know, to fake some of this stuff.
Right. Well, I get the impression that like the furniture is probably cheap.
Okay.
And generally with cheap furniture, nothing's going to sit level.
Right.
So I feel like initially maybe it was just like, oh, this chair is wobbling on its own.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
right.
I feel like a poltergeist could move something easily like that. That's off balance a little bit. It's easy just to make something wobble.
Right.
I feel like that's where the stuff started. It was small things like that. And
like no one's sitting at the table, but it's doing its it's off angle.
Yeah.
Off angle tilt. Yeah.
So that was how it started. And immediately the two boys were freaked out. And they begged their mother to be taken out of the house. So the mother sent the two boys to go stay with like an aunt or an uncle, something like that.
Okay.
Which was in the same neighborhood.
Set of row houses?
Yeah, just I think they were like 2 houses down or 3 houses down. They were very close proximity. Because
okay, so she didn't like send them out of town.
No, not like I'm gonna send you to live in the countryside in a boys' home since you don't want to stay with us in the ghost. But because there is a number of instances in the research where they're freaked out and they go outside and they're like, we're not going to stay in here the rest of the night, and they just go 2 houses down to their relative.
Okay.
So
like when no one else is there, when it's just the family there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a number of occasions where they just get up and fucking leave because they don't want to be in the house when this shit starts happening. But just like in a movie, everything starts out little, you know, very subtle, small things happening, little pieces of furniture going, and noises they can't explain. So
noises like
knocking.
Oh, okay.
Traditional poltergeist things, you know, knocking in places like inside the wall.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean,
so it's a knocking, but even somebody on the other side is like, I'm looking at the wall and there's nothing here.
Yes. So it starts in August of 1977. Peggy Hodgson calls the local police to come to her rented home because she witnessed furniture moving. And once the police came to her home, oh my God, I lost my space. This text is so small. Once the police arrived, saw nothing at first and decided to ask Peggy's children, Janet, aged 11, and Margaret, aged 13, if they had seen anything. They hadn't seen anything moving. However, Janet told the police officer that she had heard knocking inside the wall. And so,
Janet, one of the daughters.
Janet was one of the daughters. So Janet takes the police officer upstairs to their bedroom and says, this is where I was hearing it. And right on cue, they hear knocking inside the wall.
Okay.
So police poke around for a little bit. They're trying to figure out what's going on. They can't figure things out. Both the children and Peggy told the police that there had also been knocking sounds inside the wall in the kitchen area. And the children told the police on a second time when they were called out that they were hearing disembodied voices.
Okay.
No, Margaret never heard. Margaret's the mother. Or no, I'm sorry. Peggy's the mother. Peggy never heard the disembodied voices. It was only the children. You're going to notice a trend here. And if you've watched enough horror movies, you know that the children are the ones experiencing most of this.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why so many people think that this is a hoax, because they think it's little girls being little girls.
Yeah, that was sort of the case with the Amityville house. It started with the kids seeing like the day they moved in, like the son saw like a shitload of flies.
Yeah.
Up in the upstairs bedroom, and he killed a bunch of them, and then went to get his mom, thinking she'd be like really happy to see that he had like killed a bunch of them, and she's like, "Where are they?" He's like, "Well, they were right here, like they were on the newspaper and like on the floor, like I killed like a whole bunch of them." But when mom comes up, like there's nothing.
Right.
There's nothing in the room. So yeah, it does usually seem to be the kids, because kids are little shits, and they always want to start. I'm kidding.
Get your shit.
Craving attention. No, I mean, it does seem to always be the kids. Either they're more sensitive, or it's or they're easier for ghosts or poltergeist or entities to mess with or connect with, or whatever they're trying to do.
I think the school of thought is that younger kids, teenage kids, are more psychically susceptible to paranormal manipulation, I suppose is the best way to put that.
Yeah.
So that's why we hear so many cases of kids being the ones. I mean, it goes all the way back to like Salem witch trials. It was always the kids in the house that were being affected by the curses from the witch down the street. As a matter of fact, that's how Salem witch trial started. A group of 3 girls said that they were being cursed.
started hearing stuff. Yeah, and then so they accused them all of being in league with the devil because they heard things.
Right. Yeah. So,
moral of the story, kids: don't tell your parents you're hearing weird stuff. Just suffer with the ghosts.
Yeah, suffer. Story of my life. So the police get called out a number of times. I think on record it was 5, and each time the police came out, everything was escalating. So the first time it was like, the police is like, maybe I saw that chair wobble, or maybe I saw that table move.
Mm-hmm.
Second time was, I heard the noises. Third time is when the police saw the furniture moving for the first time.
Oh, the police saw it themselves.
Yes.
In the police report, the police say they saw the furniture moving.
Yes. So the police were actually trying to recreate the movement, just like the reports the investigators were. Like, how do I make this chair wobble, make sound?
Right.
Or how do I make this table move the way I saw it move? And they were unable to recreate it.
Because weren't they saying like the table was like, I mean, I don't want to say like jumping foot to foot, but it was sort of like hopping, sort of one of these sort of motions, kind of like a wave, like around the edges.
Those were some of the reports. There's so many reports, and very few of them are actually like direct quotes from the children or direct quotes from police or
officers.
Direct quotes. Yeah.
Right.
Finding direct quotes in this is very difficult until the investigators come in.
Right, and they're actually doing it systematically.
Right. And the last time the police were called in, the police had things being thrown at them.
Oh,
So small rocks.
Like from a counter?
They were coming from seemingly empty parts of the house.
Oh.
So like they would be standing in the kitchen and a Lego would fly in and hit the policeman in the side of the head.
Oh yeah, like come in from the other doorway kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like from where someone couldn't have thrown it, like it had to have come from around the corner kind of thing.
Right. So
Yeah, I remember that.
Except for the first time the police were called out. Every other time after that, the children were in bed. They were upstairs in bed. So the mother's downstairs with the police, children are in bed, and things are being thrown from the other room.
Okay.
There's a small list of things that were being thrown. Small rocks coming from nowhere. Legos and coins were being thrown at the policemen while they were in the house after the mother called.
Mm-hmm.
And the police stopped coming after one of the officers was hit in the face with a small rock.
Oh.
They said, you've got some stuff going on. We can't figure out what's going on. You'll need a fucking priest or something.
So in one of the documentaries that I saw, they were trying to basically recreate all of these, not quite firsthand accounts, but accounts by people, and they were like, trying to, throw small toys from some vantage point, because in the end they kind of wrote a lot of it off to being the kids, or tried to.
Yeah.
Tried to write a lot of it off as the kids playing a hoax, and so they went back and tried to recreate some of these scenarios, right? And throwing like Legos and coins and shit from spots where they could bounce it off a wall,
right?
And hit the officer, and like, their take on it was like, okay, look, if you're doing this, one, there'd be dents all over the walls from coins and Legos being hit hard enough off the wall to actually hit somebody. Also, it took them forever, even with the dude just standing there, like their test guy, right, for the setup, to actually land one.
Yeah.
Like actually find the sweet spot,
right,
and bounce it off of something and hit the dude. Let alone like square in the face or whatever. And from the account that you're reading, it sounds like they got hit with multiple objects.
Yes.
Which would be really difficult.
Yeah.
Unless you were in a spot where someone could see you.
Yeah. It would take a very advantageous child to be able to hide from a police officer while she's throwing rocks at his face.
Right, because they're going to look the direction that the thing just came from.
Exactly. Trained professionals.
Right.
If I say professionals, they were policemen in the 70s. How professional were they?
Right. Well, they at least knew to look in the direction of the thing that was being thrown at them to try to find what it was.
So,
Stone Cold Pros.
No pun intended. Stone-faced pros. So after this last time, the police were like, we're not coming out anymore. Something's going on and we don't know what it is. There's nothing we can do because we can't identify what the problem is. So the family then contacts the Society for Psychical Research. We're going to call that SPR from this point forward because I am not going to keep saying that shit.
Yeah, the psychical part
yes.
can get to be a tongue twister.
So the SPR is a research, I say company, it's a group of people, like-minded people that work with Ed and Lorraine Warren. So these people, they're coming from a local college, and what they're doing is they're going out and they're going to send one guy out, poke around a little bit, and if it seems legitimate, then they're going to send out a group of people with equipment. So that's what they did. SPR sends out a single investigator, and once he's in the home, he hears the knocks, he sees these pieces of furniture wobbling, and the investigator... Wait, I wrote a funny sentence here. What the hell? The investigator called up to the room, asking questions, trying to prompt a response to cause a small rock be thrown. Okay, yeah, so the investigator started trying to talk to whatever entity this was.
Right.
That was in the other room, and the immediate response was having rocks thrown at him from the other room.
Yeah, in the movies they portray it like almost like a buckshot of random objects, and the dude goes running.
Yeah.
In the movies.
Right. The book that I read, I'm going to call it the original book because it was the first book published about this.
Okay.
The original book says that aside from rocks and coins and stuff being thrown, they were dropping from the ceiling.
Where they were not previously.
Right. So they'd be like sitting at the table in the kitchen, and a coin would just fall from the ceiling, or a rock would fall from the ceiling.
Oh, and so this is where the imagery of the portal thing comes in.
Yes.
Is because they're dropping from a seemingly blank ceiling that obviously didn't have a shit ton of Legos stuck in it.
I mean,
when they walked in.
If one thing drops, you're going to look up. And
right.
If there's a bunch of Legos taped to the ceiling, you're going to know. Obviously.
Right.
Because I have a house that was built right around the same time housing was built, and I can tell you if something is stuck to my ceiling. I can tell because it's all very plain and very normal. Straight planks of wood. You would notice. Like I notice imperfections in the ceiling all the time, and it drives me crazy.
In that documentary that I watched, that was less drama, more docu.
Right.
They were trying to recreate that effect, right? Like Legos, like seemingly dropping from the ceiling, and they tried, in the account, they talk about it dropping straight down and landing, on the table.
Right.
Like just like landing like right in front of them and coming to rest like right there. So they were like, well, maybe somebody like lobbed it high from behind the counter, or what, because they're trying to make it, they're trying to prove the stance that it was the kids, right? They're trying to find a way to prove it. And so, obviously when they, hit the wooden table, they hit it and skitter across it, like always in the same direction. Right. Because it's being thrown from one direction. And all these investigators are always looking up, right? Because it seems like it just drops.
Yeah.
And they managed to come up with a bunch of very complicated ways that you could get it to do this, but kind of like, I mean, I hate to say Occam's razor says the simplest answer is a ghost. That sounds crazy.
Right.
Say that, but that was what they were saying. They were like, Occam's razor, these are kids, and clever as they might be, the idea that they did all these things we had to do to finally get one to like lob from behind them and drop like right in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
Either that's all they're doing when nobody's there is practicing, because that's what we did to make it happen.
Right.
Or or they did like treatments on the Legos, so basically when they hit the table, they're sort of like have a lot of friction.
Yeah.
And so they don't bounce, or they weighted one so it would hit. They weighted one with lead inside so it would hit and sort of not skid. But they're like, I mean, come on, like that seems like a lot.
What I'm getting
for some kids to do
from the original book is, like you were saying, these things were dropping. Like you drop a coin, it's going to do the thing.
Right.
It was dropping, it's going to and stopping.
Right.
No bounce.
Yeah. Same with the Legos. They would just drop and land right in front of them, almost like a kid setting down a block.
Like like there was some finesse to it. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Which.
Yeah, I hate to say Occam's razor makes it simpler to have somebody not throwing it and a spirit doing it, but I'm just saying, I mean, it made more sense that it came from above is really what they're getting at, directly from above, than that somebody threw it. And they cited the thing about the coin landing flat too. They're like, we can't make it do that. They're like, we can't flick a coin and make it land, flat side directly on, and
every time.
Not.
Yeah.
Right, every time, and not flick around and bounce and do all kinds of stuff. They're like, we don't know how you do that, other than making it sticky or making the table sticky, or like they had all these things that they were like, somebody would have noticed. They'd be like, oh, why is this whole table fucking sticky?
Yeah.
Because somebody was like, oh yeah, the kids probably had syrup on the table. And I'm like, the lady's not like just a slob and just leaving like a syrup covered table out there and being like, why don't the coins bounce?
I can tell you why the underside of the table is sticky.
That's where we wipe our bread.
Yeah. Gum. That's why.
Gum.
Mine out of the gutter.
Okay, so go on.
Okay.
I just wanted to highlight that
because this is
good. People might be like, oh well, stuff dropping onto the table, there might be somebody behind the counter, and that was the thing that they did. You'd have to go look at pictures to see the setup of the inside of the house, but there's not a lot in the house, and there's not a lot of places somebody could be, even a small human like a child.
Yeah.
And make that happen. They did a whole lot to try to make that happen. They finally made a device, like a little erector set launcher device.
Yeah.
That when they launched it, they got the coin tilt just so that it would land flat, but it still would flatten, skitter, or flatten, bounce.
Right.
So
I didn't know that.
Anyway.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'll have to find it so we can put it in the credits. I'll have to find out which documentary that was.
Yeah, for sure. So, like we said, the investigator starts trying to speak to whatever this is to get a reaction, because this guy's from SPR and he's testing the waters to see if he wants to bring the whole team in. This dude gets clapped in the eyeball with a fucking rock, and he runs out.
And he does run out. Okay,
runs,
okay, because that's how the dramatization is. He's like,
yeah,
and he runs.
Oh, you peeked there. No.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Too loud.
I think it's well, you peeked and you cut out. That might have been what happened last time.
Oh, probably.
It's fine. Next time you decide to get loud, just lean back. I love the zoom.
My loud face. My loud face. All right. So, anyway.
So he runs out. There are reports that after this happens, the mother brings in a priest to try to bless the place, and he gets run out the same way. But nothing.
That's a natural go-to.
Yeah. There's
Get
nothing...
the Protestant priest to come and...
Yeah, this is the 70s in England, so there was probably 6 churches within arm's reach. Yeah, sling that holy water.
Sling the holy water.
Super soaker full of holy water.
Yeah.
And you're just spraying the walls. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. So they thought the SPR was done with him because dude got fucking racked in the eyeball with a rock.
Right.
However, he goes back and he tells them, I think we've got a legitimate case here. So
we got a hot zone.
Yeah, we've got some activity. They show up in force. A full team of like 6 or 7 people.
Wow.
Move in with this family.
Oh, nice!
I'm
it's
not
already
joking.
a small house with 4 children and a single mother in it. Now it's a host of 11 people.
Right. So investigators sleeping on the floor, sleeping on the couch. I think one of the investigators sleeps on the floor in the kitchen. They move. They move 2 of the two girls into a bedroom together.
Okay. Try to make a hotbed of paranormal activity.
Right. So they notice that the activity is kind of centered around the children. So like, we're going to put the kids together and see what happens. And initially it's just recording and, recording activity, seeing what's going on. And after a couple of days of the activity escalating, more pounding on the, it went from knocking in the walls to pounding. Furniture moving much more violently.
Wasn't it like moving in front of people when they were walking and tripping them?
Yes.
Wasn't there some of that, like a footstool kind of thing? Like you'd go walking across, you'd look and it'd not be there. Something would catch your attention and you'd trip over it because now it was in your way.
Yeah, that was one of the reports. Another report, and this is where Hollywood
drawers coming out and catching people in the hips.
All cabinets opening. That's another. So this is the first recorded case of poltergeist where this type of activity happened, and this is where Hollywood got a lot of it from.
Okay, for future movies.
Coming into the room and all the furniture be stacked.
Right. Yeah,
coming
I
into
remember
the kitchen,
that.
all the drawers, all the cabinets are open.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was even one instance where come in and all of the dishes were stacked neatly in a tower in the middle of the kitchen table.
Yeah, like they'd leave and come home to this sort of thing.
Yes, or they would all go to sleep and wake up, and the furniture that wasn't occupied would be piled in the corner.
Right. Yep. I remember reading that.
So this is where Hollywood got the majority of their ideas from, because this stuff happened, or it was experienced.
Right.
So once the escalation was evident, they brought in equipment. So these people set up cameras so this is high tech for the 70s. They brought in cameras with motion sensors to automatically take pictures when it detected movement.
To get everybody out of the room and then set the camera up.
Right. And I think they had like 6-7 cameras throughout this house. It's a small house. 6 or 7 cameras all over this house. And they even put one in the bedroom where the girls were staying. Let's see, what are we going to pick up? So, Maurice Gross, paranormal investigator with SPR, visits the Hodgson home after hearing about the disturbances, begins documenting the phenomena, including capturing recordings of unexplained knockings and voices. So it was about this time that... Oh, which one of the girls was it? I keep forgetting this girl's name. Margaret? Which one was the older one? Margaret, the 13-year-old. This is where they start to believe that she was becoming possessed by whatever was there.
Because this is where the man voice comes in.
Yes. Okay, so this girl starts talking in a different voice. And I actually have a recording of it here.
Oh, yes. Let's hear that.
Let me pull this up.
Let me hear you say my name. Come on. Let me hear you say my name. That's not my name. Come on, my name's Morris. Let me hear you say it. Morris. Say Dr. Belloff. Come on. Let me hear you say that. Come on. Let's hear you say Dr. Belloff. Could you close that door down? Say Dr. Belloff. What is it? Now, if you squeak the bed, I can't hear you talking. Now, say Dr. Belloff. Come on. Come on, say it for me, Dr. Belloff. Dr. Belloff. Right, that's good. Come on. Shut up, very door. I'm 72 years old. I come from doing right graveyard. And I have right near the church where Rena lives. And all my friends come from there as well. And we all make a game and go to the pub. And then we pick your house. Because I used to live here. And I will tell you some more. And if you don't get anyone else, just take Mr. Hook and Mr. Playback.
Okay, I'm gonna pause there for just a second. So, this is the point of the investigation where things start to kind of piece together, or they think they understand who is in the house.
Okay.
So, you notice they keep saying, "What's my name?" And he says, "Bill." It's like, well, that's not my name. Say my name. And he keeps saying, "Bill."
Dr. Belloc. Yeah.
So the story goes, the person that lived there before the Hodgins lived there was an elderly man named Bill.
Okay, you also said the investigator's name is Bill.
Yes.
Okay.
But he wanted to use his professional name, Dr. something.
Belloc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what he was trying to get him to say. But this is the point where they realize they're talking to the spirit of Bill,
who died there.
The previous tenant, yes. So,
and the dog barking was the child too, right?
Yes. This was all
the dog
child.
barks for the child. That was very convincing dog bark, by the way.
It was.
Like, I would be creeped out if a small girl like barked at me, and that sounded like a convincing like dog next door barking at me when I go outside or something. Like, yeah, that would creep me out.
So, like, you can look at Conjuring 2. They keep seeing the old man and sitting in the chair in the living room.
Right.
That was their way of connecting the dots in the movie. That the old man, supposedly the old man died in the chair in the living room.
I seem to remember they kept some of the furniture was left.
Yes, the chair.
When they moved in. Yeah, the chair and like there was something else. There was more, like there was stuff left and they just moved in and it hadn't been really cleaned out.
Yeah.
And they had to do a bunch of cleaning and they were broke, like you said.
Right. And
so they kept, quite a bit of the furniture. And apparently it's not unusual.
No, not at the time.
In that time for furniture to be left and then the next tenants just use the furniture again.
Right. Because it was the 70s.
Because it's low-end housing. Yeah, it's the 70s, it's low-end housing, and it just wasn't unusual for the furniture to go with the place. Because people rotated in and out of these places pretty frequently.
So I'm going to let this run a little more. I'm going to try to find the transcript of what she's saying while this is going. But this is her channeling Bill and he's talking to the investigators, telling about himself.
I want you to tell me whether you remember what happened to you when you died. Just before you died and just after you died.
Days before I died, I went blind. Then I had an hemorrhage and I fell asleep and I died in a chair in the corner downstairs.
Bill, if you're there, would you answer me the following question? What have you done with Denise's 30p?
Okay, so this is another odd thing that happened. Is they were collecting the coins that were being thrown, and they were in a pile in the kitchen, and the pile of coins came up missing.
Okay, yeah, he said 30p, so like 30 pence.
Yes, that's what they're talking about here.
Okay.
Headed down to the radio, downstairs.
Sorry, Bill, can you say that again, please?
Headed down to the radio, downstairs.
Righto, Bill, I'll go and look. Thanks ever so much. Why can't Jack...
So, he told the investigators where the money was downstairs. I couldn't find anything that said whether or not they actually located it downstairs.
Something about down at the radio.
Yeah, behind the radio downstairs.
Behind the radio downstairs. I want to say that they, at least in the documentary that I saw, I don't remember if they found it either, but I remember they went down there and they even opened up the back of the radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like you said, I don't know where to look to find it, but I feel like,
I want to say,
in quotes, I feel like they found it in the back of the radio, but
for something that's so heavily documented, there's a lot of holes in the recording of.
There are, especially for a whole team that this is what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're volunteers, but this is what they do, and they came out, and there is a lot of missing information. It may have been on the movie that they find money in the back of the radio, but there was definitely a lot of focus on that radio.
Yeah, I think it was the movie.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll back. I just decided to turn closed captions on.
Because I think in reality they never found the actual.
I think so too. Yeah.
Coins.
We'll roll back just a little bit and see if the captions will pick up what he says.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting good captions.
Oh yeah, that's better than what I could hear.
Days before I died, I went blind.
He went
then
blind?
I had an hemorrhage. And I fell asleep. And I died in a chair.
And he died in a chair.
In the corner downstairs.
In the corner downstairs. Yeah.
Bill, if you're there, would you answer me the following question? What have you done with Denise's 30p?
Headed down to the radio, downstairs.
Sorry, Bill, can you say that again, please?
Headed down to the radio, downstairs.
Righto, Bill, I'll go and look. Thanks ever so much.
It doesn't really clarify. The subtitles aren't perfect. Something about the radio downstairs. I'm assuming he says behind the radio downstairs.
Mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like.
But we've got like a minute and a half left in this. Let's go ahead and hear the rest of these recordings.
Okay.
Why can't Janet feel you?
I'm invisible.
You're invisible? Why are you invisible?
S-M-G-H-O-S-T.
I couldn't understand exactly what he's saying. He started to sound like he was spelling something out.
Yeah.
We'll run that back one more time.
H-O-S-T.
Oh, he spells out ghost. That's what it was. He says,
Okay.
I'm
Gotcha.
G-H-O-S-T.
Okay. Yeah.
S-M-G-H-O-S-T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He spells out
Yeah.
ghost.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Did any friends go with you?
Yes, all of them. All the dogs, 68 dogs.
And what do you got 68 dogs for?
So that they can protect me from you killing me. They can bite your head off.
How can we...
So he says he has 68 dogs with him, and they
To
protect
keep
him.
them from killing him,
Yeah.
and they'll bite your head off.
How crazy is
Yeah, I
that?
cut that part.
Keep in mind, this is a 13-year-old girl making this sound. It sounds like an old British man.
Yeah, and I seem to remember that. So that they said, or they say that like the manner of speaking of Bill, the entity, is broken and changes subjects often, which is the same thing that the little girl would do when she spoke.
Right.
But I seem to remember that the guy spoke differently than, like, the accent is
Right.
different
in
the guy's voice than the little girl has. The little girl has a very different British accent. For those of you who only know British accents from watching British TV, that's all usually like high British, the Queen's English. The vast majority of people from most parts of England don't speak very much like all the generic British accents you hear on TV. There's the Cockney stuff, which is usually the lower end, and a lot of slang, all the way up to like, high British, which is like, when you hear, who's a great example?
Like, compare the way this guy's talking to, like, recordings of the Queen talking.
Right, or everybody in The Crown, like the show The Crown or something like that. Yeah, it's very different. It's not an education thing. It's a slang and regional thing.
Right. Yeah, it depends on where you.
I mean, I guess some of it's a language education thing, but a lot of it's regional.
Right.
So even outside of London, you'll sound quite a bit different from people who are from London.
Generally, people in England can tell where you're from based on your accent.
Yeah, and the words you use. Yeah.
Right. All right, let's roll the rest of this. See what else she says.
Kill you, Bill.
You could shoot me off.
Now how can we shoot you if we can't see you, Bill?
By praying to God.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Bill.
By praying to God.
By praying to God.
You get angry.
So, what you're saying is we couldn't get rid of you by praying to God?
Yes.
Interesting.
Kind of creepy.
It is. Oh. Yeah, just more barking. All right, so 13-year-old Margaret making these sounds.
Okay.
Absolutely bizarre and wild.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people think that this is just the girl making this up.
Right.
I'll touch more on what I feel towards the end of this. But those are just the audio recordings. There's no video. This was the 70s. We do have some pictures.
Oh yeah, that's right. The camera, the motion activated cameras were just cameras.
Yeah, these were film cameras in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And the picture quality is not great, but
yeah,
we do have some pictures here. Let me pull up some pictures. So these were motion activated pictures caught by the investigator's cameras. Just as soon as it loads. Wow, very small. Wow. Let me see if I can zoom here a little bit. So
that's the girls alone at night in their bedroom.
Do the listeners a favor and describe what you're seeing here.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is sort of a typical, tween girls' bedroom. It's pretty simple, but there's pictures on the walls of movie stars and various British actors.
That is a giant poster of Steve McQueen in a turtleneck, by the way.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's, old patterned 70s carpet. There's a bed with a frame and a bed with just a bottom frame, and they're basically lined up together. And you're looking at the two beds from what looks like a counter, and one girl appears to be asleep on the right of the picture, and on the left side you see another one that appears to either be leaping or just in the midst of standing or about to jump off the bed in a red nightgown.
So,
with sort of a crazed look on her face.
So the reports here are the girls were being thrown around the room.
Okay.
And this is their photographic evidence of the girls being moved. So one would glance at this and just be like, oh, that's just a girl jumping off the bed. But look at the angle of the feet, how they're kind of dragging behind.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's her. Let me change.
So for our listeners, the girl is standing in, I hate to use this, but a Christ-like pose. Arms straight out. Her feet are straight down, but her feet are kind of dragging behind her.
So yes, so you can see her heel up off the bed, it looks like. It's hard to tell because she's wearing some sort of socks or there's some sort of coloration thing going on, but it does look like one leg has the foot completely off the bed with maybe the toes grazing it, and the other, the foot is like sort of dragging behind, and she's almost touching the ceiling. I mean, her head's almost hitting the ceiling.
Yeah, this is so I would guess she's about top of her head's about 7 foot off the ground.
Yeah. Kind of out of frame, so it's hard to see the rest.
What I'm seeing is think of how an older person would pick up a child underneath the arms.
Right. Yeah, that's
child's first reaction is to put their arms out.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of that, except she's screaming.
There is definitely an anguished look on her face. Let's look at some of these other ones. So this is after she is thrown.
Right, and so in this picture, it's better lighting.
And
the thing that I thought was a table close up is actually a bed.
Yeah, I believe
the camera's over.
I believe the mother was in the room with them.
And so she looks like, so you could look at it two ways. You could look at it as this is the completion of the jump, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you could say that, or on the other hand, it also does look like somebody has, like almost like she's sitting on a chair.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
And she's also screaming still, and there's that red balloon in the room as well.
Was that there in the last one?
So I don't.
No.
It's not.
Weird.
It's not in the room in the last one.
Okay, so this must be another night.
Another night, or spontaneous appearance of a balloon.
So in my experience,
it's reaching a little bit.
There should be a clown crawling out from underneath the bed somewhere.
Right. I mean, the lighting looks different, so I feel like it's a different night.
And the poor mother, look at her laying in the bed with the other daughter.
Oh yeah, that's right. Now they're both in the other.
She's got her hand on her face, like, oh, this shit again.
Yeah. And the other daughter doesn't look too perplexed about it.
Because I think at this point it had been happening a lot.
Gotcha.
And there's your full color Steve McQueen photo or poster. Isn't that great?
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a weird photo.
This is where a lot of skepticism comes in, because people are seeing these photos and they're like, "This is just a girl jumping."
And and I don't know if it's the angle, but it also sort of looks like So go back to the last picture.
As soon as my mouse.
Because I want to see the wooden bed again, where it is in relation to the posters. So Okay, no, so it's in the same place. So because her leg's in front of the post of the other bed and the perspective, it looks like the back of the wooden bed is lifted up off the ground, but it's covering the same amount of that poster behind it that's on the wall. Yeah, it's covering the same amount of the poster as it was before. So I don't think that's it. It's probably the perspective, but it looked like the head of the bed was lifting up, which I think people remarked on, but it's covering the same part of the poster.
Right. So let's roll over to the next one and see what it looks like. So this is the girls after they had been drug out of the bed.
Okay.
They decided to blur out all the posters for some reason.
Right. So this one's weird because it almost looks like, I mean, the one girl is obviously sitting on her hands, like with her feet up on the bed, but the other one, it definitely looks like she's landing from a throw.
Yeah.
And a throw that if you did it to yourself would really, really hurt.
Yeah, because her head is practically down underneath the bed next to it. So for our listeners, this is the same bedroom, the two beds side by side. There's a little like pathway in between them. There's just enough space to walk in between. And it looks like both of the girls were probably sharing a bed and they were drug out of the bed. And both of these girls are on the ground, but their feet, so one of the girls, their feet are completely on the bed, and the other girl, it looks like she got drug out of the bed and underneath the bed across from them.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you can see where her hands are holding something.
Yeah, she's scrambling to pull her nightgown down, I think is what it is. So that's a genuine reaction.
And even the, it's interesting because it looks like her hips are up off the ground, but just her shoulders are on the ground. So it does look like it was caught mid whatever sort of action.
Yeah, mid yank.
Yeah.
I think this is my first time seeing this one. It looks to me like girl on the left, I'm assuming, is the younger daughter, the 11-year-old Janet. It really looks like she's being pulled out of the bed and underneath the other bed. There's
almost simultaneously up by her heel.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it could be a reaction getting pulled out of the bed, like she might be flailing, but
yeah, like a tumble.
But it does seem like she got drug out by that heel, and it's still holding on to it almost. I mean, again, it's hard with a still photo, but
the reports for these photos are. They decided not to record statements about these, but instead they just said to let the photos speak for themselves.
Oh, okay.
So we don't get a lot of context.
Yeah, I mean, some context would be helpful in this case, only because they're still photos. I mean, I'm still trying to think of it from both sides, like the staged side and the the legitimate side, and unfortunately, the pictures being what they are, you can kind of make an argument both ways. Though, I will say that I think at the time, SPR? Yeah. SPR was trying to make a real effort, and a lot of these people were, PhDs and things like that were really putting their reputations on the line. To report on this stuff, and so I feel like. Because there were a lot of people involved in this. I mean, not just this incident, but in the organization as a whole. I feel like you don't have that many PhDs that all want to go and make a fraud to put their PhD on the line.
Right.
Because if you get, generally if you get involved in faking data, that's the end of anybody valuing your PhD for anything.
Right. Credibility goes right out the window.
Yeah, and they had other jobs besides this at universities and things like that.
Yes,
so
they all did come from a local college.
Yeah.
So we've got one more photo to look at here. And now this one looks like the girl's jumping. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this one kind of looks like a wound up tween that doesn't want to go to bed. I mean, she's leaping out of the bed pretty high, but I mean, leaping from the bed, this wouldn't be that high.
No, it's only a couple feet off the bed.
Yeah, and this one doesn't really seem to. I mean, this doesn't sway me into thinking that anything's really going on.
Yeah.
It looks like a kid having fun at night.
It does.
Kinda. Like jumping off the bed.
Yeah. The pictures help and they hurt the investigation, to be fair.
Right. Because I feel like you could recreate most of these pictures pretty easily.
Yeah. So we've got just a little bit more here to talk about. November rolls around and media becomes involved. Newspapers, televisions covering the story, attracting national attention. Skeptics question the authority of the phenomenon, accusing the family of hoaxing or seeking attention. And despite skepticism, the SPR investigators remain committed to their research, continuing to document the disturbances and interview witnesses. So, December 1977, the phenomena persists, with reports of Janet's apparent possession becoming more frequent and intense. And that's the interaction with the investigators and the entity known as Bill. It receives further media coverage. Journalists, television crews visiting the Hodgson home and witness the disturbances firsthand. However, there are no video recordings of it. So.
Now, I know that in the 1970s, video cameras were less prevalent, obviously.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like with this much attention, that somebody might have thought to get a video camera for some of this possession stuff and just have it like around.
The only video I could find are like interviews with people who were nearby when the incident happened. I think one of the daughters did an interview in her late 30s or 40s, but it was almost a non-point interview.
Okay.
So, January 1978, the activity begins to subside with fewer incidents reported in the household. Maurice Gross and Guy Lyon Playfair conclude their investigation, publishing their findings in a report for the SPR. The case remains unsolved with no definitive explanation for the reported phenomenon. So the last question we have that surrounds the infamy is about Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Right.
Obviously, the connection comes from Conjuring 2, from the movie.
Right.
But Ed and Lorraine Warren did, in fact, investigate the Enfield poltergeist, though to a far lesser extent than what was depicted in the movie.
Most of what's attributed to them in the movie was actually SPR.
Yes. Yeah. SPR had, I think the movie kind of pushed SPR as like sidekicks to Ed and Lorraine. Ed and Lorraine were just two of many, many paranormal experts, heavy air quotes there, who visited the residence to investigate claims of supernatural. The two primary investigators were Maurice Gross and Guy Lyon Playfair. Prior to the release of Conjuring 2, Playfair went on record saying that the Warrens showed up uninvited to the location of the Enfield poltergeist and were there only one day. So while it is true that the Warrens were attached to the investigation, they did not spearhead the research, nor was there any indication that they played a significant role in the case. So there is a connection, but it's a very, very tiny thread.
Yeah, so there's an account here of, so it says, other paranormal investigators visited the Enfield house, who included American demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren, who were convinced that the events had a supernatural explanation. According to Brian Dunning, the Warrens' visit was short, and, quote, Ed Warren tried to persuade Playfair that the money could be made from this case by writing books and selling movie rights, and then the Warrens left.
Yeah.
So I don't know how popular they were at the time. Like, as far as
they were very popular at the time. Ed and Lorraine Warren were. I mean, popular enough in the 70s to fly from the United States to England.
Right. And so, and they did make a living at it. I mean, to be fair.
Yeah.
And so they did make a living at it.
This brings up my argument about this case. There were people trying to monetize off of this. And that is, it's like my go-to of trying to decide whether or not something is an actual paranormal case. who's making money off of it?
Right. Who has to gain from it?
So I know that the mother did not want to make a big deal about this. Later reports were saying that she wanted stuff to be over with and done, because she had gone through and lost 2 jobs since this started because she was not able to leave the house because she was afraid for her children. So the mother wanted everything to just be over with.
Mm-hmm.
And then once SPR became involved, she was unable to work. Fortunately, I think SPR did step up and help pay some bills while they were there. But I'm going to say my piece. I feel like some of this is pretty easily explained. I can't help but feel like some of the evidence was a little too good to be true. The stuff falling from the ceiling, falling flat on the table. There was 2 people in the room. They could have just been like, all right, let's make this fantastical.
Right.
And the photos. I can't get over the photos. I love these photos. It's great. We don't get a lot of photos, especially for poltergeist activity. I can't help but feel like every single one of these photos could easily have been the 2 girls going, you know what? They've got cameras in here.
Right.
Let's give them a show.
So, yeah. What else?
And let's talk about how she can do the voice. It is doable.
Mm-hmm.
It is doable. So think of like the throat singing.
Mm-hmm.
Using it's almost like an alternate set of vocal cords that we don't use.
Yeah, the second higher vocal cords, the whisper cords.
Right.
Yeah.
So
you just growl through.
It's doable. I feel like maybe this girl figured out how to do this on her own, and she's like, well, let me leverage it to make this story a little more interesting. In my personal opinion, the knocking could be explained away, because you gotta think the walls where they're hearing the knocking were outside walls. Could have easily been, hey, let's go into the house next to us, and you knock on the wall, and I'll say it's the ghost. Because at the time, it would have been really easy for these girls to sneak into the neighbor's house. So just like in Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, you go up to the attic. The attic connects to the house next to them. Climb down from the attic. I'm gonna go over there and knock, and you tell them it's the ghost.
Right.
So
and the knocking too. I'm sure. I'm sure somebody looked into this. I would hope. But older copper pipes in houses.
Yeah.
If you don't put in an expansion fitting at the end of where you make right angles and things like that, or long runs of pipe, it's basically just a big expanded bubble tube looking thing that goes on the end that takes up the expansion of air getting in the pipe, or the change from hot to cold. So when the pipes expand, they don't swing and knock around on their hangers. These houses were not particularly well built. They were quickly built. Post World War II. And I feel like you could explain it away with that. I mean, no one would know unless you saw like original plans and assume the builders followed the original plans for all these things, though corners were cut for all this sort of social housing. So I'm kind of with you. And even the voices, I feel like, while I'm sure the girl wasn't, a phenomenal ventriloquist, tranquillicist. A trained ventriloquist.
I'm really good at laying still.
I think I'm with you. I think here's what you have. You have some pretty phenomenal reports in the beginning, right, of something that seems very real. You probably have some fairly police officers that were somewhat superstitious already freaked out about going to a house at night, likely raining, given that it's England.
Yeah.
Easy to get a creep factor, especially since the police may or may not have lived better than this, and seeing sort of a rundown house dimly lit.
Right.
And seeing this hysterical lady outside, that's huddling with her kids. I think it would be easy for a transference of terror, so to speak,
right,
before he ever goes in, right? Because, he's probably thinking it could also be a burglar, right? Who's going to have to face down, right? It could be anything. So, I think you maybe have that. And then I think once the guy from SPR came and got freaked out and ran, you have two possibilities. You have either A, he hyped it up so much and got all these people to come that, there was a lot of excitement and they made it into a thing that it wasn't, maybe not even on purpose, but like grabbed onto every little thing and believed every little thing because they were already there and invested.
Right.
And I don't know if that original investigator comes back, but he might be starting to feel silly that he's part of this paranormal investigator group and got freaked out by a rock in the face.
Right.
Right. And left and ran and made a big hype over it. So you probably have several competing factors for this, for a need for this to be real.
Right.
Right. Kind of like you said, who's getting paid, and paid can be a lot of things. It could be money, it could be influence, and it can even be saving your ego.
Right.
And I think, like you said, the mom's one of the few that's not motivated, but the kids probably haven't gotten this much attention in a long time.
Exactly. It was the 70s, and these people came to their house. They set up cameras, probably the first time they saw a camera.
They're getting to be on the news. They're on the radio.
Yeah.
People are coming to their house. Everybody's asking about it. They're super popular all of a sudden.
So Margaret did go on to do paid interviews. She wrote some books. Margaret did make money off of it. So through that lens, I feel like it was a couple bored teenage girls.
Yeah.
That were craving attention.
Yeah. Bored, wanting some attention, some excitement, fun. Even,
yeah,
I mean, because it's probably not a whole lot of fun living there with no money.
I'm pretty sure that
I've been there.
That schooling wasn't free back then in England, so they probably didn't go to school, or if they did, their mom pulled them out of school.
Yeah,
because it seemed through my research that the kids were always there.
Yeah. So I don't think that school was yet mandatory for all ages.
Right.
So yeah, I think you're right. I think you have a lot of, and the unfortunate thing is there might have been something interesting going on, but hurried investigation, right, and kind of cutting a lot of corners and not really crossing a lot of the T's and crushing the I's. I feel like they skipped a lot of steps in the coverage of this because there's a lot of missing information.
Tons.
The photographic stuff, if they said all this stuff was going on all over the house, but somehow, the cameras never caught the drawers coming open, and the cameras never caught the plates getting stacked, and the thing that they caught was the most innocuous thing, which was a kid that appears to be jumping off the bed.
Oh, let me show you this. Let me zoom in here. This girl is laughing.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, see, I'm not.
There's a definite.
Super.
That's
the photos are not convincing for me at all.
Yeah,
really.
I feel like
I mean, I get how you could spin it.
Yeah, there.
But I feel like if you got to spin it, it's not evidence.
There were some photos of like the blinds moving, but it would have been real easy for the girl just to reach up and smack them right quick and lay back down before the motion sensor.
Right.
So I didn't even include those.
Yeah.
And there was...
Yeah, I'm not super convinced by this. And I think probably part of the reason it caught momentum is people heard that the Warrens went to look.
Yeah, the name.
Right, people followed everything they did.
Yeah,
because at the time,
everybody loves a good story.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that. Unfortunately.
And it is, like you said, it's one of the most covered, poltergeist, big air quotes, incidences but I think it's probably one of the worst examples as far as evidence. You know what I'm saying? Evidence and covers. A lot of writing.
Yeah.
A lot of writing. A lot of people saying this or saying that or saying it to somebody else who then wrote it down. But
yeah, a lot of second
not a lot of solid. Yeah, not a lot of solid stuff.
For a group of people like SPR to be involved, I would have loved to have seen something that really made me go, "Oh shit!"
Right.
How, I can't explain that, but it seemed like every piece of evidence, aside from a few small details at the very beginning, can be easily explained away by a couple bored teenage girls.
Yeah, and it seems like it gets worse as it goes along.
Because I think the attention was starting to wane a little bit, and they were like, "Oh no, people aren't coming around as often. Now I'm being thrown out of my bed."
Right.
So,
right, and it seems like it stops escalating when they stop being as interested.
Right.
When the press is less interested. And, you know, I'll say it again. I'm like Fox Mulder, man. I want to believe.
Oh, me too. Absolutely.
I want to believe, but I'm a skeptic, but I'm willing to look at, you know, stuff that's compelling. And unfortunately, because you have just as many non-professional, you know, people covering this sort of thing, there's a whole lot of static in with real stuff. A lot of static information that's not, you know, it's just muddying the waters from people, you know, investigating. I'm doing air quotes again for you on audio.
Many air quotes around that one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the problem is you end up with just as much junk getting thrown in with real reporting and investigating on this stuff. So I mean, I'm ready to make a verdict on this one.
Same.
Personally. You go ahead.
I've got my big rubber stamp ready, and I'm gonna say that this is fake.
Yeah, I feel like it's bogus. I mean, it's like you said, it's a good story, and it's been retold so many times. And Hollywood having covered it, you got to, you know, I'm sure anybody who's like, oh, it's just like Insidious. Yeah, I heard about a real thing. I mean, yeah, the Warrens really went there. That was a real thing.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where it ends. And they also didn't do any of the stuff in the video. All the credit got taken from other people who probably really did some stuff.
Yeah, this whole story got run through the Hollywood machine and made it believable because they made movies about it. And, you know, most people's first exposure to this story was the Poltergeist movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they just automatically assumed, oh, that's the Enfield Poltergeist story. That stuff really happened. The whole movie, because they put one little sentence at the beginning of the movie based on true events.
Right, which is a big loaded statement.
It could mean anything.
And you know, I gotta say, hats off to the guy who tried his best to make a motion activated camera in the 70s.
Right.
Hats off to you, unnamed homie. Like that was a big endeavor. It doesn't look like it worked super well, but I'm super glad that you tried.
So the original book, I remember them talking about the amount of cables and wiring that were around the house that people were tripping all the time
to try to make that system work.
And the guy that made the motion sensor camera thing, he built the contraption on site.
Dang.
And he had multiple cameras with motion sensors, and this is the only one that caught anything. Were they in the girls' room?
Yeah. So, which is also not suspicious on his part, but suspicious where the girls are concerned.
Right. It's a great story.
Almost like they knew if they were stacking dishes in the living room, they'd get caught on camera doing it.
Yeah, it's yeah, man. I really wanted this one to be true. I really did. It's just, damn it, man. You can't win them all.
We'll get one. We'll get some good ones. There's still lots to. There's still lots to cover.
There's some lots to cover. But if you think we're wrong, email us beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Let us know what you think. I am a professional investigator, but Aeon over here does not professionally investigate like I do, because I am professional. And I've got that paper because I went to paranormal college. And professional, don't you zoom out, camera? Don't you do it?
No, I'm not a professional. I'm usually I'm the brutal Occam's razor applicant. I slice at it until it makes sense. And that's, which is hard to apply to something like paranormal UFO, but you can rule stuff out by being like, look, you're making it overly complicated.
Right.
I mean, if you follow the, Sherlock Holmes line, was always, eliminate all the things that it can't be, and what's left, however improbable it might be, has to be the answer.
Right.
Right. So if you eliminate all kinds of stuff that it can't be because it's either too complicated, too ridiculous, or whatever, and if what you're left with is something from the outside, either, in this case paranormal, in the case of UFOs, something coming in from outside of our existence or our planet, that makes a lot more sense then, instead of like, have like for instance, a lot of the cover stories that try to cover up incidences, that doesn't necessarily mean it's aliens,
right,
for instance, but it does mean that they were covering up something that they were trying to control the information of, which is all the more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean it's aliens. Could have been a test of a weapon. Could have been a test on the public.
Right.
They really don't want you to know about a test on the public. That's really bad PR. Some information was trying to be controlled, and when somebody's controlling the information, they have an interest in the information being different than what it appears to be. So that's the stuff that we're focusing on, and so don't get discouraged that because we're going to come across a lot of stuff that is not what it was sensationalized to be, and that's not because we're trying to destroy the concept of there being,
right,
of there being these things. We're trying to really search through and dig through this stuff.
Search for the truth.
Right, because in the end, I want to believe. I want to find the thing that makes you go, oh my God.
Yeah.
That's what we're after.
Yeah.
And if you can't eliminate all the moments that are kind of like, oh my God, you got to cut all those out before you can get to that oh my God moment.
Yeah. So, you can't win them all. This was a good story nonetheless. Fantastic story.
Well, it's good because so many people have heard of it.
Right. And
so it's a great one to cover and knock out of the way. So when we get to some stuff that's really compelling, like, why haven't I heard of that one?
Right.
It's like,
yeah. There's tons of them out there. We're going to bring them to you. It's, kudos to the people that did take down the story, because it did bring us The Poltergeist, a fantastic horror movie. Absolutely fantastic. That was so good that it was banned in certain countries because it was too scary. So
well, and even this story even brings into popular culture the concept of an active poltergeist. Whether it was any good or not, it did polarize a lot of people to start looking,
right,
and start taking people who had these accounts or these experiences, start taking them seriously, and probably because of some of the way that this was covered, start taking a very analytic and like measured approach.
Mm-hmm.
To, because they wanted to have a system down for if you run into something for real, we don't want all these questions about it. We want to be like, oh yeah, well we did this and this. Oh well, but did you cover? Oh yeah, no, yeah, because we have a system.
Yeah, it's
science.
This case brought about, I feel like it brought about the standard for investigating something like this, because there were so many holes in the story that just weren't documented.
Yeah, and the truth is they put together that group pretty quickly and tried to cobble together a system on the fly.
Yeah.
Like the guy making the motion operated cameras on the fly.
Yeah.
They tried to cobble the system together to try to get some coverage, because they're like, oh, it's an active thing right now, like we got to get to it right now, which I get. But then they, SPR and other organizations were like, no, that was the wrong way to go about it. We need to be ready and like on standby, so when something happens, we already know what we're going to do when we get on site. So it was a pivotal moment for a lot of things. I don't think it was real, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it's a good case study in what to do later.
Yeah, I think SPR ended up getting some funding after this, and they were able to purchase all their own equipment, because all of the equipment that they used for this investigation was on loan from the college that they worked with.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think even some of that some of the equipment for that motion operated camera they got from the local AV enthusiast store. Like they borrowed it.
Like I think the camera guy he wasn't part of SPR. He was brought in as like a contractor.
Right.
So, kudos to them. They did good. It just wasn't enough to convince me. I'm sorry.
No, and on the one hand, I think it was a bungled investigation, but also I don't know that I feel like there was a whole lot to investigate.
I don't either.
But you could have ruled it out better.
Yeah, there could
have left a lot of holes for people to be like, oh, but we don't know about the. Yeah, but I don't know if there was anything to know, man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, yes, unfortunately. Not a phenomenal story. Or it's a great story, but not the best investigating. I think we did the best investigating.
Right. Lots of great stories came out of it. Sure. Yeah, lots of great stories came out of it. Well, I mean, another one in the box. We'll pull out another file.
Yeah.
And
from my
pen.
Filing cabinet back. My professional.
Do
you like that zoom?
I did. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna use this more. Yeah, it's nice. But cool, man. I feel good about this one. This was another good one. I'm gonna get this thing wrapped up, and we're gonna get it posted so everyone can check things out. I'm gonna start trying to push more of the socials, get some better videos put out on the socials. I will get all of the information posted in the episode information just as soon as we get it. Keep listening, keep following, keep subscribing. We are also on YouTube, so if you're watching this on YouTube, you rock and roll all day long, sweet Susie.
Like and subscribe, it helps us.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we are actively watching our analytic information to see what people are looking at. We're going to try to start using the polling information, so when new episodes get uploaded, if you scroll down, I know specifically on Spotify, this is a thing, you can scroll down on the episode and there will be a poll there. Let us know whether you like this episode. Let us know if we're doing any good. Let us know if we suck. Please let me know. I'll tell you.
Because we want to bring you stuff you want to hear. I mean, we could talk about, between Victus and I, we could talk about whatever.
Absolutely.
But we want to bring you stuff that's interesting to you, because all of it's entertaining to us.
Right.
So if we don't know what you like or what you don't like, and we'll have enough content out there eventually for you to really start to sift through it and put up votes. But if we know what you like and you want to hear about it, we're happy to talk about that.
Absolutely.
So drop us some hate mail. I mean, whatever. Oh, that's a terrible episode. You should have covered. Great. We want to hear about that. What should we have covered?
Yeah.
We want that. Or, like he said, if you have some edits or you have some things you'd like us to touch on, we can circle back.
And we're maybe, if more people have, if we start getting a bunch of emails, we can start talking, reading emails and discussing those as a response to episodes. Again, our email is beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Feel free to shoot us an email, whatever you want to say. It doesn't matter. No judgment here. I'm about to sneeze.
Well, on that note, are you gonna let go?
No.
No. No.
It went back. I was trying not to just blow this diaphragm out in this mic.
Like a turtle back in its shell.
Yeah. Anywho, it's I guess we're gonna roll it up there, man. It was a good episode. I'm glad to have you with me. And insert snappy slogan here. We're still trying to figure that out. Blah 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 blah. Interesting words of context beyond the shadows. we'll get it figured out.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
ever die.
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs. Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him. Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Space. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
So it exists. I know it sounds crazy, and but the government is hiding it. Not the U.S. government even. But I'm telling you, it exists. I will find it. I will show you. I'm going to find it.
Mystery?
Right.
The mystery.
The mystery.
Any
The
hoots and
mystery.
hows. Welcome in, everybody. We are on episode 4 of Beyond the Shadows.
I'm Aeon.
And I'm Victus. And this week we're doing rapid fire. We talked about it last week. I know some of you are listening diligently, and I appreciate that. And we talked last week that we were going to do a rapid fire episode. We're going to try to do, I don't know if we want to do this every month or if we just want to do something different every month. But 1 week out of the month, we're going to try to do a little mix up rapid fire this month. And we've got a shit ton of videos from social media that we're just gonna look at these videos and give genuine reactions. I've seen them. Aeon has not. So
I have not.
These are good ones. I've cherry picked. I've been cherry picking all week to find these things. And
so if you're listening on Spotify, I know that it's a bummer because you're used to listening to our stories and us explain everything. We'll do our best. I'll do my best to describe what I'm seeing, and Victus will tell us what it's about. But you should tune in because this will be on YouTube if you want to see this stuff too. So,
well, I was going to say, this episode, I do plan on uploading the video to YouTube, or not YouTube, to Spotify.
Oh, okay, great.
So if you're listening,
watch in your car while you're driving.
Yeah. So if you're listening on Spotify, you can open up the player right now and go full screen mode on this episode, and you should see us. Hello, look at us. Hey. Look, we're
well, I had no idea. You're getting so fancy with all of our connectivity and stuff.
So I didn't realize that it was a thing until like episode 2. I was uploading and I noticed there was a button that said replace audio with video. And I mean, I've seen I listened to, here's a plug for another podcast if anybody out there is interested. I listen to Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson every week. I love Star Talk.
It's so good.
And,
so good.
And half the time he uploads video to Spotify. And I didn't know that until just recently. I pulled up my phone to check a notification while I was listening. And there's Neil deGrasse Tyson talking. I was like, well, shit, we can do this. No big deal. It doesn't cost us any money. So we're going to go ahead and upload this one as a video because this is a very visual episode.
Well, that's great. I thought that you could only put up the little short videos that you see playing with people's music sometimes.
Right.
Little,
the
repeating
the looping clips. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can upload full videos. So
sweet.
I'm gonna keep it to just these special episodes where we're a little more visual. Maybe in the future we'll replace audio with video. Maybe. Because I notice a trend with podcasters is a year or two down the road, they'll go back and remaster their first season. Honestly, I think our seasons sound great so far. First couple episodes were a little rocky, but we're doing okay for ourselves.
We're figuring some stuff out, and we have a lot more ideas.
We do. Yeah,
we have some other stuff coming.
There's so many things.
You wanna walk us into your first pick? I'm gonna take notes.
Okay.
On which ones I like and which ones I think are dope or nope.
So my first one, you know what? I'm going to reorder our. We're just a little smaller now. We're tiny at the bottom of the screen, so that way the videos and stuff we're showing is taking up the majority of what we're seeing. Oh, I do need to. There we go. Yeah. Cool. We're good now. We've been minimized. Well, we're not minimized, but we're smaller.
Yes.
So
show me what you got.
I'm going to take you into the first one. The first one's just a little photo. And okay, so it wouldn't let me download this TikTok, but the narrative was my grandma took this picture of her cousin years ago. So this picture was taken back in 90s, sometime in the 90s.
Okay.
You see anything strange about this one?
So not at first glance, the guy's face looks odd, and I can see a crease in the picture because it's a picture of a picture.
Yeah. So this was a standard photo size. So what is it? 3x5?
Yeah.
So a 3x5 blown up to a full picture, but then it's cropped a little bit because it was on TikTok.
Right.
You ready? You ready for this ground shaker?
Yeah.
I'm gonna zoom in. You ready for this shit?
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's creepy as shit. No. Okay, so if you're not watching, there's a little statue. The house is kind of cluttered, and there's a little statue next to this older gentleman, and the caption, and way down near, yes, it'd be near his shoulder, but it looks like the statue's behind him, behind the guy, and behind the statue, peeking out from around the corner or something, is the creepiest little face.
Yeah, my mind went straight to what was that movie with the creepy Japanese kid?
Oh, the Ring.
Was it The Ring? The Grudge.
The Grudge.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's where my mind went. I saw that shit. I said, no fucking way, man.
I didn't even see it till you zoomed in on it. I didn't see it at all. I didn't see it at all. Although it weirdly looks like it could be almost like a weird version of Baby Yoda, but Baby Yoda wasn't around then, and it doesn't look like Yoda. So, I mean, I want to be like it's something sitting in the room, but it is weird.
So
it's super weird.
I'm gonna zoom back out. Now that you see it, it blends in so fucking well.
And it does look like a candid picture at I'm gonna assume Thanksgiving, because there's what looks like a turkey and a top hat thing up there in front of him.
Yeah.
Like way up close, it's got all the blur from the photo.
Like it was taken at a holiday thing.
Yes. And yeah, that's just weird, man.
So I've got tons of pictures from, the 90s and back from when I was a kid. Polaroids, 3x5s. Yeah, this is about what pictures look like when I was a kid.
Yeah. Gremlins and everything.
This might have been mid to late 90s because it's probably digital. Like, let me really zoom in. Like, there's not a lot of artifacting. Someone either cleaned this up, or it was an early digital photograph, because that's pretty good. Yeah, this one
also, some of that artifacting is going to be from the camera they took a picture of this with.
Yeah,
like the pixelating when you get real close, that's from the whatever phone they took a picture of this.
So it's a picture that's been blown up, and then they used the phone to take a picture of the picture that's been blown up.
Yes,
but
that was not in great shape to begin with.
Yeah, so this was. Yeah,
but that is weird.
This one fucking shook me. It fucking shook me. So I did have some in here that are going to be, oh yeah, that's fake.
Right.
But some of them are just still spooky to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Well, that one, like I said, the big impact on that one was like, I didn't see anything. And then you zoomed in the center and then like shifted over to the face. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's good.
There's someone in there.
It's fucking good. It is so good.
And so where'd this one come from?
There's not much backstory.
Okay.
I did dig through the comments a little bit, and they're just saying, oh, we just found this picture, and my grandma said it was her cousin. We don't know where it's from. A lot of these, we just don't know where they're from.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Well, I mean, we need to cite whoever posted it first, whoever we have it from.
Well, let me pull up my phone right quick, and I will make sure that we give credit to who this is.
I don't think anybody will care on this one, but I can just feel, you can complain about how we make the show, that's fine, but I can just feel somebody being like, you took my image and didn't say who it was. I can just feel it.
And it'll be the one that you don't expect. You'll be like, I think somebody made this a fake, and now they're mad that we're not citing them for making a fake.
Well, come on, phone. What are you doing, phone? Wow, okay, let me restart TikTok then. This is my life, constantly waiting for the shit to load. Wow, come on. Alright, we'll come back to that. I'm gonna let that load.
Okay.
Alright, we're gonna move on to the next one. Okay. A lot of these I'm just not gonna play audio because it's full of like shitty narrations, stuff like that.
Okay.
We don't want to get the copyright ding with some of this music, so
Mm-hmm.
the ones that don't need the audio, we're not going to use the audio.
Okay.
So the context of this one is this man goes to a hotel. This is at the bonehead on TikTok.
Okay.
His story says he was at a hotel with his son and he kept walking up to this mirror and waving, and we're going to see if you see it when it happens. So there's the sun waving. Did you see it? Oh, that gave me chills.
No, I didn't see it. That's what the bottom of the thing says, full body chills.
Yeah. This one, I tried to pick the ones that gave a good reaction. I'll play it one more time, and if you don't see it, I'll zoom in if I can. Did you see it that time?
I did.
Okay,
so the kid walks up to the mirror, and as he's touching it and then goes to walk off, there's like a ghosted image left of almost his face, but maybe a different child with less hair.
Yeah, so
like it's the same height from the other side of the mirror.
Oh yeah, look right
Dude,
there.
That is nuts.
Can I zoom in? Let me zoom.
That is crazy.
Right there, little face.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, it won't let me zoom, so we're stuck with. Oh wait, here we go. Nope, we're zoomed in as far as we can go. Yeah, right there.
Is wild.
So
yeah, that is wild.
Those watching at home,
I do like that.
We're gonna restart this, and watch how. So it's the bottom right of the mirror. You see the face there in the reflection of the backside of the kid's head. We're gonna restart this one so you can see how fast it comes and goes.
But it's right. It starts when he touches it.
Yeah.
Almost like it takes his face, kind of, but it seems like it's a different face. Right when he touches it, there it is.
Oh,
holy shit!
Yeah, you get the chills yet?
Wow. Yeah, that was a good one.
I'm just gonna let this thing run through one more time, give you some more chills. That's so good.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that.
All right, what do we got next?
Boy in the mirror.
Okay, so this one's kind of long. It's almost 2 minutes long. There are subtitles. If you want, I can play the audio. The girl talks about how she hasn't been down there in a little while. You want me to run audio?
Yeah, sure. Let's hear it.
Okay.
Let's get the whole thing.
This is
she's talking and stuff.
@ P_G_stories_official. It's another paranormal thing on TikTok. There's a million of them. But they got credit for sharing this one. I think there's more than one with this video.
Yeah, don't they call it ghost talk or something like that?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of something talks for various genres of videos. And
book talk
stuff,
and all that.
Yeah.
All right. I got some audio up. Let's go ahead and pull all the way back.
Hi, this is Kelly. I haven't been down here in a really long time, like a month or two. After what happened, I couldn't come down here. So, but my family's come down here a lot, and so has my brother, and they say they've seen nothing, and my brother, I made him look through every single room and everywhere, and there's nothing here and I need to finish this video, so I'm doing it. So, this is a turning board, and I'm going to...
You see it? Oh! Okay, so for starters, that's a very genuine reaction, I feel. So I'm going to kill the audio on that so you can see. I mean,
except her face when she sees it and runs, it was weird.
So let's go back and
run it again so I can see it.
Oh,
Go back
oh
further.
look, there's the... Look at it walking across back there.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's good. All right, let's see what her face says.
That was a little weird, but
I feel like that reaction is pretty genuine.
And it goes for another minute?
I think there's another video after this. I just saw that one. I was like, yep, like it. We're going to save that one for later.
Dude, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I like that one. That's more what I would expect ghosty stuff to be like, though I've never experienced anything like that.
Yeah,
really.
Look at it walking across back there. So I can't think of any way that could be faked.
I mean, so the problem is, I mean, especially when you have like low quality on the video, like this. I mean, CG is so damn good now. It's hard for me to believe anything on social media.
It's tough.
So some of the videos are really compelling, but it's so hard. The stuff I've seen them doing with the new Unreal Engine stuff.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Is out of this world. And even better if the video doesn't need to be clear and sharp. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even know how to go through and analyze some of the AI assisted generation stuff they're doing. I wouldn't even know. And it's not like the AI art that you're seeing everybody vomit up onto social media. I mean, like the professional AI assisted CGI stuff, it is unreal.
Okay, so I have noticed, and I keep this in mind when I was digging for these videos. A lot of the ones that are obviously fake are unclear, very pixelated, very artifacty, especially when it comes to whatever it is that pops up. I don't see artifacting on this.
No, I'd have to be able to blow it up and stuff. But again, it's hard to know through TikTok because the quality they can put it in, like up onto TikTok, it's not bad. I mean, you can do really high quality stuff up on there, but this doesn't look all that. I can't even tell if this is her phone or something older.
So
it's a tripod.
Yeah, look.
It's some sort of camera on a tripod.
It doesn't look
like one of those old flip out ones.
It doesn't look like a it doesn't look like a phone.
No, it looks like a flip out.
So I do have one of these cameras. I have like an old
little handy
Sony
cam
handy
thing.
cam, yeah. And
oh, dude, I used to have one. I recorded a whole the infamous trip out to Arizona, where I drove myself in the car and went to 4th of July at Roswell in New Mexico. Yeah, they have an alien festival on 4th of July every year.
I had actually planned on using the handy cam as a streaming camera.
Oh yeah,
I got it for dirt cheap. I was like, shit, it's worth a try, right? And it was such a convoluted way to have to set it up to use it as a streaming camera that it just sits in the corner now. Barely,
and they're not.
I barely use it now.
Super awesome quality.
Not anymore, or not then. It was an old one.
No.
Yeah, I like her reaction. Her reaction
says, "Mom is the what is that thing? Mom is that my."
Mom, is that why?
Mom, is that why
this door opening? Mom, turn it off.
Mom, turn it off.
Holy
crap!
Did she say that?
I don't know.
Let's turn the audio
Let's
back.
go back. What? Yeah.
And I'm going to. Mom, is that? Why is this door opening? No!
Okay, so that was a decent reaction. Now that we hear the audio of her off camera, I skipped over that. So let's listen.
Yeah.
Let's listen to the whole thing all the way through.
Yeah, and then play it after that. It looks like it's something from the mom, maybe. I don't know.
Hi, it's Kelly. I haven't been down here in a really long time, like a month or two. After what happened, I couldn't come down here. So, but my family's come down here a lot, and so does my brother, and they say they've seen nothing, and my brother, I made him look through every single room and everywhere, and there's nothing here, and I need to finish this video, so I'm doing it. So, this is a turning board, and I'm going to... Mom, is that? You're opening! Hello?
Oh, she says, why isn't this door opening?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Tinglies. It adds a whole other facet to the video. That's nice. That's a good one. I'm not sure what's after this one.
We'll just play it. Let's see.
I know this video. I know that's obviously fake.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, that's her again.
Is it the same girl?
Yeah, that's her again. Yes. So go back and see what that other thing is, and then just let it play through. If it's bogus, then just whatever.
Okay, we'll hear her scream one more time.
One more time.
Mom, is that? You're opening! Hello?
Oh, that's just...
Yeah. I've had my hair do that before. Okay, same girl.
Yeah.
No.
Did you see it?
That gave me...
That one didn't...
That did make... So that one made the hair stand up on my arms.
Okay, I got little tiny baby chills, but it's too clear.
Look at that. That one actually creeped me out.
It's too clear. That's my only thing.
It is. I mean, it makes you wonder, is it someone else in the house and she just didn't know? But it looks like somebody walking away in a muumuu going downstairs, but the figure looks all black except for the sort of muumuu old lady nightgown thing that it's wearing. And you can see feet, but the feet look black too. It comes towards her with its hands in front of itself, and then it turns around and walks back down the stairs and away. See? It's got its arms in front of it.
Oh, yeah, it turns around.
See? And then it turns around and leaves once she notices it, and it walks downstairs.
Oh, but look. Right there. She's looking in that direction. Right when it disappears.
Yeah. But then
she turns away and it comes back.
Yeah, and then she sees it, and she's... Yeah.
Well, let's run this back.
Dude,
let's...
Okay.
No.
Did you see?
She thinks it's somebody else.
I didn't like the reaction.
Yeah, because she didn't really get scared.
If I saw that shit, it's either going to be me running away screaming like she did in the first video, or it's me running directly at it, punching.
To throw something.
Just start swinging at this motherfucker.
What's the rest of the video? There's another 20 seconds.
Let's see.
Just
see it?
Reaction.
Something was in the closet, right? Let's look at that part again.
Oh, it's just a recap of what it was. I don't care for the voiceovers. Oh yeah, there you go.
No.
We gotta zoom in. That's all we get.
I mean, it's weird. Her reaction makes me feel like she just thinks it's somebody else in the house.
Her reaction to me feels like... Because I feel like this is too clear.
Well, and she says Noah, like, questioningly, like it's some other family member that she thinks is...
Right. I thought she said hello.
Oh, maybe I thought she said Noah.
Noah?
Did you see it?
I guess it could have been Noah.
But either way, that one's more weird. And if it looked like that when I turned around, I would freak out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She's collected and stuff. Also, there's just me and Paul in the house, so he doesn't wear a nightgown. Moo.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if he does, it's fine. I'm not judging. Mouse is back. All right, let's go to the next one.
Hey, Jojo.
Okay, so.
Spirit calls my son his friend, so my son comes down for a snack. As he's leaving, a spirit says, "See you, friend." 24/7, 365 days a week, I capture evidence. It's a 7-second video.
Yeah, it's a short one, but this is an EVP. So I'm familiar with these kind of angles. I've got security cameras all over my house.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know what's going on in other rooms. I've got a couple cats, so if I hear noises downstairs, I like to just be able to pull up a camera and see what's going on. The cat that lives downstairs, she's very young and she likes to climb, so she makes lots of noises. So I'm familiar with this type of angle. I think initially people would think this is sketchy, like, oh, they just set it up for this, but this is a very, very common camera angle for a security camera. You were about to say something.
Oh, I was gonna say, well, I mean, you have all the cameras because you live in the mean streets of the deep east.
Yeah, it's rough over here. I ain't gonna lie, friends and followers at home. I live in the hood, and it is rough over here.
Here in the South, they like, come and, if they were gonna break in, they'd be like, "Oh, excuse me, I'm just gonna take this. Have a great night, though.
Walk in
I didn't mean to
politely.
disturb anything. Have a great night."
That's the hand. That's what they'll do.
Yeah. God bless you. Yeah.
Oh my God, my mom does that. Kill you with kindness.
Yeah. All right. Let's see it. It's kind of hard for me to see this, but
the video isn't particularly important. So what you're going to see is he's going to turn the lights off, leave the room, and say, "Good night, friend," or something like that. And then you hear an EVP, which is electronic voice phenomenon. For those that don't know, EVP is like, if you ever watch Ghost Hunters, they'll leave like a audio recorder running, and they'll ask questions, and then they go back and listen to the audio recorder, and there is voices on the recorder that they couldn't hear.
I gotcha.
So security cameras have come a long way in the last 20 years. This one records audio. So he leaves the room, says goodnight, and the ghost says, "See you, friend." So here we go.
Okay.
Hey, Jojo.
Huh. Okay, I heard it.
Yeah.
I heard it. The audio's kind of low, so you guys will have to turn it up when you go to listen to it.
I can turn it up a little bit. We'll go, because we're at 50, we'll go up to 75. It might peak a little bit, but I will say it is a little artifacty. But I have listened to audio enough on my cameras to know that this is normal. So here we go.
Hey, Jojo.
Yeah, I hear it. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Very clearly says, "See you, friend."
Pretty clear.
There's a big pause in between, but it's still very clearly. So, yeah. Like I said, I've been cherry picking these things. Unabashedly cherry picking these things. This kind of stuff, I love EVPs. They're some of my very, very favorite things. Do you remember, I'm going to name drop and I'm going to see if you remember. I'm going to say Wrightsville.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say Coach James.
I don't know if I remember that one.
He was the guy that brought out all the sports equipment Okay, so he was a paranormal investigator.
Really?
Yes, hardcore.
Know that. I didn't know that.
I still talk to him today. That was many, many years ago.
Before or after?
Before. It's been a hobby of his. He's got many hobbies, but he is a paranormal investigator, and he showed me tons of stuff that he was into.
Where was he doing it?
All around the state of Arkansas.
Oh, wow.
So he showed me an EVP that scared the shit out of me and sparked my love for EVPs. But he was in the basement of a tuberculosis clinic that was closed in like the 20s.
Oh, dang.
And
yeah,
I think
I can see how there'd be things there.
The record showed like 300,000 plus people died in this clinic. And he was in the basement doing EVP recording. So he had a tape recorder and he was recording and asking questions. And when he went back and listened, there was carousel music.
Oh, creepy.
And I'm like, there's no fucking way. Hey, look, everybody, it's a puppy.
It's Gus. Gus is here trying to get his noisemaker that I've been taking away from him. This is the thing you keep hearing in the background dropping on the
I don't hear it.
Okay, good. Go on, Gus.
Yeah, noise gate is excellent.
Yes. Yes, because it's all I hear when he's up here playing. Dad, pay attention. Dad, pay attention. Okay, what else we got?
All right, next one.
I like the EVP stuff. It's pretty cool. That's the first one I've ever heard that I was like, oh, yeah, it's a voice. I've heard others like, oh, did you hear that? I'm like, it sounds like a squeak, maybe? I maybe hear a squeak.
Okay, so this one doesn't really need audio. So, Gettysburg. This guy's got a dash cam set up, and he's driving through the park in Gettysburg.
Okay.
And he says he caught a ghost running across the field in Gettysburg. And this one is so weird. Now, I had seen this before, but I hadn't actually talked about it with too many people. So this is from thedailymail.com, also on TikTok, at Simple Stories. So we're going to play through and see if you see it.
Okay.
I'm going to stop once because he sees it, then he stops and backs up, but he doesn't see it again. So I'm going to stop it after he sees what he sees.
Okay.
So I'm driving along. This one gave me the willies, the chilly chills.
Oh,
did you see it?
Oh yeah, I've seen this video before.
Yeah, he stops.
I've seen this one before.
So
because it looks like he's like a really long-legged man.
He's very clear. He's a very transparent. Like something weird happens, like the light is bending around him.
Yeah, and it's almost like it's weirdly looks like I know it's a ghost, but it looks like it steps over the fence almost, or those like line of brush.
Oh,
like he's super. Oh, he just like slips right through, and he's fast.
So he comes through. Like I don't know if he steps between these two cannons or if he's in front of it, and then he stops in front of it, and then he zips real quick.
Yeah, and like makes like a right angle real fast. You know what it reminds me of is do you remember the movie House on Haunted Hill?
Yeah.
Okay, so you remember how like on the security cameras how the ghosts would walk? I mean, it was a slower version of this, but it was like that jerky, like almost like Marilyn Manson videos.
Yeah.
Kind of like, but this seems like a really fast version of that.
Yeah.
Like, which is for me, the creep factor. And you can't really even, man, I'd love to tear this apart in like some editing software that retouches the resolution and like see it. Cause that's cool. I think I saw somebody talk about this one once.
It's a good one. But the only thing that really gets me is it doesn't really seem like he keeps its distance from the camera. It's like he's always at a set distance from the camera. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it seems like he starts out in front of the cannons, and then when he disappears, he's at the end. He's behind the cannons.
Way down there. Yeah. Looks like a slender man who forgot his suit.
I mean, it's weird. You see what I mean about like it seems like the light is bending around it?
Yeah, and he moves so fast.
Very weird too.
Almost like almost like with like a single step or like a single movement, he's like almost instantaneously moving, 5 meters or so, or 10 meters or something. It's really hard to tell because I don't know how big those cannons are. But
yeah,
wow, yeah, it's really good.
That's a spooky one, man.
Yeah, I like that.
That's a very, very old, very common video. It's been around for a while. I haven't read a lot about it, but I have heard a lot about all the ghosts that you can find in Gettysburg.
So he's driving through the what do they call it? Not military park.
It's a state park, yeah.
Yeah, state park, Battlefield State Park. Yeah, I would. I mean, I'm not surprised that he's running into stuff there.
There are so many stories of people seeing things in this park. Let me try to pause it. It's not a great video to pause with.
No, you'd have to have some better software than just the video player. Let me see. I'm curious now because spots like that, people always talk about there being a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Hey Google, how many people died in the Battle of Gettysburg?
That's what I was just typing.
Number of casualties at the Battle of Gettysburg in American Civil War in 1863. Total casualties, 23,049 in the United States, 28,063 in Confederate. 3,155 killed, plus 3,903 Confederate soldiers died, and just about 30,000 were wounded, and just about 10,000 were missing or captured. Lots of people died here.
Battle. Yeah.
Civil War is really interesting for those that whether you're into American history or you're rather into the paranormal, Gettysburg is where it's at. So many stories coming from Gettysburg.
Well, so far the Gettysburg Slender Man is my favorite. So far.
I mean, the way I look at these is you can generally tell when things are fake. Dash cam footage, I know this is pretty standard quality for dash cam footage.
Yeah.
I've only seen a handful of things that are really good quality that are on TikTok.
I honestly find these older videos more interesting only because it would have been much harder to fake.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you had a brand new video like this that was clear, I feel like you could fake the video pretty easily now and it'd be very hard to tell because there's not the artifacting and stuff like that you have with superimposing or using an editor that you used to. AI will just completely remake the setup and which makes it hard for me to. It makes me concerned about stuff we'll see in the future when everything can be real because there's a video.
Right. Yeah, this one, it's real good.
That's a good one. And then he's just gone after he disappears around the hedge, right? There's no more of him.
Yeah, that's it. So what happens in the video is he stops, he backs up, he sees it.
Yeah.
But then there's nothing else.
And he's just looking around hoping there will be.
Yeah. It's a cool video.
Was it one of the night guards?
Probably a paranormal investigator. It's a very, very popular spot for paranormal investigators. There's lots of ghost tours and stuff that happen in this park.
Okay. Well, let's see the next one.
All right.
Let's see another one.
Okay. Oh, I love this one. Okay. So this is, I don't understand why the text is clipped, but it says UFO abduction caught on camera. I'm just gonna let it play. No audio because it's very loud, but
Oh, is it? Okay.
I'm just gonna enjoy this. This fucking cow was just dropped through the ceiling of this barn. Just fucking.
And then what are the lights? Is that because it looked like people walking in?
It's not people, my friend. Notice that thing zipping back and forth.
Yeah, but once it gets close, it almost seemed run it again. It almost seemed like it was a person. But that is weird that a cow got dropped through. Like that doesn't seem like a person.
It's moving way too fast.
But then right there, that almost looked like it. See, that looks like a dude with a flashlight. That looks like a dude back there too. Also, though, no, wait, run it back. This video is playing in reverse. Look, see, because that guy's walking backwards back there. That video's in reverse.
Walking backwards? Looks like he's walking forward to me.
No, wait, right back there. In the very back.
I see him.
Yeah, at the very end, it's like he's walking backwards. Something is. Or am I seeing that wrong?
It doesn't look like walking backward to me. No, I guess it could be. But it raises the question, if that's a person back there, what the fuck was the light?
True. And also, why did the cow get dropped through the ceiling?
So you see how fast the person was walking.
I guess it can't be backwards because the roof was there and then now it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, how did a cow get launched through the ceiling?
Even if a cow got up there, those fuckers are heavy.
That came down like it got thrown in. That wasn't like the roof just suddenly gave. That's like...
Yeah, that bitch was dropped.
It's like with force. Yeah, it's like with force.
Hey, Google. How much does the full-grown cow weigh? Around 1,400 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
Almost a full ton.
Yeah.
3/4 ton.
So, it appears to me that even if a cow got up there, it would probably fail pretty quickly, but it would be a slow fail. Like, it would start to then break through.
Yeah, if it supported enough for it to be walking around up there, it would just... It would have... Probably a leg would have fallen through and not... That looks like force. That looks like I said, like the cow got... tossed her. I mean, they wouldn't have been forklifting a cow for some reason, but it doesn't make any sense.
No. So, did you have anything more that you wanted to say about this video?
No, it's just weird.
It's very weird.
It's a weird video. I mean, the problem is, since there's no explanation from the people who obviously saved this video, it's hard to be like, I mean, but it's weird. Also, how did the cow not like die hitting the rail is bent?
Yeah, he hit hard, man.
Hard, like it bent the rail down like a lot.
It was straight.
Yeah, it was straight, and then blow, it just bent the crap out of it. And
look at the size of the hole in the roof. Oh my gosh.
But the cow doesn't seem like it broke a leg or anything with all that impact. I mean, I don't know, because again, we don't have any like accompanying stuff with this video, but...
Oh, by the way, this is at Believe the Truth 888 on TikTok. I think we have a couple others. Yeah, we got one other on this video.
All right, so
it's a good clear one.
Out of the ocean.
I'm not sure what we're looking at here.
People on the beach.
There's
filming some lightning.
There's definitely something in the sky back there. I don't know if I would call this an abduction caught on film. Oh, did you see it?
Yeah, that's not it though.
Look,
that's part of it.
Look, it zips across the sky.
Yeah, I saw that, but there's something else later on.
It goes
Saw when you zoomed in. Keep playing.
Go back just a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that. But then just wait. Yep, and I did it again. But then
Okay, now we're on to another video.
oh, it's a different video.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, I saw it zip by the camera twice.
What the fuck are we looking at here?
Flying sea turtle? I don't know, it looks like a Roomba.
It does look like a Roomba.
It looks like or one of those, or have you seen the drones where they have the fans on the inside?
Yeah. I could
kind of what it looks like.
I could easily chalk this up as a fake. This one a good fake, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's a drone.
Yeah.
Somebody's flying.
It's moving really slowly.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool looking, but yeah, it looks like somebody's drone dressed up as a Roomba.
Yeah, we're gonna chuck that one up as a fake. CapCut.
What would happen if Roomba bought JDI? Everything would just be a wafer.
The only thing that I see in that is how is the air coming out of that if it's a drone?
I mean, you could have some screened vents on the top. Like, they'd just be 4 around the bottom of it that go through the top. Or they have ones now. I saw a drone just the other day that someone was showing where it was a single fan. Just a single fan in a column. And the way they made it move and orient were just little shutters around the edges.
Oh, right.
That went through. Yeah, so like it sucked in from the top, but they said we could just as easily cap it and it could suck in from the sides. They're like it's a single fan. So I don't know when this was, but it really strikes me as not a UAP.
Yeah, it's a little
something about it. Personal opinion, but something about it's off.
It's moving just a little too slowly. All right, you ready for the next one?
Yes, hang on. I'm making some notes.
Go ahead, do your thing. Make your notes, friend. Flying Roomba.
Yeah, last one was cow drop.
Cow drop.
Cow drop.
Okay, next one.
That's what a farmer does when he has like a supreme victory instead of a mic drop.
It's a cow drop.
Cow drop.
And it destroys the roof of the barn in the process.
It destroys the barn. Yep.
Okay, this is a weird one. So this is called a glitch in the matrix. This is on TikTok at I don't know how to pronounce it, so I'm going to spell it at elcucuy.tv on TikTok. This girl has experienced a glitch in the matrix. I do need to play audio for this one because it is important.
Okay.
But this one is fucking weird because I have done prepping before. I worked as a sous chef for a number of years. And I have...
Prepping like restaurant prepping?
Yes.
Food prepping?
Yeah.
Sure.
So this situation is familiar, but the glitch in the matrix is not familiar to me. To be clear. Here we go.
So in this video, you can see me grabbing a lemon, right? I cut it in half, and then I cut it in half once more, right there. You can see me cut it, right? I go get a bag. Okay, I grab the bag, I go back for the lemon, and I grab the lemon, and I touch it, and I'm like, why is it not cut in half? In my face, I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like inspecting it, I take it out of the bag, I grab this lemon, trying to see if I cut that one, I recut the lemon, because the lemon wasn't cut anymore. I'm freaking out because the lemon was not cut in half anymore. It was literally...
Glitch in the fucking matrix, friend.
I mean, I did see it, and it's not like she's filming herself for TikTok. This is
it's a camera.
Like a security cam?
Yeah.
Or well, somebody zoomed in, and it's moving like somebody's holding it. But
so somebody is using your phone to record on a monitor.
Oh, that's why it's bouncing around.
Yeah.
But I see the knife go into it.
Yeah, look.
I mean, she's not wrong.
We'll go back. We'll start it over. Grabs a lemon, paring knife, which
Cuts
are
it in
very
half.
sharp, by the way. Cuts it
Yeah,
in half.
It looks like it cuts easily. Yeah, and she turns it over, cuts it in half. Right. And then no one touches it. And she goes back and gets real confused looking. Messes with it some more, sets it back down.
She checks the other lemon just to make sure, or the other half of the lemon just to make sure that it's not the one that she cut.
Yeah. And then she cuts it again.
How weird is that? Do you need more proof that we're living in a simulation, sir?
I can see why she went back and got the video. She's like, no, I know I cut that.
It's good.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's a good one.
It's real good.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Lemon glitch is what we're gonna call that.
Okay. It's interesting to say the least.
Well, in the movie, deja vu was always a sign that they changed something.
Yes, exactly.
One of the agents just came and snatched up somebody and replaced him.
So I'm gonna say, because I know he's gonna be listening, we do have one really good fan. He works with me. Not gonna use his real name. Lost Property. If you're listening, shout out to you, friend. Thanks. You know Lost Property. He's always in voice chat when we watch our stuff on Tuesdays.
Or watch stuff, and is he in the games?
Sometimes.
Okay.
But he's usually watching when we watch our TV shows on Tuesdays. But he's in there. You've talked to him a few times. But he watches. He is, kudos to you, Lost Property. You're a great friend. He liked, subscribed, and even did a 5-star review for our podcast.
That was nice.
Yeah, kudos to this guy. He's one of the few that I really get along with.
That was nice.
I showed him
from work.
Yeah, so we like to have riveting conversations on lunch break.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy that's got an answer for everything. I'm the guy that's always going to try to prove your answer wrong.
Right.
And I showed him this video, and he went to go say, oh, this is something else. And then he's like, you know what? I'm not sure about this one.
So because it looks like it's a security video.
Yeah.
Like just a video in the restaurant.
Yeah.
I'm like, I could see somebody trying to like fake it so it could make a thing for TikTok, but again, I don't want to be like Occam's razor says that it's easier to be in the Matrix than that somebody messed with the video, but that's weird.
It is like very weird.
Because it really does seem like...
she cut it. It's clear she cut it.
Yeah, well, and it seems like she went back and got the video because she was just so sure that she's like, I know I cut the lemon.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody must have picked it up. I just have to go back and look. And sure enough,
how crazy does the situation have to be to make you want to pull security footage?
Right, because you're sure that you did it.
And like the way that she just...
Even the look on her face.
Yeah, the way she just stops.
And she checks the other half just to make sure that she didn't cut the other half and get him in the wrong place. Like she didn't switch him around or something. Yeah, it's...
Like I can feel the confusion in the video.
Yeah, and even when she looks up and looks at somebody else, almost like, did anyone else see that I cut the lemon?
Yeah, it's good, man. It's real good.
Lemon glitch. Yeah, I like that one. That's a good one. I'll put that up there with old Gettysburg Slenderman. That's a good one.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. Again, I'm cherry picking. There are a lot of videos on social media that are just blatantly fake.
Yeah, and I normally don't like there's a lot of them out there saying like proof that we live in the Matrix, and it'll be something that I'm like, I feel like you just don't understand what you're looking at, because
yeah,
there was something that I saw. I was like, no, bro, I think you just need some more life years.
Yeah,
I just don't think you understand what you're seeing.
Okay, we're gonna roll on to the next one.
Okay, yeah, let's see the next one. Family catches something terrifying on camera.
Okay, so...
I also don't like that these are all videos of other videos. This drives me nuts.
Well, I get it. I've taken pictures of pictures and videos of videos. But
this is on someone's phone.
Yeah. Okay. So
your phone filming onto another phone.
You're the iPhone user at the group.
Yeah.
You know about live photos. So what she's doing is she took a photo. And she's doing the press and hold thing to get the live photo to play as a video.
Right.
Check this shit out. We don't really need audio for this one. It happened so fast.
I didn't see it. Oh, in the corner?
Look at the right of the boy sitting down.
So dark though.
So this boy right here.
Uh-huh.
Watch to the right of him, right here.
Okay.
Did you see it? And no, I'm
sort of. It goes fucking dark. It's just hard to see.
I'm showing you this because this is important. This is real time, the video.
Okay.
So, check the video first.
Yeah.
You see it?
I'm seeing it. Yeah. Something.
So now she's going to slow it down.
Oh, yeah. Now I see it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like a ghosty dude thing crawling away. Oh, yeah, I do see that. Oh, that's a good one.
How fucking creepy is that shit?
That's a really good one. Yeah, that's nuts. And it was just captured because because Apple caught the other extra frames just before the shot.
Yeah.
Because those are the frames because your phone, whenever you have it open to take pictures, it's actually filming all the time.
Right.
And then you take a picture and it captures the couple of frames beforehand and saves them in case because you can pick slices of it. But that's creepy. It looks like a dude it looks like a ghost that's in a jumpsuit, like a onesie.
Yeah,
like
it's a fucking weird one, man.
Like a work onesie, like crawling across the sand away from them.
So let's look. Beginning. I can't see any way a person could be hiding behind any of those people dressed in all white.
No, I don't either.
That you wouldn't notice.
So the other thing about it too is if you watch in the slower one, I don't believe it leaves any imprints in the sand.
Yeah.
Are they on sand?
Yeah, it's the beach.
That concrete. It's the beach? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't leave. Whenever she slows it way down, it doesn't leave.
It happens so fast, too.
Yeah, but the later parts in the video, like where she's about to slow it down, watch where it crawls. It doesn't leave any impressions. Because the actual photo, right, is the kid with his hand up.
Yeah.
Right? And look in the sand, there's no...
Yeah.
Once it gets to where the kid's with his hand up, there's no imprints in the sand from the thing walking. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. And the thing is, it doesn't look like everybody else. It looks like...
You can see through it.
Yeah, it looks like a ghosted image. And it just doesn't look like it's actually... Like it's there, but it's not there. Because everybody else has like a very solid look to them. That's weird. You can call that live photo creeper. That's nuts.
That's a good one.
I like that one. You found some good ones,
I'm
man.
telling you,
like
man. I've been digging for a week.
That's really good. You guys should check this out on YouTube. It'll be hard to see on your phone some of this stuff. Some of them are not, but this one, some of them will be much better on a full screen.
Yeah, because when you're watching video on Spotify, it's not full screen, but it's like 3/4 screen. So if you really want to see these things, make sure you're checking us out on YouTube. Let me make sure I plug the right YouTube before I say it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's more than one Beyond the Shadows.
There are many, yes.
I mean, we're the good and real one, but there are others.
We are Beyond the Shadows podcast. on YouTube. Look for, so it's the same icon as on Spotify. The animated skulls talking around a microphone. Very different. Very different from everybody else. Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're super cool and hip.
We are super cool and hip.
We're super cool and hip.
I mean,
so our stuff looks cool.
He's super cool and hip. I'm just.
Victus is super good at his job, so all of our shit is super cool.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Next one.
So this one. So this is somewhere in India.
Okay.
The context is this guy's talking about. This is at Danunaki. Nice play on words, by the way. At Danunaki on TikTok, he says, "I'm not sure if this is real or fake or not, but I really hope it's fake. If this is a fake, this is one of the best I've seen. But this is a depiction of an actual Indian demon."
Okay.
We'll go ahead and play it.
I mean, I see the figure that they're filming. Ooh, the hand.
Yeah, he's a.
Ooh, the hand.
It's a little too realistic for me.
Yeah, and also, why would you just keep standing there? And so, on the one hand, it does have a serious creep factor, right?
Yeah.
Also, though, why did they keep standing there? Because obviously somebody holding something.
If I saw something like that, my ass would be running.
Yeah, if it wouldn't matter, like, because I mean, this isn't a car park, but it reminds me kind of like if somebody came over the edge of like one of the parking garages.
Yeah.
Downtown, like if I turned around and got out of my car and this shit was coming up over the wall, I'd not keep standing there and filming it. I don't think I could. That would freak me the fuck out. But also, I mean, that's an easy video to make with a costume.
Yes.
That's the problem. So it's so good, it makes me feel like it's a costume. It's really good, though.
Yeah, if
it's a fake, it's really good.
Whoever made this costume, if it is a costume, excellent. Kudos to you.
Yeah, it's super creepy. I'll give you a 9 out of 10.
Hand gestures. Hey, you got to do with your hand like you're talking to a little tiny mouse. Hello, little tiny mouse.
Mouse in your hand.
Little tiny mouse.
Tiny mouse.
I don't remember where we got that from.
I don't remember.
But
some movie we watched too much.
Hey, you got to do your hand like you're talking to a little tiny mouse.
You're not speaking Italian right. You get to talking to your hand like you got a little tiny mouse to talk to. Yes. I don't remember what it was. It's so funny.
If you listeners out there, if you know what we're talking about, make sure you email us beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com.
So we can remember our own memories.
Yes, remember our memories.
So I gotta say, I really like the cryptid stuff. I really like the cryptid stuff.
I love cryptids.
Not so much the Bigfoot hunters kind of trip me out because they're a little. At least the ones that they put on like shows and things like that are a little out there, and I just don't find most of them credible. But some of the other stuff in other countries, and I'm tired of hearing about the chupacabra. Truth is, those are most likely maned wolves.
Yeah.
And you've probably seen videos of them on TikTok and on Instagram. Looks like a wolf with like creepily long legs, but it looks like a fox. Like it's colored like a fox, but it's too big. And its legs are all like stilts. It's a Maine wolf. It was endangered. They brought him back in Argentina and Chile and along the border where they live, and they're back. They saved them from extinction. And that people started calling them chupacabras. They're not.
Right.
They're a real thing.
Yeah.
But
I haven't
the
seen
chupacabra stuff and the Bigfoot stuff wears me out. I'm worn out with it. But there's a bunch of other cool videos of other cool stuff that I wish people would talk more about where they were and when they filmed it and all that.
I do believe we have one Bigfoot video in this. Maybe two.
Is it a classic one or something new?
It's something new.
Okay. It's not the one where they say, "Is that a Bigfoot?" and it's just a big fat guy walking around.
Yeah, it's nothing like that.
I like that one. It's not Bigfoot. I like that one.
All right, so we're on to another UFO video. I don't think we need audio for this one. This is at the.dk.podcast TikTok.
Filmed from a plane over Colombia. Okay. I'm seeing clouds. I'm filming out the window. Oh, there it is.
Very
it kind of wobbles.
A very traditional shaped UFO.
Yeah, the bell shape.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
At that elevation, you wouldn't get a drone.
No, I'm not saying like. I mean, even the shape is good. It's, man, I'd really like to zoom in on that. That's pretty good. Although, here's what I'm going to say about the objects flying across the sky. I think it's really important what the provenance is, or who's filming it, and who else saw it also. Because, like, for instance, the stuff that I see that's from that's footage from U.S. fighter pilots, like taken from their planes. I like that stuff for two reasons. One, it's got a good background in that these guys are not going around and trying to mess with the footage from their U.S. warplane and trying to fake stuff. Also, their reaction to them and their sense of how fast the object is moving when they're used to chasing other fast planes,
right?
Other Mach 1, Mach 2 fighter planes are used to chasing other very fast planes, and so they see this thing and they say, "Oh my God, it's inconceivably fast."
Right.
And these are guys that their training is to be cool under extreme pressure, right? Taking fire, having to deliver a payload, all that stuff under like live conditions, and they're freaking out.
Yeah,
right? They're not freaking out when they're coming in under fire. They're going through their sequence. They're saying their communications on the radio, and they're just like ice cold. But they see this like, what the fuck? Like they're freaking out over the radio. I like those because of the provenance. This, I feel like some of my friends, some of my artist friends on the socials that I know, they mess with a bunch of like I said, Unreal Engine and stuff like that. I feel like they could superimpose something. I'm not saying that makes this not real, but that's what makes it hard for me to like the object stuff unless I know where it came from.
Let's play the audio and see what they say.
Okay.
They are literally everywhere. 4,300 plus videos a day.
I'm not hearing much at all. Say that again. I'm sorry, the video washed you out.
Oh, I feel like if you were filming this, you'd be saying something.
Oh, if it were me, I'd be like, what the fuck is this?
Right. Are you seeing this? I hope this is captured. I hope this shows up on the video. Like, but they're silent. That also makes me feel like that's usually a tell to me that some video is fake.
If this is a fake, this is a very good fake.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, look at like the way it seems like it's stationary, but everything else is moving, but it doesn't stay perfectly centered.
No. So because he's following it. If it's a fake, it's well done. But
So I've recently been on a plane and I've made a video like this. Just not with a UFO. Because sometimes it's hard to translate the grandeur of being above the clouds when you're not physically above the clouds. But it's still pretty good.
I mean, the problem is I really want that to be a UFO, like really bad, because it's a very clear image of it. Even though it's small, it's super clear, and I really want it to be real. But something about it makes me feel like it was too easy to catch it on film, maybe?
Well,
I don't know.
Let me look here.
But I like it.
Right when it crosses the clouds, you see right around it, there's a little, like a halo of light around it. That's artifacting, man. It feels like
from somebody imposing it.
Yeah, it really feels like it's put in there digitally. You see the light around it now from the bottom, so it's diamond shaped. The bottom two diamond sides plus the full left side is. So 3/4 of it is illuminated.
I mean, not that everybody needs to freak out when they film something I think is weird, but I just think it's the silence and that you can hear background stuff like in the rest of the plane.
Yeah.
But the person filming it isn't saying anything. It seems more like he's just filming clouds. Like, I mean, I've done this many times when I'm on the plane because it looks so cool, and you know it won't look as cool in the video later, but you still do it. And I feel like they just put something in there to try to make it follow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Let's see.
But it looks great.
It does.
I mean,
look
it looks
great.
great.
You know, kudos to whoever made it.
Makes me want to believe that it is for sure.
So this,
all right, what's this?
This one's cool. So this video is a guy. He says an eagle, but I'm sure it's like a hawk or something. There's a bird perched on this apartment building, and he says he's been feeding this bird for years now. So he'll show up, throw a piece of food in the air, and the bird will catch it midair, carry it away.
Okay. So
that's what this video is meant to record. But if you notice, there's something in the sky behind it. This is at astro.rock on TikTok. No audio, by the way. So he's throwing, I think it's bread. Like he throws a piece of bread in the air, slow motion hits. There's the bird taking off.
Oh, I see.
Oh, did you see it?
Is that I thought I saw a cloud.
Come on, mouse.
Where am I supposed to be looking?
To the right of the bird as it gets airborne.
To the right of the bird?
Oh, see it?
Oh, yeah. I saw it. Where did it go?
It disappears. Shoop.
Yep. Yeah, it just disappears. What the fuck was that? That's a good one. See, that seems more like... I mean, that seems... Because he's doing something, like he's filming something else. Like, if you were going to fake a video, who would think to be like, I'm going to teach this eagle to catch food from me so I can fake a UFO video?
Right.
See, that's what I mean. The situation seems to be, on some of these, the teller of whether it's fake or it's not. What else is going on? Does the video seem natural and legit?
Right. That's where my head is with a lot of these. So I think he super slows it down right here.
Yeah, and then
I think he zooms in. Yeah, there it is in the sky.
Yeah.
So he's all like, it doubles and then it triples, but I know it's like the frame rate of the camera. It's catching things in motion. There's going to be double, triples. It happens.
I mean, it does seem to have like 3 right there.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like an artifact because it shows up back behind it and in front of it.
Okay, yeah, I guess you're right on that.
Weird, man. Weird. Just weird. Good. I mean, he did a good job breaking it down.
Yeah.
See, and then almost like a discharge.
Yeah. Like it's projecting itself where it's going to. Oh, if you look at right at the end, it does a 180. It goes backward.
Does it? Okay. Run it again.
Right here. Watch. Whoop.
Oh.
It's almost right at the end. Right before it fades away, it goes backward.
So if I'm gonna go with my imagination, right,
What?
it almost feels like it made it some sort of a blip of energy, or made like some sort of a gate, and then 180 back into it.
Yeah.
I mean that's all like imagination, speculation stuff, but I mean that's what it makes me think looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. That's a good video. I like that. I'm gonna call that one Alien Eagle. Yeah, that was good. That was good. I like that one. Footage of real UFO reaction video.
It is a reaction video. This is at SavBardem72 on TikTok. So, from what I'm gathering, this is the middle of the desert, probably in the Nevadas.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look in the distance, all these vehicles are being forced to pull over on the shoulder. Just like this.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's a truck driver. Well, it might be. I can't tell too much from the dashboard but they're pulled over to let this priority vehicle come through.
Okay. Why has he got the camera down?
What the ever-loving fuck is this?
Looks like half a UFO.
It's huge.
And why does he dip the camera down?
I mean, I'm sure if it's obviously a marked government vehicle, they wouldn't want you standing there with your phone, right?
Yeah, but they're in the car. I mean, you could just be on your phone. I don't know, man. I mean, I know they would say it's like half of a radar dish, right?
Right.
You know, because you could play it off like that, especially since they only got the top of it. That sucks. That sucks real bad. But yeah, it looks like a half piece of a UFO, and they made everybody move for it to come through.
Right?
But then
I understand a wide load coming through, but
why didn't they cover it up?
But look, I'm gonna let this run through one more time. I'm gonna pause it just the right spot. 'Cause I'm tired of this fucking mouse. Those are police vehicles behind it.
Okay.
Look, you can see the flashing lights.
Yeah.
I can't think of... Okay, so I worked traffic control for years.
Mm-hmm.
I've never once seen a vehicle with a wide load being escorted by police.
No.
I've seen tons and tons of vehicles with wide loads, but never once have I seen one escorted by police.
And it's not covered up, so it's almost like an unexpected move?
Like, maybe we just picked it up?
Or it just got picked up? Yeah, that's weird, man. That's super weird. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's even on there in the best way to move something like that, but got straps running across it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like also, I don't know about the lines that are on it, and it does look like it's damaged up there at the top.
Mm-hmm.
But it's such a clean edge on there. It almost looks like it was cut to pieces.
Almost, yeah.
Like to move it.
Yeah.
Like they cut it to move it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I also the black lines on it is weird. That seems more military. The black lines seem more military. Intentional.
All right. So we're back and we're on to the next one.
Okay.
So, I've seen a number of videos about this one from a number of different angles.
Mm-hmm.
The video says coming out of the ocean. I've seen videos of it hovering above the water and then hitting the water.
Mm-hmm.
And then tons of videos of it in the water. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think this video shows it coming up out of the water.
Okay.
But this was filmed on a cruise ship. The cruise ship stopped, turned around just to make sure this wasn't a lifeboat. And that's when everybody started recording this, so...
Huh. Okay.
So here we go. Check this fucking video out, man.
Something glowing out in the water. Is that them shining lights on it?
You know what it is?
Yeah. Them shining lights on it.
It definitely doesn't look like a boat.
No. I don't know what it is. Really hard to tell with the reflections off the water.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Did they end up messing with it?
There's not much information about it. The backstory is very unclear, but I've definitely seen video of it above the water. But this was the best video I could find of it, the most clear video I could find of it in the water.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a blue object, and it alternately looks like like the tip of a turned over canoe, but then sometimes it looks like an oxygen bottle, but then other times the way the light hits it, I don't know if it's the reflections on the water, but it looks like almost like iceberg effect where there's like 90% of it is underwater.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing it.
It's a weird
I can't
one.
tell if it's reflection or what.
This is a very popular video on TikTok because so many people seen it.
Right.
It is weird. It is under weird circumstances. But there are videos of it above the water. I wasn't able to find one for this episode, but the consensus is it's a UFO coming out of the water.
Interesting.
Although
it seems like it's bobbing there.
Yeah, it could very easily be a capsized vessel.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's really small to be a boat in the ocean, though.
Yeah, that's odd. I don't know.
Not the best one, not gonna lie.
No, not the best one, but
so I guess we're gonna move on. The audio on that one isn't particularly impressive. This is at It's Weird Time on TikTok.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna move forward from there. Oh, this is another one of these. Yeah. Are you ready? This is at Scary and Creepy 1 on TikTok. I'm gonna play audio. This shit is spooky. So I'm gonna say, because your audio source is the same audio source as this video, so let me run through it one time, and then I'll pause it, and then we'll hear your comments, okay?
Okay.
Please help me. Huh? Please help me. What? What's wrong with you? What? It took my daughter. Burger? Please help me inside. Burger!
Okay, we're gonna stop there. There's a few videos in this one. But let's talk about this first one. What do you think?
So, it definitely creeped me out.
Oh yeah, I got the chilies.
For sure, it creeped me out. But it comes across like a lower budget Japanese horror film.
It does,
Or like
yeah.
A group trying to show how good their stuff is and making a clip. Only because it doesn't seem like usually with encounters with spirits and things like that, the ones that seem believable are never something this close and this like, substantial.
Yeah.
Should I say?
Yeah.
And it looks very like good makeup, face skin work. It looks like a latex
it does.
layover with no features on it, and then they just made creepy eyes and matted the hair to it, and even the fingers look like a latex glove with point.
Like it's stuck in one position.
Yeah, and even the pointy bits inside of it. Again, it makes me think of like the makeup and latex work they did in Marilyn Manson videos to make him look like alien.
Right.
It has a similar look and feel to it.
But I'm not gonna lie, this is creepy as fuck.
But it is creepy to watch, and it does make the hair stand up. So it's well done.
It's the audio that gets me.
Yeah, it's well done. The guy seems scared, but it's got that, like I said, good makeup mixed with Blair Witch camera work or lighting. But it's good. I mean, it is good. It is creepy. It's super creepy. It's like her face is creeping me out.
Super fucking creepy. Yeah, go ahead and get you a good look at it.
It's creeping me out.
Come forward.
It's definitely creeping me out.
Come forward and give me a little smooch.
And I was actually more creeped out about it until I saw her hand, and that's what made me feel like it was, how makeup stuff. Because honestly, guys do some excellent work with makeup and character stuff. There's a show that's just nothing but a competition of like makeup and latex costume, fake costume stuff, and they do incredible stuff really fast, and when they have time, it's even more incredible. So yeah, let's see some of these others.
So like this next one, I wouldn't call it paranormal. It feels like a fake. Someone just crab walking in the room.
Right. And nobody else in the room seems weirded out by it.
Yeah, they get up smiling and laughing. It doesn't seem paranormal to me at all.
No. That's weird.
Oh.
And they're scared.
Okay, that just seems fake. Yeah. 3/4 of what I found looked obviously fake, and I know the story behind this one. It's just a weird fucking cat.
With weird coloring on its face.
That's just an owl. Nothing creepy
just
about
an owl
it.
screeching in the house.
The highlight of that video was the first one. I wanted to show that there are videos out there that are creepy, sure, but they're probably faked.
Yeah, that one seemed only because the stuff that's definitely candid video. It's almost. I mean, I've never seen one where it's close and detailed, and they're just sitting there like talking to it like it's another like it's substantial enough to be like another person. I just don't believe it.
So historically speaking, these types of demons, if they're going to be outside your house, they're going to want in, but you have to give them permission to come in, or you have to go out. And there's a lot of stories of people talking about there being demons outside their house that look like little girls or women that look like they're soaking wet that need help, and they do they do this kind of stuff to trick you to come outside.
In the Southwest, the soaking wet one, what do they call her?
I'm thinking of the Hispanic.
They made a movie of it. Yeah, they made a movie of it.
La Llorona.
La Llorona. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
always wet, and she hangs out in the ditch banks, and she snatches children.
Yeah,
snatches misbehaving children.
I plan on doing an episode on her because I
would
have
be a
seen
good
some
one to
good
cover.
video.
That would be a good one to cover because it is like it's not just like a localized to like a town that talks about La Llorona. It's like all of New Mexico and Arizona. Like it's a whole thing. Kids go look for her in the ditch banks because even though they say it snatches children,
right?
But yeah, La Llorona is like such a deep rooted, myth and figure. We definitely got to do a thing about that.
I have I've seen pretty recent video, like in the last 5 years, of La Llorona. If I can find it, I hope I can. Guy sitting on a bank watching a fireworks show, and La Llorona is just floating in the river, standing up in a fucking empty boat.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
And it is spooky as fuck. And roots run deep, deep on that story.
Yes.
Yeah, it is ancient. So
okay, so what do we have here?
So I think this is our last one. I think. Let me see. Yeah, this is our last one. And I just found this one this morning. I'm just going to play it, and we'll talk about it. We don't really need audio for context on this. This is at 2heady420.com or 2heady420 on TikTok. It's good. It's a great video. But I can't help but notice. So, if a UFO is flying through space, they don't really necessarily need flashing lights like this, I don't think.
Right.
It's a lot of flashing lights.
What would the purpose be?
Exactly.
Because it's certainly not. I mean, obviously we don't know what powers them and how they operate. But yeah, it does seem like a lot of. It seems like somebody was like, "What was in Close Encounters?" Let's put that up.
Yeah, it feels really retro, really vintage.
Also, I kind of feel like this armature out here off this building is because that seems like something you could hang from a string and have doing its thing at because those lights flashing below it are not police lights.
Yeah, because
like there's a party going on.
Yeah, look at the building. You're getting okay. So I am seeing blue lights on the building.
I was just seeing I guess it could be blue. It feels like a party decoration somebody held up over a street fair.
Yeah.
And like it might actually because it's clear and the building's not. Where it's placed makes it look like it's further away than the building, but when they're zoomed up on it, it's in better focus than the building, which makes me think it's actually much closer, and we're getting a weird, thing going on because of how they're filming it.
Oh, is it moving?
Look like it.
Oh, yeah. This really feels like...
it's projecting.
So now we're getting smoke, so this feels like a music festival thing.
And more, and light but that's light shining up on it from underneath. It looks... Oh, no, it's all the ring lights. Yeah, it seems like a street festival of some kind, and this is like a prop that they've added.
If it's a prop, it's a good prop. So
it's sweet.
Somebody did a stellar job, but I really don't feel this is real, but it felt good enough to share.
Yeah, it feels like a stage lighting substitute.
Yeah.
Like they did that instead of like an array of stage lights. And it seems like it's being held from I can't see the cable, but it's dark. But it seems like it's being held up by thin guy wires from a crane way above it.
Yeah, something else.
Something's not quite right on that. Well, it's a sweet looking craft, but I don't know. So the ones that really got me are the lemon glitch in the Matrix, where she cuts the lemon.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And has to cut it again. That one is good. That one's really good because, again, it's a situation, right? It's a security cam. She's definitely at work, and even her reaction when she looks around, almost like, did somebody else see that? But then goes back to her job because she is in the middle of work. I like that one. Situationally, it's very believable. And again, it's kind of like I said about like the Eagle one. Like, who would make that the situation for a glitch in the Matrix? Like, if somebody, even if you sat down a writer and was like, hey man, make like a believable video of a glitch in the Matrix, like, you're not going to think of like lemon and then I got to cut a lemon again. I just don't.
Right.
It feels too natural, right?
Yeah.
The other one that I like a lot is the Gettysburg Slender Man.
Oh yeah, it was good.
I like that one a lot because, again, it doesn't seem very fakeable, and it seems natural.
Yeah.
The whole thing seems very natural. Even his reaction where he stops and then pans the camera trying to look for it like it's going to come back out of the woods. Very good. I feel like it's something. It's something that I can't explain.
Right.
Most of the others, and the kid in the mirror. The kid with the face in the mirror, the little kid that walks away when he touches the mirror, another kid's face appears.
Yeah.
That one's also hair-raising. That's a really good one. Yeah, the rest I feel like I could find some explanation. Some of them are a reach, but those three really, like, those are good.
Yeah.
Those are good. If they're faked somehow, somebody, man, I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Yeah, like I said, I was cherry picking. I was
Yeah.
trying to find the best of the best, and because there's so many on social media that are obviously fakes.
Oh yeah, yeah, and there's a lot of stuff out there, and I've even been fooled by some cryptid ones that I had to watch like 10, 12 times before I was finally like, it's not real, but it's good. It's not real. I for some reason across my stream I keep getting these AI generated photos that look like they look like a dig site, kind of, but the thing that they're digging up looks like an alien, craft of some kind, or like some crazy alien creature's bones. But the same guy puts one out that looks like dragon bones, and I'm like, it's not fucking dragon.
Yeah.
And also, dinosaur bones don't look that perfect.
Yeah.
They're driving a truck under the ribs kind of thing. So I see so much of that stuff, it makes me so skeptical of other stuff. But I really want to see some good cryptid stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like.
It was hard to find a decent cryptid video that wasn't like, oh, it's just a dude in a ghillie suit, or that's just
right.
It's just a guy walking out there and it's just shadowy. It was difficult. I tried and tried. I think the only cryptid video I could find that was like, ooh, was that guy in the suit, the Indian demon.
Oh, the Indian demon?
Yeah.
As a video, I really liked that one.
It was good. Somebody put a lot of work into that. It's just...
Also, if I were going around on Halloween, like in where I'm at, and somebody like came over the edge of something like that on Halloween, I would think it was a Halloween thing, but it would freak me out.
Yeah.
My first reaction would be, shit my pants. and then I'd be like, oh, right, it's Halloween. It's probably a Halloween thing. But I still wouldn't go over and be like, hey, man, can I check out your suit? I'd be like,
yeah.
Please say something out loud in English. Like, you're freaking me out. I'm going to lose my shit.
My first reaction would be to shit my pants and then scoop it up and save it for later.
Yeah, I would protectively shit my pants so that the predator would not want to come near me.
Defensive maneuvers.
And
legs go up over behind your ears and blah, 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 blah.
Yep. And then I would curl up into a ball to intimidate them away from my protective shell that I've made of my own body and feces. So no, I like that. I mean, I think it's a costume, but I really like that. It was super creepy.
It was very good. Yes.
Super creepy video. I like that a lot.
But I think this was a good format. We should do this again.
Yeah, I like this. I think we don't always need to do rapid fire, but we can. I think something out of box like this would be good to add in once a month.
Once a month. I agree. This is a good break from writing a script, because I do write a script and it is a lot of work.
And I am working on a solution for guests.
Okay.
I am working on it. Because I need to get another mic, probably.
Yeah.
And I'm lining up some stuff for some interesting guests. We're gonna have some some like real ancient alien stuff, like not somebody that was on a dig site and found some weird stuff. These are gonna be old records that have been kept in a place that is and with a group that just collects historical stuff, whether they use it or not.
Right.
So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do some. I don't know if anybody's looked into past life regression stuff.
I am interested in this.
So Paul, my husband, has been trained. Puppy's interrupting. Paul has been trained in past life regression and does it regularly for people. And I do the recordings for it. So some of the stuff is just wild.
I wonder
things that person couldn't possibly know, as far as I can tell. So we're gonna do some of that.
Could we
bring some of his stories to that?
Could we get audio from these recordings? Would we be able to get permission to use audio?
Yes, we can. I only have one right now because he's done several that I haven't been there for. We're gonna get him to do some more, and we'll get some of the recordings of them.
Okay.
And I'm sure they will let us use them. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, we just gotta make sure we get explicit permission. Like.
And we might even have the person on as well.
That'd be great. Yeah.
With their recordings, because they get to listen to them and hear them, and Paul walks them through what he was doing and all that. It's good. So, yeah. So stuff to look forward to. We're gonna branch out. We're gonna branch way out.
I would like, maybe we could sit down with somebody that's done a past life regression and get their live reaction to a recording.
Oh yeah. Okay. So
that would be awesome.
We can do that. There's several people that have been wanting Paul to do them for him, but he's been busy. So what we'll do is we'll get some that have agreed ahead of time to like do live reaction stuff, and we'll do that. That'll be good.
Fantastic. That would be amazing. I would love that.
We'll do that, and I can hook up a second camera, and we can have angles on that, and yeah, it'll be good.
Okay, we don't have to do like the progression live. Some audio would be good. I would like to see some
No. I mean me and then a camera on Paul and the subject.
Okay.
While he walks them through it while we're watching it on the.
Yeah, that'd be great. It might be an extra long episode, but that would be okay.
Yeah, and we'll just do the audio because there's nothing to really see other than when people freak out.
Right.
Because some people fall into a traumatic spot in their life in a past life, which is some of the most interesting stuff, but also some of the most traumatic. So we'll do some of that. We'll give you trigger warnings if there are some.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that'd be great.
It'll be good.
There's not much here. I mean, I am East Coast. I will say that I'm near the Mothman stuff.
Ooh, that'd be good.
But where I'm like 4 hours away from Mothman, so.
And we ought to cover the Jersey Devil.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's so many things that we're going to cover still that we haven't touched on. I mean, we're only 4 episodes in, so there's hundreds and hundreds of things that we haven't talked about. We're probably going to do cryptids next week because you seem really interested in cryptids. And
I really like it because I want it to be true. Like
I understand.
If you look up the Maine fox, I mean, it for the longest time, because they were so rare and so unseen, they were part of what perpetuated the chupacabra thing, right? But the funny part is they're an omnivore and they eat almost as much fruit from trees and vegetables as they do like meat. And most of the meat is like small stuff like rodents that they hunt in tall grass, which is why they have those long ass legs.
Right.
So they're a really interesting one because there's only recently enough population that we have pictures of it. Most of the pictures we have of it is the captive breeding program that they did in Argentina, which was a secret.
Oh,
it was a secret and hidden, something that probably people don't know. And we'll add this in as a fun tidbit. So Argentina has many secret programs for protecting wildlife. Secret, like state secret, top secret is how they run them.
Right.
For 2 reasons. One, Argentina is generally secretive about most things that go on in the country. There's a whole lot of cultural stuff that you would just never find on the internet because most places in Argentina you are not allowed to carry a camera. No camera on your phone. No camera. No foreigners are allowed to have cameras in most parts of Argentina. 2, they had such a bad problem with poaching and the decimating of these really isolated species that the only way to protect them was to erase and eliminate all information of them, both inside and outside the country.
Right.
And the reason for so much weird diversity in Argentina is that if you look at the Patagonia region, right, where the mountains run across between the mountain and the sea, there's pockets of desert and then pockets of lush greenery, pockets of desert, pockets of lush greenery, and these pockets of lush greenery, these pockets of deserts make these 2 very isolated ecosystems right next to each other. So these animals in these lush areas, or these areas that have whatever they need, can't actually get to another area. They're isolated like an island. So it's like a bunch of Australias, micro Australias, with species that only exist in like a 3 square mile area. So they've been isolated for millennia in this one area, and then they don't exist anywhere else. So the populations are super micro because they can only exist in this small spot. So once I get some more information on them, we'll cover them. They're not cryptids. They're just not known.
Right. Okay, well, when we get to that subject, you can do that subject.
I will do that.
We'll let you run that one.
Collecting. Okay. I'm still collecting. It's difficult.
Okay. That's totally fine. We could do like a 2-parter or something.
All right, yeah, get some cryptid stuff for me. I'm all into that.
Yeah, we'll do some cryptids next week. I'll look through, and I feel like maybe we should do a mainstream cryptid, but at the same time I'm like, you know what, let's stray off the path a little bit. We'll find something a little deeper.
Well, we can do both. Let's pick a big one. Pick a big one that we can actually find some cool like footage and video of. Like more than just people like, yeah, I saw it out in the woods. Like some stuff that we can, a mainstream one that we can find some good video of. I know there's a bunch of Bigfoot stuff, but there's others. And then we'll cover some stuff we can scrape out of the internet.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
I'll do some scraping too.
Maybe
and send you what I find.
Maybe we'll do that as next month's rapid fire episode.
That'd be good.
Do a full cryptid episode, a rapid fire cryptid episode.
Yeah, be a good format for that.
It'll give us more time to put some videos together.
Yeah, that'd be good.
So I guess we're going to wrap it up there. Thank you, everybody, for popping in tonight. It was a different one. We're going to try to do this every month, something a little different. We're going to start calling it the rapid fire episodes. There's a Gus, everybody. Say hello to Gus. Real life cryptid.
Hi, Gus.
Real life cryptid.
Yeah, buddy.
But if you have suggestions for an episode, be sure to email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. I will respond to every single email, I promise you. Email us, let us know what you think. Tell us if we suck, tell us if we're great, tell us if you like Gus. If you like the rapid fire thing, let us know.
Send Gus a message. I taught him how to read.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
He likes fantasy novels.
Okay.
He reads them all the time.
Make us some fantasy fiction about Gus, what he does when he's not on camera. But you can also check us out. We are on YouTube. Beyond Shadows Podcast, or Beyond the Shadows Podcast. Let me make sure.
We always forget.
Yeah, because I'm not great. I haven't memorized it. We've only been doing this for a month now. Oh goodness.
Yeah, we got our shit together.
Yeah, look how professional we are.
We got all the platforms.
We have YouTube at Beyond Shadows Podcast. So everything that you hear is uploaded as a video to YouTube. We are, people are reacting. We're getting reactions. So I appreciate everybody that has liked and subscribed on Spotify and on YouTube. And I appreciate all the reviews. It helps us out immensely. So if you haven't yet, please go through and drop us a review. Tell us what you think about it, and tell us what you think about Gus. Look at him concentrating. Oh, that's a good pup.
Good boy.
That's a good pup. So make sure you follow us on the socials. We are on Facebook, Beyond the Shadows Podcast. I haven't set Instagram up yet because honestly, we would need more pictures. And we're not in the same room. Yeah. It's really hard.
Yeah. The video and audio is not going to work super well for Instagram, except those clip ups that you do for TikTok.
Oh,
those are good.
Yeah. The shorts.
The shorts are good.
And I also do upload those as shorts on YouTube. They do okay, but we're on the big ones right now, and
it's only 4.
Yeah, when time becomes a little less valuable, I can definitely do more with my time. So,
and we love the fans. If you guys write us, we might name drop you.
Yeah, don't be afraid, because we'll say some shit. Let me check. Let me see if anybody's emailed anything. I really doubt it, but I'm gonna check anyway. Oh, look at that. Spam. We got a folder full of spam. Okay, well, I'm ducking because I've got cameras everywhere. No, we have no emails from listeners. That's okay. But if you do decide you want to email us, that's totally fine. So I guess next week we're going to do cryptids. So stay tuned and be sure to follow us.
Beyond the Shadows.
There we go.
Awesome. It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows. It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Here we go. So his character's line was, this pipe is a magic pipe. It's so magical and mysterious. magical and mysterious, and then he'd trail off and never finish the sentence. It was the last character that Jim Henson voiced in the last episode that he voiced on Fraggle Rock. It was his last character that he invented, and he has this little like tube flute, and that he like does like a Pied Piper thing with all the Fraggles.
Huh.
Yeah.
I love Jim Henson.
Last
by
voice.
The way.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
Also, they brought Fraggle Rock back, and not as a cartoon, but like as the actual like
puppets.
Puppets,
cool,
yeah,
cool.
And it's like they're identical. I mean, the opening song's different, which kind of bummed me out. But
oh man.
Otherwise, yeah, it's not like Down at Fraggle Rock. It's none of that stuff. It's it's not. But all the characters look the same, and it looks like they're gonna have new fun stuff. And the sets are super detailed, and the doozers have upgraded their technology. So they've got like a doozer monorail that runs around.
Oh,
it's
man.
pretty cool.
Jim Henson's great. I think we had a long discussion about that big sketchbook, his sketchbook from concept art from Labyrinth.
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
dude, he had some cool ideas. Makes me wonder how many ones didn't get like put through to production.
Have you seen how big that sketchbook is?
No.
It's like,
you told me about
it's
it.
like this, man.
Oh my god.
And maybe 1 or 2% of the stuff was in the movie.
Of course.
Yeah. Jim Henson is the greatest. Any hoots and hollers, welcome in everybody. This is episode 5 of Beyond the Shadows. I am Victus.
I'm Aeon.
And this week we are talking about a cryptid. I know you've been asking a lot about cryptids. And
I'm interested because I want them all to be real. I know vast majority are just a thing that scared someone in the woods, but there's a bunch of them that I really want to be real because I think it's so interesting.
So I really like cryptids. I love them, but like I really wanted to like just dive in head first with like Bigfoot and be like, we're gonna talk about Bigfoot, but Jesus, it's beat that dead horse as much as you want.
Right.
But
they've made a feature-length movie about it in the 90s.
Yeah, everybody's done Bigfoot.
Harry and the Hendersons.
I'd almost considered doing Mothman this week because I do live in Virginia.
Yep.
And I started listening to Mothman Prophecies and watched the movie, and I do a lot. That's the way I do my research. Is I'll listen to audiobooks while I'm working.
Mm-hmm.
And I started listening to books on Mothman. I'm like, you know what? This is kind of like Bigfoot. It's been beat to death. Let's go ahead with something a little bit more off the beaten trail. So, this week we are covering the Jersey Devil.
Yes, that is one that I've heard of, but I don't know much about it.
Okay, so
I don't know much about it.
Jersey Devil
how it
is
started or any of that.
It's one of the few that are actually rooted in deep like historical lore. There's a lot of folklore tales that go way, way back that talk about the Jersey Devil, and so there's a little bit of history to it that take it way back to what's the first the first story is in 1938.
Oh wow.
And it's like hardcore folklore, printed books about it and everything, very early on in American history. And this one was okay, so I like to choose stories that we're going to talk about that have some things that I could show you. I will say that there was a video just recently recorded. Let me scroll down and see what the date was on this video. 2015. A video.
That's pretty recent.
Yeah, a video was recorded. I found screenshots of the video, but I couldn't find the video.
Cover up.
Yes. Conspiracy. Aliens.
Cover.
Aliens. Hand gestures.
The government figured out. They took it away. We don't get to see it.
I think I know why, and we'll get to that later. So, on the flip side of that, I do have some really cool pictures. Like I said, I got a couple screenshots from that video, and I also have a couple of really old newspaper clippings from back in the day. But the Jersey Devil's fun. I like the Jersey Devil. Everybody kind of knows the name. Like I'm a hockey fan, so Of course,
Right.
I knew Jersey Devil just as soon as I knew who the Detroit Red Wings were.
Right.
So it's kind of known, but it's kind of not. But the story behind it is kind of interesting.
I've heard it, but I haven't heard the story. So tell me, walk me into it.
Take it back. Okay, so like every time we do this, I'm always like rehearsing how I'm gonna start the story, because it's the way my brain works. I rehearse conversations in my head for hours before I have them, and I always like my first line is I want to take it back, and then of course my mind switches to logic to the song "Take It Back," or no, take. Is it called "Take It Back"? I think it's called "Take It Back," but it's a song about him growing up, and yeah, and the hook is "Take it back to the way back to the way back to the first black man." Yeah, it goes on and on. It's cool. I love his fucking track, man. But every time I'll start thinking about this, and like, oh, I'm gonna take you back to, and then the song plays in my head, and then I'm like, well, I gotta stop what I'm doing, because now I gotta go listen to some Logic. That's what I was doing when you told me call you. So, yeah, I was gonna just connect and be like blasting Logic, and here you go, buddy.
Also, just a plug, I like your Adventure Time shirt.
Thank you.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope. I love Adventure Time.
So do I. They got this at Walmart for like $7, dude.
I finally finished Star versus the Forces of Evil.
Oh yes, excellent.
I loved it.
We were just watching that yesterday.
I was so glad there were 4 seasons.
Have you seen oh geez, shame on me. Fiona and Cake.
Nope.
Do you know Fiona and Cake?
Nope.
Remember Ice King? Ice King does the like fan fiction of Finn and Jake, and it's like all of the characters in Adventure Time, but their genders are reversed. Yeah.
There's like I've never heard of it.
Like maybe 3 episodes where Ice King will be reading out of his book of short stories, and it's like fan fiction about Finn and Jake, but it's really Finn and Jake, but it's really the way he tells it is it's gender swapped. So instead of Finn and Jake, it's Fiona and Cake. So it's a girl superhero or girl main character with a cat. So it's, I mean, everything is swapped. So like Marceline is a boy, a vampire prince. It's the Ice Queen, Prince Bubblegum. Everything.
Oh, okay. No,
everything is gender swapped.
I haven't watched all the episodes, so.
Oh yeah.
I'm not. Yeah.
But they did a spinoff. They did a whole season of just Fiona and Cake just recently, and it's excellent.
Oh, that's cool.
It is so good. It is so good. I love Fiona. I like Fiona and Cake more than I like Finn and Jake. So let me make sure I got the right mouse here. Take it back to the way back to the way back. All right. The Jersey Pinelands of New Jersey. It's home to pine trees and sandy roads, but it's also home to New Jersey's most infamous resident, the Jersey Devil. Designated in 1938 as the country's only state, they said country, I'm sure it's county, the county's only state demon, the Jersey Devil is described as a kangaroo-like creature with the face of a horse, the head of a dog, bat-like wings, horns, and a tail. And for more than 250 years, this mysterious creature is said to prowl through the marshes of southern New Jersey and emerge periodically to rampage through the towns and cities. So I did not know that there are swamplands in New Jersey. I just assumed it was the entire city of New Jersey.
I'm glad you dropped it, because I was gonna be like, hey, no offense to the people of Jersey, but I kind of thought the whole thing was a certain type of swamp.
I just figured all of it was a friggin' cesspool.
That's right. I said what I said. I don't regret it.
Sorry to our listeners in New Jersey. It was an easy punch, and I had to pull it.
I was gonna say low-hanging fruit, man. Yeah. Everybody else gets to make the joke. I can't wait.
Yeah. Hey, I used to live in Detroit. Go ahead and comment on this episode and talk shit about Detroit. It's fine. I don't care.
Right.
Yes. Oh, by the way, you can do that now. Today, actually, Spotify updated its podcasting thing. Now you can comment on podcasts.
Sweet.
So
maybe we'll get one day.
Comment. We did get a comment on YouTube. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I got to give a shout out right quick. I'm very happy.
Was it hate mail?
No, it was somebody actually commenting on my cat ears. I'm totally okay with it. It's totally cool.
That's great. I'm just glad somebody watched it and cared enough to interact with it.
I know, right?
Even if they're like, "Hey, man, that thing in the background, what is that? Did you get that on Amazon?" Like, I'd be cool with that.
I'm really surprised more people don't talk about this shit back here. I've got a little bit of everything in the background.
I'd be cool with something like that. I'd be like, "Oh my god, you interacted. Thank you so much."
I was like, "Oh my god!" I started jumping about a bit. Yes. All right, comments. Here we go.
I mean, you definitely have the far superior and dope-worthy setup on your end of the camera, for sure.
Okay, hold on. It is at Tina Marie Miller.96. She said, "Love your kitty ear headphones. Been trying to get a pair of those forever." And then a bunch of cat emojis and a heart emoji and a skull and crossbones emoji and a sparkle emoji. So thank you for watching. Thank you so much
for watching, Tina Marie.
Thank you so much. But yes, if you are listening, I got these at Best Buy. These are little clip-on guys. You can put them on any pair of headphones that you own. That's why I bought them. But thank you for listening. You made our day. Oh my god, I lost my place.
So we were talking about New Jersey being a swamp.
Yeah, sorry, New Jersey. But I want to read that back one more time. Kangaroo-like creature with the face of a horse, head of a dog, bat-like wings, horns, and a tail.
Isn't most of a horse's face its head?
Yeah.
I mean, a horse is like all face. Like once you get past the face part, it's just the back of the skull.
So if you just shrink down a horse's head, wouldn't you kind of say that's dog-headed shaped?
Right. I mean, it's just, instead of having like a brow, it's just nose to forehead.
Snoopy.
Snoopy's
a horse.
That's not how I imagined from the name Jersey Devil. Not.
Yeah, I think they gave it the devil name because it says it has bat wings, horns, and a tail.
Okay. And rampages.
Periodically.
Okay.
Periodically.
Cyclical rampaging. Cyclical rage for random towns.
Oh, there's a dead fly on my desk. Fantastic. A snack for later. Okay, so the history is, and this is kind of interesting. This is what I liked about it, because there is history about it.
It said 250 years.
Yeah. The most widely held belief about the origin of the Jersey Devils that Mrs. Leeds, she was a prominent woman in the area at the time, a resident of Estiville, which I'm not 100% sure where that is. I'm assuming it's somewhere near Jersey, or maybe it was the town that used to be, but now it's New Jersey. I'm not sure. I didn't research the city because it's really moot. She was distraught when she learned that she was expecting her 13th child.
Oh, I would be.
Yeah.
I mean, and the first 12. For all the reasons.
I mean, one would be enough. You know, how expensive is it to raise one child today? Imagine back in 1938.
Oh, I meant I meant about the kid shooting the moon. I mean, you got that 12 times. I can only imagine.
I think after 10, they just fall out.
They walk out with a top hat and a cane, swinging it, singing that thing like the WB Frog. Hello, my baby. Hello, my God.
Kicking his foot up. I can't kick my foot up. It's underneath my desk.
Thank you, growing up in the 90s.
Yes. Kids today will never know what we're talking about. It's okay. Go back and watch your Looney Tunes and Hanna-Barbera cartoons. You'll catch up with us.
Yeah, they don't have semi-racist cartoon characters.
Oh my God, right? But on the flip side of that, I say this all the time. My introduction to classical music was Bugs Bunny.
Oh, right. Yep.
And opera music.
Also, Ben and Jerry was my first exposure to the concept of blackface.
Oh, yeah, you're
the
right.
lady with the broom that would chase him around. Like now you go back and watch it, you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, some things just don't age
so,
well.
That's so
Yeah.
foul.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's bad. Her character specifically, just it's like now when I watched as a kid, I was like, it's the lady with the broom like chasing around Tom for being a jerk, and he won't get the mouse because he's an inept hunter. but but now you go back and watch, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
America had problems at the time.
Yeah, we had lots of problems. So that was
America was having problems.
That was the 20s, wasn't it? 20s, 30s?
Oh, I don't know when Ben and Jerry. Or Tom and Jerry, Ben and Jerry.
Ben and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry. Ben and Jerry. I don't know when Tom and Jerry came out.
Let me see. When did Tom and Jerry come out? 1940.
Oh yeah, yep. So that
would right around the time the Jersey Devil was born.
There you go.
So now we know the reason the Jersey Devil is so fucked up is because Tom and Jerry influenced them.
So we had Tom and Jerry with blackface and the Jersey Devil all. No wonder America's having trouble. It was post World War. It was just before World War II.
Yeah.
No wonder it happened. I mean, just all the things.
Jesus Christ.
All the things. We're just asking for it.
I'm glad we progressed as a country. I really do.
Right? Okay.
Anywho, so Mrs. Leeds is about to have her 13th child. She was distraught to learn that she was expecting for the 13th time. In disgust, she cried out, and somehow this is a direct quote, "Let the child be a devil." The story continues that the child... Quote. Yeah, it's everything I've researched. It shows that this is a quote. Let the child be a devil, or let it be a devil, or let it be the devil.
Okay.
So the story continues that the child arrived, and the baby was a devil. But there's also reports that the baby was born, he looked fine, but he was screaming and screaming, and his face turned red because he was screaming so much, and then he turned into a devil.
Oh, okay.
So there's two stories.
Okay.
Choose which one you want. The creature then gave a screech, unfolded its unholy wings, and flew out a window and into an adjacent swamp.
Huh.
As a baby.
Okay.
So, don't curse your child before it's born. Lesson learned. Flew out the window, adjacent swamp. Countless stories have circulated describing the devil's escapades, raiding chicken coops and farms, destroying crops, killing animals. His presence has been seen and felt by many in at least 50 different towns in the area when he emerges from his natural lair in the pine lands. And he wanders through southern New Jersey, sometimes intriguing and sometimes terrorizing the residents. So apparently he's got a bat cave that he just hangs out in the swamps, and just shows up sometimes. I need to turn my air conditioner off. It is getting cold in here. Let's see. Posses were constantly formed to apprehend the devil, but to no avail. And at one point, as much as $100,000 was offered for the capture of the Jersey Devil, dead or alive.
Wow, so a lot of people were invested.
There's lots of lesser reports of like coming out into the pasture the next morning and 3 animals had their throats ripped out.
Oh.
Or half the crops in the field had just been flattened and killed, or whatever. Or knocking on windows, beating on walls, running across of roofs. Lots of silly shit like this. We will highlight a handful of more prominent stories later on, but there's lots of little bitty sightings. Of course, it was the 40s, so I'm assuming people were just having a hard time and just trying to blame shit on whatever they could blame it on.
Heck, wouldn't that have been the Great Depression?
I'm pretty sure.
Or no, that's before World War I.
Yeah, that was the 20s.
Yeah, that was just after the 20s. Yeah, so it would have been the 30s. So we would have been coming out of it, though.
I mean, the 40s weren't great either way.
Yeah, it was just after, not long after World War One.
Yeah,
what this would have
been. Several reports of the Jersey Devil's death also proved to be inconclusive, even though the scientific community could not explain its existence. Belief in the Jersey Devil is quite real and based on records of concrete occurrences. Reliable people, including police, government officials, businessmen, and many others whose integrity is beyond question, have witnessed the devil's activities. To this day, people traveling down the Garden State Parkway or the Atlantic City Expressway reported sightings of something or telling stories of strange occurrences. Many continue to believe that the legendary being is still around, disturbing the region, and will continue to do so for generations to come. So that's the story in a nutshell.
So it's also immortal.
Yeah. So human, but
or
immortal.
is proliferating.
Yeah, we're getting back to the Bigfoot thing. It's if he's out there. I mean,
he's got to have had offspring.
One devil is born. So what is he, asexual and just buds one off and he plops under the ground?
Yeah, it's his tail.
It's the tail. Tail falls off.
Yeah, tail falls off. He sprouts a new one, and the tail sprouts a devil.
It takes root and turns into a fairy tree, and then it grows a devil.
Yep, devil fruit.
Fruit of the devil. So let's get it. Oh, wrong mouse. Damn, 3 mice over here. One of the first reported Jersey Devil sightings was. Oh, I got a date wrong here. The first reported sightings was in 1812.
Oh, okay. So when did she have the devil then?
Let me find out. Let me Google it.
Because that's 120 year difference. 129 year difference.
It's Steady trying to ask me questions about Tom and Jerry. 1735. Wow. I totally missed that one.
Okay. Well, there you go. 1735 was when she had.
Jane Leeds, also known as Mother Leeds, gave birth to the Jersey Devil on a stormy night in 1735 in Pine Barrens near Leeds Point, New Jersey.
Dang, so that was before we were the United States.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like 40 years.
Yeah.
Before.
1776 is when we signed the Constitution.
Interesting fact. It's not the day that we signed it. It's not the day that we finished writing it. It's the day that Congress ratified it.
Yeah. July 4th, 1776.
Weirdly. Yeah.
And fun note on the Statue of Liberty, the book that she's holding, it shows in Roman numerals on the book, July 4th, 1776.
That's cool. The French were super nice.
They were
about eventually.
Did you know
about our independence?
Did you know that there was two Statues of Liberty?
Yes, there's a smaller one in France.
It's right near the Eiffel Tower. Yeah.
Yeah, it's next to a bridge, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't quite reach out and touch her, but she's out there, and people have jumped across.
Yeah.
And or climbed up her.
Interesting fact of the day. Hey.
And we took a very long time to raise the money for the pediment for her to stand on.
Oh my gosh.
Like the French paid for everything else, but we had to raise the money for the big limestone massive stand that it's on. Yeah, they did like a penny campaign.
What's the name of the island again?
Yeah.
Hey Google, what's the name of the island that the Statue of Liberty stands on? Liberty Island, son of a bitch.
I feel stupid. I feel dumb.
Ellis Island, that's it.
Ellis Island, okay, yeah.
Can you hear her?
A little.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Clip that for later. Show how stupid I am. Thank you. Okay, where were we? Yeah, so 1736 was when the Jersey Devil was born. I'm sorry, I got a burp. Whee. I drink an energy drink, and I'm halfway through Mike's Hard Lemonade, so lots of bubbles today. All right, so one of the first reported sightings of the Jersey Devil was in 1812 by Joseph Bonaparte, ironically Napoleon's older brother.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he was here.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. He was like, my brother's doing all the cool shit over here. I'm just going to go to the new lands across the ocean. They'll think I'm important over there. I'll just go by my last name so they all think I'm him. Anyway, sorry. I like to cut it up sometimes. Sorry, I'm relishing in my day off. I'm really enjoying today. All right. He claimed he saw the Jersey Devil while hunting near his Bordentown estate, which I don't know where Bordentown is. I'm assuming it's near New Jersey, logic says. Sightings occurred, and the legend grew, fueled by animal attacks, strange footprints, and reports filed by eyewitnesses who supposedly encountered the beast. So, I have a note here to show you the first newspaper clipping. We actually have a newspaper clipping. Here we go. Yeah. Check this out. It doesn't.
Oh shit!
It doesn't have a date.
And they call it the Leeds Devil. Then.
Yes, because Leeds was the mother. So it says
Hoofprints in the Snow.
So this is a really cool story. So this is a whole like paranormal circle in its own. So this story, this is great. This is one of my favorites. I gotta switch positions here because this is so good. Oh, my little legs are falling asleep. So people in this town of Bordentown reported all night long to the police that they were hearing hoofprints or footsteps on their roofs, and people were scared shitless. This was a long time ago. I don't think I have a date on this. So somewhere around 1812. So still very early on. People were talking about how there was footsteps on the roofs, or they would hear scratching at the windows, and they were scared to death. Because back then, Christianity was very prominent, and if you were a Christian, you believed everything bad was the devil.
Right.
So they were hearing this, and they were like, it's the devil. The devil's outside. I'm not going outside. I'm not going to look. Police didn't even go out and look that night. So police go out in the morning. They found hoofprints in the snow that would walk up to houses, and they would look like it would be standing in front of a window for a little while. And then there would be hoofprints on the roof, like it just jumped up and landed on the roof. Walked across the roof, jumped down the other side. They followed this thing for like 20 miles, and it just went through this town from house to house, looking in windows, walking across roofs, and they would lose, like, it would be walking, and then suddenly the trail would be gone. And then they would find it pick up like a quarter mile away on a roof somewhere. Like it just took off flying and landed somewhere. It is so fucking weird, man. This is a great little fucking rabbit hole that you can go down. This is my favorite piece of evidence about this story because there's so much documentation about this. Tons of newspaper articles. This is one of the newspaper articles that survived. We only have a clip of it, but for those of you not watching on YouTube, I'll go ahead and get Aeon here to read the title of this and maybe the subtitle.
Okay, So the title is Fly Rival of Leeds Devil, in quotes, has Jersey people frightened. The subtitle, Hoofprints in the Snow, Whirring Noises in the Air, and Other Uncanny Manifestations Reach Bordentown and Mount Holly after making sensation in lower counties where natives remain indoors after sundown.
Yeah, so this is an actual newspaper clipping. There is a little tiny illustration here. Excuse me. Let me see. It It's time for.
It looks like a cat head on top of a Falcor-looking dragon.
Yeah,
but not furry.
It's I don't.
And I see what looks like a dog and a cat and a dude running away from it. It says it's time for. I can't read it.
See something US. I can't see how that could be too many words.
Yeah.
I guess it.
I can't.
I guess it could be church. It's time for church now. I'll arrest it tomorrow. So, he's a cop. Yeah, look.
Oh, it's
look
a policeman
at the hat.
running away.
Yeah. Yeah. So, it's an illustration of a policeman running away from an obvious dragon in the sky, and a dog and a cat running with him, and he's saying, I guess it's time for church. Time for church now. I'll arrest it tomorrow. Very strange illustration. But, this was a long time ago. So this is after 1873, because there is one report in this article about 1873 being a previous date. Old residents of South Jersey are recalling that in the winter of 1894, tracks were made by an unknown beast in the vicinity of Point Leeds, and the creature became famous as the, quote, Point Leeds Devil. There was a similar incident near Bridgeton in 1873. So this was somewhere around 1894, this article. Yeah. It's cool. I love this story, man. I really do. Because some of the podcasts I listen to, the paranormal stuff, I've listened to whole episodes just about this. Not about the Jersey Devil. I feel like these are connected because the newspaper article says it's connected. It's right about the time the sightings of the Jersey Devil pick up, and it's a nice correlation between the story of the Jersey Devil and this weird story of hoof prints being found all over town.
Yeah, and it's in the area for the Leeds family,
mm-hmm.
And Mrs. Leeds is supposed to be the progenitor of all this in the first place. So
yeah, I think there was more the story about this town where the hoof prints were found. Something about maybe the pastor making a deal with the devil, and like he showed up in the church and said that I will come to this town once a year for the next 1,000 years and terrorize you all, something like that. Like the church darkened and all sorts of crazy shit. The stranger walked in. Yeah, it's a wild little story, but I feel like this is connected to the Jersey Devil.
Yeah.
So, continuing on. We were down to the newspaper clipping. The Jersey Devil's fame solidified itself in January of 1909 when nearly 1,000 reports came in from eyewitnesses throughout South Jersey. While this group of people were testing cannonballs at Hanover Mills in the Pine Barrens, Navy Commander Stephen Decatur reportedly saw the creature and shot it with a fucking cannon. Kudos to this guy. I don't know if you...
Also, great aim, homie.
That's what I'm getting at. Jesus Christ.
Great aim.
We've been firing cannonballs for years, and we barely hit it half the time. If you're lucky, the law of, odds and ratios says that eventually you're going to hit your target. This guy fired one shot and nailed the Jersey Devil with a cannonball. Solid ball of steel, this big. Think about that for a minute.
Then did they go and try to find it?
All right, let's see what it says. The cannonball blew a hole in the devil, but it wasn't fazed by the projectile. Soon after, strange tracks were found in the fields, but bloodhounds were allegedly refused to follow the tracks. And it became so serious and worrisome, the residents that it became so serious and worrisome for the residents that they closed schools in the area for a short time.
Curiouser and curiouser.
You got to say that while you're
Curiouser and Curiouser.
What was that from? Lord of the Rings?
I don't remember.
I think it was Lord of the Rings.
I don't know.
I say that all the time.
I prefer to misquote things and mostly cite things that are not from the thing.
That was from The Wizard of Oz.
It was definitely The Wizard of Oz.
Curiouser and Curiouser, right before she clicked her heels and flew away in a cloud of green smoke. Right? Isn't that what happened? Something like that?
Yeah, it's pretty much
in a nutshell. This is the nutshell, and this is my story inside of it. All right. So now we're getting into, I have a small list of sightings throughout the years, and these were the most well documented. They're paraphrased, they're quickly thrown together. I'm just throwing some information out there. We're going to see what sticks. So our first one we got here is the Salem cab attack in 1927. The Jersey Devil fad died out for a while until 1927 when a taxi driver in Salem City allegedly encountered the Jersey Devil while changing a tire. The man told police that a winged creature was pounding on the roof of the cab. Guess the Jersey Devil really needed a ride that night. Shitty joke in my editing. So, sorry, I try to cut those out because I know they're not good.
It was good. It was worth it.
So think about that for a second. 1927, dude's changing a tire. Fucking thing lands on top of his cab, starts beating on the top. Double hands like this, like a machine. And that's all he says. It scared me.
Was there damage to the cab?
See, that's the thing. Lots of reports of spooky shit happening, but not a lot of solid evidence. But
I mean,
that's why
the police weren't doing a lot of job, weren't doing much way of investigation.
Yeah,
then.
they were still walking the streets, swinging a billy club in the 20s.
Right.
So
right, yeah, not a lot of, no investigation.
They didn't know what that word meant, I'm sure, in 1927.
Yeah. That's not how they solved crimes then.
No, they usually just found the least white person in the area and said he's the one that did it. And went over and beat him up for a little while, and
And this one, they figured it's a cab. We don't really. It's at night. We don't really feel like it.
I don't know about you, but if something started pounding on the roof of my cab while I was changing a tire, probably would have fell off the jack and crushed my legs.
Right.
I feel like there could be more to that story. From the 20s, we should have better documentation.
At least reported to the police and scratches found on the cab or so. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something.
I mean, there was photography in 1927. Take a fucking picture, bro.
Or a sketch. I mean, they got other stories with sketches, of what was, of the damage or the fire or whatever for the newspaper. But, all right, well...
So far, we
have what we have.
This is our most solid piece of evidence. A newspaper.
We have what we have.
A newspaper clipping of a cop, a cat, and a dog running away from a dragon. Yes, America. So after the Jersey Devil sightings were reported in 1960, wealthy merchants offered up to $250,000 reward for the capture of the beast. And I'm going to show you our next piece of evidence on file.
Capture or kill?
Capture.
Ah, they wanted a sideshow act.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
They wanted a thing to put out. Hey, that's a fun drawing.
So this is a recreation, of course. I don't think any of the actual, I think there was a shitty version of this in a newspaper somewhere, but nobody has the newspaper clipping anymore, of course.
Of course.
Can you read that? You need me to zoom in?
Let me just change my view here. Reward $100,000. That would have been so much then. For the capture of the Jersey Devil, which they are now calling it the Jersey Devil instead of the Leeds Devil.
Here, let me zoom in so I can read this part.
The creature has been reported as kangaroo-like with the complexion of a horse large bat-like wings, the head of a dachshund, okay, short arms with cloven hooves, goat-like horns, and a long forked tail. This creature is said to live near boggy woodlands in the southern New Jersey pine barrens. Keep all pets indoors until further notice. Use caution when nearing this creature.
So,
I mean, that is a fun drawing.
It is. So, what is this? What do they call these? Wood cuttings.
Yeah.
No, wood cutting would have been medieval times. So this would have been a print.
Yeah, it looks like a block print though.
Yeah.
Like not a typeset thing. It looks like a block print. It is. I mean, I'm going to be honest. It's more comical than scary.
Yeah.
This particular picture, because they definitely made it. They definitely tried to make it look like something that could exist.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like torso is sort of the proportions of like a greyhound, like where they're super skinny at the waist and like a deep chest. And then it has a neck sort of like a stunted giraffe. And its ear, like they didn't really picture the horns in this, but its ears sort of look like little teddy bear ears.
That's exactly what it is.
Right?
Yeah.
And its face is, so I see what they mean by like horse/dog face. So it's got a horse-like skull, but the end of it, the nose and the mouth part are dog-like, but it's elongated and up. You know, the nose meets the top of the head like a horse. And then it's got the bat wings.
It's got tiny little
back legs.
It's got T-Rex arms.
Yeah, its front legs, while they have hooves on them, are like T-Rex arms. They're little tiny like T-Rex horse arms. But then its back legs are kind of like stork legs. With the forked tail is not like the spade-shaped like devil tail in the cartoons. It's like literally like three-pointed tail, like a kind of like a pitchfork, I guess, sort of. More like the ninja, one of the Ninja Turtle weapons, the little three-pointed weapon the dude had.
Yeah, the size.
Yeah, the size. And then it's got big, oversized hooves at the end of these stork legs.
It looks almost comical. As skinny as the legs are,
I mean,
with these big old legs.
Yeah, and there's nothing pointy on it, and its mouth looks like something that grazes grass. So like, there's nothing about it that you'd be like, "Oh my god, I should run." Other than, you know, this. If I saw this walk out of the woods, yeah, I'd be creeped out because I'd feel like, how does it exist? But also, I would definitely have a lot of like, what the fuck, as opposed to, oh my god. It's definitely more of a like a what the fuck.
The least intimidating of the cryptids. Like, you could just walk up and shove this thing one time, and it would just go. Whoa.
Yeah, I feel like its legs would break or it'd fall over, and then I don't know how it would get up based on those proportions.
That's all you'd have to do. Is that's how you beat the Jersey Devil. You push him over, because then he can't get up. He would just lay there on the ground.
Just spin kick it in the knee.
Help me, help me.
I feel like it'd be a lot of floundering around. Like, this has to be a creature that never gets to lay down, because then what?
You can't get up.
Because then it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. The only reason it's lasted this long, it's just stayed on its feet for 300 years.
Always thinking on its feet. Yeah, it's
that's where the figure of speech came from. The Jersey Devil.
There you go.
Investigative discoveries.
It's a very good drawing. I mean, the drawing makes you think like it's a thing that somebody saw, right? Because they definitely tried to make it look like something that could exist, as opposed to like this horned devil, like long fanged, like crazy demon monster. Like, this looks like a thing. Though it's hard to look at it, like if you're thinking, you know, as far as, you know, if you're gonna take cryptozoology as like a study of animals we haven't found, right? Like, it's still got to be influenced by evolution, right? So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, what are any of these things an advantage for?
I know. It's like they put a bunch of pieces of weird animals together. I feel like maybe they just made a bunch of dice with animal parts on it and just
rolled them.
Blah! The Jersey Devil, we've made him.
I mean, because on the other hand, so if you took the wings away, it could almost be like a single born deformity of an animal.
You take the wings away, it almost looks like a kangaroo.
Right, a kangaroo.
Maybe
or
standing,
like, you know,
with its legs fully extended.
Right. Yeah, because they have that same sort of like face. Like kangaroos look like in the face. If you take a picture of it next to a deer, like a kangaroo looks like a deer that did time. Like it's all it's like jacked up and like moody.
Oh my god, I'm scared to death of kangaroos. Those things are so strong.
Yeah, I mean they have like all the ripped up muscles and stuff on them. I mean, this kind of this kind of, I mean, it does kind of look kangaroo-ish, which makes me wonder, like, would a kangaroo have gotten loose? Also, though, then how did somebody get in their head the wing thing? I don't know.
I think,
and also, would anybody in America have had any exposure to a picture of a kangaroo by then?
I think this was their idea of what a kangaroo looked like. Hold on, just a little. I want to Google something right quick. You know what? I don't need.
Do kangaroos have bat wings?
I don't need to Google it. Okay, you caught me.
What species of kangaroo has bat wings?
So interestingly, the word kangaroo. The first, I think he was someone from Europe. I forget the name of the explorer. The first one to come to Australia and discover it. He had learned some of the native language, and he was speaking to the Aboriginals there, and he saw a kangaroo, and he was trying to he's like, what's the name of that? And they would be like, oh, it's a, insert Aboriginal word for tree. That's a tree. What's that? And insert Aboriginal word for a bush. And he saw a kangaroo, and he says, what's that? And the Aboriginal said, kangaroo. We'll come to find out the word kangaroo in Aboriginal means I don't know.
That's funny. I don't know, because he was just taking whatever they said.
Yeah,
yeah.
Funny. It was. I just recently, because do you remember I used to have those books, the books of completely useless information.
Yeah,
I have the whole series now. So this is my life. This is what I've become. But I was in there, so it's a nice little tidbit. But it's a weird creature, and I'm gonna say, if it were me illustrating this, I wouldn't have illustrated the wings like that. Because if you think about it, I get it. They flatten the image. It makes one wing look like it's coming out of the front and one wing coming out of the back.
I mean, they put the animal's body in, like, its torso's in like 3/4 perspective, right? So it's slightly tilted towards you, so you can see it has two legs. 2 front legs and 2 bottom legs, but the torso is in profile and the head is mostly in profile, but then the wings are in like straight on view. They're in like portrait. And I'm guessing, I'm guessing somebody didn't say, yeah, it had a wing coming out of its back and one coming out of its chest. I'm sure that they did it so that you'd see it, because the woodcut's not super detailed. I mean, it's got a lot of detail, but a woodcut itself has limits. And there's not really shading. It's either black or it's white.
I mean,
so
layer them.
Yeah, I think they're
illustrations.
Also, maybe they weren't paying a lot for artists.
Weren't we getting paintings of like cats with human faces at this time?
Probably.
Go down that rabbit hole. You'll have fun with it.
Oh no.
No. Almost as bad as that lady who tried to fix the fresco that she discovered with the portrait of Jesus on it.
What?
Have you not seen that? Oh my God. Oh Jesus.
She tried to fix the face.
I'm just gonna pull it up on my phone because I don't want to mess with other windows.
Where'd she find the fresco? Like, what wall was it on?
I'm just gonna go. Oh, it's an NPR article. Good deal. I have the app. A Spanish woman who really messed up when she tried to restore a 19th century fresco of Jesus. Oh my God. She attempted to restore the fresco. The image was being likened to a werewolf, but news reports in recent weeks have shown her work as some fans, such as the online blah, 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 as a detestable depiction of Jesus. Let me show you the picture. I'm really happy that opened in the NPR app. I'm glad I downloaded that.
As a werewolf? Oh, no. Oh, dude, no! It's so bad. It's so bad. It looks like It looks kind of like.
So this is
an Eskimo.
There's a progression.
Jeez.
It got so bad.
Oh my god.
They must have hired this lady to do this picture of the Jersey Devil.
Perspectives all that face, the head's going one way, the face is going the wrong way. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. So
she wanted
it's so bad.
And she asked to get paid for this.
Oh.
She said she wanted 2,000 euros for restoring the portrait.
Wow. That's fun.
Yeah. So kudos on you, lady. Good job.
Hey, the balls on that lady.
Hey.
Like, yeah, that'll be $2,000. I destroyed your fresco. That'll be $2,000.
That'll be $2,000. Thank you very much.
That's a discount.
Would you
recommend me to your friends?
You want to give me some sass? Then it's 5,000 euros.
You own a villa with a fresco. Tell all your rich friends. I'll restore theirs too.
No big deal. Pull a line from Animal Crossing. You get the cousin rate. Animal Crossing fans, rejoice. You know nothing about what I'm talking about, do you?
No, I don't. I haven't watched it.
Oh, no, it's a game, dude.
Then I obviously haven't played it.
Wow. You need to...
Because I thought it was a show.
You need to get it, man. Animal Crossing is the best. So I bought my wife a Switch after we lost our dog.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, she needs something to keep her mind off of things.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I can only do so much. I work nights, so it's hard for her to do what she needs to do. So I researched and found this game. I was like, Animal Crossing is really popular. So I bought her Animal Crossing. And then she started playing it. And then I'd be like sitting in bed playing on my laptop. And
you're looking over.
And just start watching. And, I'm like sitting there getting just killed in Call of Duty.
Watching Animal Crossing.
So like,
that's so funny.
Like 2 weeks later, I bought one for myself. And then I bought Animal Crossing for myself. Yeah.
Just to get Animal Crossing.
So now we both play every day. We play together, sit in bed. It's a blast.
Hey, well, since you have a Switch, just so you're aware, I have Minecraft.
Excuse me. Sorry, the gag.
I have it.
The gag flex is really strong with.
I have it for reasons I won't go into, but
different strokes for different folks, buddy.
See, it's top secret reasons, but I do know that it's on almost every damn platform out there. The server that I'm on is on every damn platform out there.
The only downside is I don't have Nintendo Online, so I can't play any Switch games online.
Oh well.
Unless you're on my network, I can play local play for free, but I am not. Not about to pay to play online. But Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I have it on PC, so I didn't. Yeah.
I mean, I can get it for free. I got PC Game Pass, but I tried Minecraft. I can't do it, man. I can't.
I mean, it's tough to look at, but it's the one that I'm on. The people build some amazing stuff, and I like to go around and mess with them while they're trying to build. Like, not stop them, but I'll be like, "Hey, what's up? What are you doing? What's that? How do I do that? Because I don't know anything about this game. What's up?"
I thought you were gonna be like, "I like to go over there and destroy what they're building."
No. They're all super nice. They're like, "Hey, if you stuff because you want to build," I'm like, I honestly am just here to like look at the stuff you guys are doing. It was like it was free, damn near. So I'm just don't mind me. I mean, if I'm in the way, just tell me. What are you building?
I cannot do it, man.
The part that drives me nuts about it is I'll be like, wait, this all does what? Like, for it being a block game.
Have you seen?
Like they're building machines that like auto harvest stuff. Like I'm like, how did you?
You think that's impressive? There's a guy who built a computer inside Minecraft to run Minecraft.
God, that makes my brain hurt.
Right?
Metacraft. That makes my brain hurt. That makes my. I mean, I know you can run things as like, bits basically.
Yeah.
Anyway, the stuff people build there is unreal.
Yep.
And so this is a group of artists that I already do like a every Sunday like morning Zoom thing with. There's probably about 12 of us, and one lady's from the Netherlands, and a couple are from California, and anyway, one lady's from, I think she's Irish. Anyway, 3 of them were big Minecraft fans, and they got everybody else into it. And so a couple times a year, they start a different village somewhere, and everybody builds their own thing themed to whatever the thing is.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So right now they're working on a summer village, and dude is building the biggest fucking pirate ship all out of copper.
Oh, gosh.
And it's really dope. It's square, it's blocks and shit, but it's really dope, and he's really good at. He's just really creative in Minecraft. Like
I've tried it.
Blew my mind. I'm not creative in Minecraft, but I do love to go around and explore and whack things with a sword because it's funny. Because it's funny because they're blocks. Yeah, they're just blocks. It's funny and it's mind numbing and it's not it's not serious. Also, there's a VR port for Minecraft, which I try with my
Oculus
Quest. So with my Oculus.
I am
going to try that.
It's not a Quest anymore. It's an Oculus.
It's an Oculus. I know. Whatever. I'm going to try it. So back to the thread that we've dropped on the floor.
I'll get it.
So there's a. If you pick that up and give me the other end of it, and we'll stretch it back out.
It's a sock. Sorry.
Oh.
It's not a thread. I take my socks off at my desk because I run hot constantly.
So we're at the reward. We see that they offered $100,000 reward in the early to mid 1900s.
This was this was 1960 when the reward was offered.
That is unreal.
So blah blah blah. We did the reward. Mary Ritzer Christensen told Weird New Jersey that she got the heebie-jeebies. That's a direct quote. She said heebie-jeebies. One night
she would.
She would, wouldn't she? One night in 1972, when she spotted the Jersey Devil on Green Tree Road, Christensen was driving from Blackwood to Glassboro when she saw a towering figure cross the road about 25 feet behind her car. She described the figure as standing taller than the average man, with thick haunches like a goat and huge woolly head, completely unlike the picture we're showing you now. So apparently everybody has their own idea what the Jersey Devil looks like. Lots of conflicting descriptions, I'm just saying.
Oh, so $100,000 then would be, if you take into account inflation for today, would be worth about $2,343,000. Wow. They wanted the crap out of this thing.
Well, historically, there's lots of times where people believe that cryptids are running around, and the local governments will put up money as rewards. Like, say, for instance, when the werewolf scare was going on in England, they put up so much money to get people to go out and kill these werewolves.
Right.
That was another deep dive I went down looking for this week's episode.
Yeah, various South American countries have had out rewards for the chupacabra.
Yeah.
At various times. Because farmers were really losing a lot of livestock, but it ended up getting wolves and other endangered animals killed.
Yeah,
it never found.
It comes, sadly, one of the causes of like the werewolf scare in England and Europe was one man, where he was working up the nerve to kill people, so he was slaughtering livestock. And then once he started killing people is when he got caught.
I see.
And then of course, under torture, he said, "Oh yeah, the devil gave me the power to turn into a wolf."
Right.
Under torture. Good job.
Well, and in South America, it got. Also deforestation did this too, but the maned wolf. We talked about it, or I mentioned it in another episode, but it looks like a fox, but it has creepy has what seemed like unnaturally proportioned long legs.
Oh yeah.
But it's the size of the torso body is the size of like a timber wolf, like big.
Oh yeah.
Like when you see one next to a person, the photos of them by themselves don't really do them justice. There's a picture of a lady from Argentina feeding one in a captive breeding program, and they're trying to bring it back, and it is massive.
Yeah.
It is huge and colored like a wolf, and it's got its hind legs way up and its front legs down, so it really shows you how dramatic the proportions of its legs are. And I could see how someone would be like, oh my god, it's a cryptid, because it looks alien. It looks like an yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's not showing it next to a person. Like that's like its back would be like up underneath your pecs. Like they're really tall. They're made for hunting in tall grassland. Like
holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a Photoshop picture. They added that lady into a different picture that you can find online. I've seen that one too. But there is one of a lady feeding one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's a big
Yeah,
sucker.
these things are huge.
Big.
Creepy.
It's like as big as a Great Dane. Like they're big.
It's
not as heavy, but they're big.
It's like the meat just doesn't grow on its legs. That's so weird.
Yes. And so people it's gotten blamed for being the chupacabra, and it may have been snapping off livestock. I mean, but it wasn't
it's a very elegant creature.
It wasn't an undiscovered, monster.
Very elegant. What an interesting animal.
Yeah, they're only recently back. Now they're considered they're off the endangered species list, at least as far as Argentina and Chile are concerned, but now they're just considered a what's under endangered?
At risk?
Threatened.
Oh, yeah.
Threatened or at risk. Yeah, it's a threatened species.
Yeah, so my guess so far is a maned wolf had a baby with a bat and a horse.
To make the Jersey Devil.
Then
got imported.
The end.
Yep, and then got imported.
Yep, and then
all right. So what's our next account?
All right, so we're gonna get into some a mysterious death. Forest rangers, wildlife experts in wildlife and habits of the woods. 1980 at Wharton State Forest, Chief Ranger Alan McFarland saw something that both grossed him out and stumped his wild animal knowledge. A brutal scene on South Jersey farm where a pack of pigs had been killed. He reported that the back of their heads had been eaten while their bodies were scratched and torn. However, there were no tracks surrounding the body and no blood on the ground.
That is super weird.
Aliens. It's really
back
weird.
Of their
back of their heads? What's there to eat on the back of the head?
Well, and it's also like one of the hardest spots, thickest parts on a pig is the back, their skull.
Like I know a hyena will bite the head.
Yeah, but to eat the rest of it.
Yeah, that's what they do to kill it. I think a hyena has the jaw strength to crush a skull, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, because they routinely crush femur bones and eat the marrow out of them.
Strange for 1980. That's strange. And a pack of pigs.
1980.
But no blood on the ground, so figure that.
Yeah, I don't.
Aliens. Aliens.
Unless they got unless it drugged the entire pack somewhere else as they bled out and then stopped bleeding.
Into the sky, perhaps?
Yes, and dropped it somewhere after it sucked all its blood out. I don't know. Now the Jersey Devil's a vampire?
Well, he's the devil after all.
He's been around a long time.
Well, he probably developed some other animal features. Well, he's got bat
Run
wings.
Into a lot of things.
Who's to say he doesn't have bat fangs? All right. In the late 1980s, a group of friends went camping and riding dirt bikes in the Pine Barrens, and while riding down a trail about 100 yards from camp, the bikes all stalled. One said it could have something to do with terrain, nearby power plant. However, as suddenly as the bikes quit running, the men heard a piercing, inhuman scream coming from the woods. When they returned to camp, those who stayed behind said they also heard screams. And that evening, one of them went into a local bar and told the bartender about the screams in the woods. The man informed the visitor that he most likely had just had an encounter with the Jersey Devil.
So now it screams.
It screams. Or somebody was being brutally murdered. again.
Or that.
And it is.
Or that.
It is Jersey. Hey, get to chat.
Hey. We'll get another one in. Don't worry.
Sorry, New Jerseyans. New Jerseyites.
We'll make it 3. I'm looking for it.
All right, 19.
Yeah, don't call them Jerseyites. I don't think that.
Jerseyites?
That doesn't sound good. Yeah, I don't think that sounds good. Jerseyites. That sounds.
Gersonians?
Gersonians?
In 1993, Forest Ranger John Irwin was driving alone in the Maluka River when he saw a strange creature blocking the road ahead of him. He said it was about 6 feet tall with horns and matted black fur. The two stared at each other for several minutes before the creature turned and ran into the forest. So that was a pretty...
I mean, that sounds a little more credible.
Yeah, I like the sightings of cryptids where they see it and it stops and looks and then pew, bolts for the woods, because that's very animalistic. I mean, I've lived in Arkansas long enough to know what a deer does when it gets in front of a car at night.
Right, that sounds like almost one of the most believable. I mean, the thing about the pigs, I mean, I'm sure dude really found the pigs, eaten up like that. I mean, he didn't say he saw the Jersey Devil. He just said he found something gross and weird. But that one, especially, I like the Forest Ranger ones because they're out there in those areas all the time.
Yeah.
So the chance that they'd run across something weird,
Oh no.
That's interesting.
Let's sneeze. Excuse me. Ugh.
That sounded cool on the mic.
Thank you. I'll clip that and make that a reel for later. There you go, America. That's how I sneeze. All right, we're getting closer to the bottom here. While traveling on Route 9 in Bayville, 3 cars were forced to slam on the brakes when, according to one witness, a 10-foot-tall Jersey Devil figure, yeah, way to go, with a long head, short, flat ears, ran across the road. One witness reported that the creature emerged from a wooded area near a mini-mall and galloped out in front of traffic, and then disappearing into the woods on the other side of the street.
I mean, so that kind of sounds a little bit like this reward poster.
Yeah.
I mean, the round, flat ears and the facial features.
Mm-hmm.
Did it say wings? Did you say wings? Or no?
Long head, short, flat ears, ran across the road. For something with wings, it sure runs a lot.
Right. Right. Well, and the last Forest Ranger just said matted fur and horns. He didn't say wings or anything. He just said it was tall as hell.
Deformed Bigfoots. That's all we got. That's what it is.
It's all the Bigfoot rejects.
Yep. All right. And our last
end up in Jersey.
Our last sighting, and this one is the most recent. Occurred in Galloway Township in October of 2015.
Oh, okay. Pretty recent.
This is in Little Egg Harbor. Resident David Black said he was driving along Route 9 near a golf course when he saw what he thought was a llama walking in and out of the tree line, which is consistent with this head shape here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And suddenly the creature spread its wings and flew away. He captured the beast's image with a cell phone, and the photo went viral. There's one video out there, but it is laughably fake, and I will not show it. But I do have pictures of what this guy took. I say that the video was laughably fake. Bear with me on this one, okay? It's not great. These aren't great. This is what we got.
Oh, so, I mean, it looks like a stuffed animal.
It does. It's not great.
Mostly because I mean, it makes you start to think we're actually looking for Pegasus.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these accounts, like a long-necked Pegasus or a llama with wings. The llama is probably the closest thing to a lot of these descriptions.
This is the most cartoonish.
Yeah, this is not credible. I don't think. But
it's horribly pixelated, which means it's been downloaded and re-uploaded 1,000 times. Let me zoom out to the correct aspect ratio. So, that's in. So probably something like that.
It's a thumbnail. Yeah, it's a thumbnail.
That is the size of the photo taken in 2015.
Yeah, it's not great. So I guess, I'm starting to wonder if, it'd be interesting to know if all these people are like have always lived in New Jersey, like a lot of these accounts. Because here's what I wonder. I wonder if, the early accounts and how long this has been a thing, right, in the area, and kind of bubbles back up generation to generation.
Right.
It makes me wonder if just anytime somebody sees something weird or they see something that's really quick and their brain processes it funny, if they're like, oh, Jersey Devil, right? Because I've seen stuff. I've seen stuff in the woods, right, where I thought it looked like something, and then it turned out to be a funny way a tree sat, but scared the shit out of me until I managed to find a light or realized that while I was sitting there being completely still, it also was unnaturally still, and then circled around and it changed shape and wasn't a shape at all. It was just a tree with a weird berm behind it or something. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I wonder if because there's already this lore in the area, if it's easier for people to jump to it's something. Whereas when I see something in woods that in the like at dusk that's hard to make out, I don't jump to, oh, it's some sort of a monster, because we don't have any lore like that here in Northwest Arkansas, or at least none that I know of, because I moved here in like 2000. So
I think there is one, but it's not. No, I think it's like Southern Arkansas.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say up here. I mean, most everybody's transplants at this time anyway, or by this time.
I know there's like central to Southern Arkansas. There's Bigfoot lore over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I
thought that was a mostly like Pacific Northwest thing.
So remember when I was doing traffic control, I would have to travel a lot, and I did a job out in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't take you there today. I don't know where it's at, but I remember it was a little bitty town with maybe like 5 businesses, and then the rest is just sparse houses. Like
everywhere in South Arkansas.
Yeah. And all of the businesses were selling like silhouette plywood cutouts of Bigfoot, and they would be like, Bigfoot souvenirs here, Bigfoot souvenirs here, or like a giant tree carved into a Bigfoot statue, whatever. And stuff was everywhere. It was I asked about it, and they said, yeah, we have sightings all the time. People see it. Oh yeah, let me tell you, I had something happen there. So for those that don't know, traffic control, I work traffic control, which means if they're going to do construction on the roads, they need those bright orange signs that say like road work ahead or lane closed, whatever. There's a standard that we had to follow when we had to set up these signs. So what we would do is we would get hired before the job started to put these signs up. So we have these big steel posts that to drive in the ground, then we had to put these signs up on these posts. The ones that magically appear overnight. That was me. Okay. So we were getting down to the last couple, and I noticed that excuse me, I noticed that there was a smell of something dead. I was like, oh, somebody hit a deer. And I was looking around, because when you live in Arkansas, you see a dead deer, if it's decayed enough, grab its head, throw it on the bed of the truck, take it home. Let's hang the deer skull on your door or whatever.
Right.
So I was looking for the dead deer, because I was like, cool, I'm gonna throw the head in the bed of the truck, take it home. And looking around, I couldn't find it, but I kept smelling it, and got to the last sign, and we're strapping everything down. And I was, at the time I was running my own crew, and so it was me and 2-3 other guys, and I was like, gosh, it's so quiet out here. I said, it's really weird. I was like, we don't see any cars, nothing the whole time we were out there. We were out there for like 6 hours. It's like, we didn't see any cars. and we're standing in the spot where the smell of something dead was, and I'm just like, it's really quiet. And I told my guys, I was like, strap everything down in the trailer, let's get ready to go. So they're doing ratchet straps, so you hear strapping stuff down, and I'm at the front of the truck still kind of looking in the tree line, and I shit you not, I heard from the trees. Yes, a loud.
How far away were you from the trees?
Maybe 20 feet.
Oh, okay.
Scared the living shit out of me. I turned around, and my guys were at the trailer. They all stopped because they heard it. I was like, did you guys hear that? They said, the guy sighing? I was like, yeah. And we're looking around. It was starting to get dark. I was like, fuck that shit. Get in the truck. We're getting the hell out of here. Scared the living shit out of me. It was so fucking clear. It was like dude was standing next to me.
Dude.
Loud sigh. Oh my gosh, dude. Scared the hell out of me. And that was the Bigfoot country. I mean.
Okay. I seem to remember you told me about that.
Yeah, man. It spooked me.
I feel like you told me about that.
Spooked me to the fucking core, man. I'll never forget that shit.
I didn't remember that it was a Bigfoot town, but...
I mean, if I had to guess, I would say it probably wasn't a Bigfoot. I mean...
Oh, no, it's probably the local serial killer.
Oh,
but...
well, that's fine. I'm getting tired of us. Come on, get out of here.
Trying to... God.
I'm going to cut this body up.
Trying to do my damn job.
He's over in the bushes, halfway through sawing through a leg.
Can a man have a damn hobby? Jeez.
Well, I'll never forget that.
Much to do out here.
I'll never forget it to the day I die, man. It was so fucking scary. So fucking scary. Because it was just... The tree line was just dense enough you couldn't see about a couple feet into the trees. Because for those that don't know, in Arkansas, if you're on like these highways that are isolated out in the middle of nowhere, it's a 2-lane highway, and the only thing on either side is trees, and that's it. And it is dense forest.
For like 1,000 hectares in any direction. Like it's dense forest, especially, and a lot of it got logged, 80, 100 years ago. So there's tons of undergrowth, so it'd be even hard to try to go hike through it. It's not like big, several 100-year-old forest where there's no undergrowth and you can see through the trees. It would be tough country to try to
briars and bramble and lots of thorns over there. But it was just, man, it was clear as day. It was like dude was right next to me inside. Because I stopped and I looked over my guys. I was about to ask them if they made that sound. But they were looking, all three of them stopped and they were looking at the tree line too because they heard it. It was so fucking spooky, man. Spooky. I'm telling you, man. That shit rocked me to the fucking core. I'll never forget that shit. Never. It was fucking wild. But, speaking of fucking wild, I got one more picture.
Okay.
Hey.
Is this a good one?
Depends on your definition of good.
Says everything. Oh no, it's worse. I mean, I guess they did better with the stuffed animal, but
yeah, there's depth to this one.
Yeah, its legs don't look like Snoopy's paws.
I hate to say it, but he might have his hammer swinging. It's not. I mean, so the funny thing is, if you take away the wings, it looks like one of those tiny deer. Yeah. Those pygmy deer. Yeah. Little bitty deer. It looks like one of those, except for the part where it's flying through the air. It looks like a goat.
But its wings. Yeah, but its wings look like those cheap costume wings you get for like an 8-year-old for Halloween. Like they're just bent over wire and they're too round. There's no joint where there should be a bending joint for the flapping. Like it's just a rounded wire. Yeah, this is it's got sort of a griffin hooked beak nose thing going on, or beard.
It's like they took a stuffed animal and then taped cartoon wings on it.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's like they blurred it so you wouldn't see the fishing line it's hanging from.
Yeah, I couldn't track down much information about this picture. It's not great, man. It's not great.
It's bad. I mean, in this whole thing, there's no real. I mean, it's a long perpetuated story with like zero evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Other than, a lot of, it ends up in the paper a lot. A lot of people seem to believe it. Many more, at least locally, than like Bigfoot. Right? It's almost like a regional belief.
Yeah.
Right in that area, like a lot of people will be like, "Oh yeah, no, it's definitely." I mean, it's definitely there. I mean, they even named their hockey team. I mean,
yeah,
like it's such an idea meme that it persists. But which is interesting. That's why I say, like, I wonder if it's because it goes so far back. Because it's not like there's compelling evidence to keep this thing going.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You just have a lot of anecdotal accounts of people that I think already might have it in their mind to try to, and then they see something weird and automatically it's Jersey Devil.
Yeah, that's why. It's another reason why I didn't choose to do like Mothman. I love the idea of Mothman. I live in Virginia. It's near and dear to me. I want to go and visit the statue, but I looked at the research and I looked at what evidence was available. I was like, there's no evidence to prove this thing was real other than a handful of eyewitnesses that said he was around the bridge the night it collapsed.
Right.
And there's one witness who said they saw him on 9/11 at the Twin Towers.
Oh, that kind of puts a even worse cheese factor on the story.
So,
because he just likes to make things collapse.
Well, no, the thing is he's the precursor to the eventual disaster. So my thing is he knew the bridge was going to collapse, and he showed up. He knew 9/11 was going to happen, and he didn't say anything. You fucking asshole!
Yeah, what a jerk!
What a fucking jerk wagon! Sorry, Americans.
He's like, I just come to stand menacingly, broodingly over the disaster,
perched on the corner of a tall building like Batman.
Right.
Yep, there it is.
I am Mothman.
I am Mothman. I am Mothman.
I am Mothman.
I am Mothman. Always grimacing. Always has a scowl on his face.
Like he's angry and constipated at the same time.
I am the night. I am darkness. I am Mothman. Or is always doing. What year was that? Where the Batman was always doing the. You know you are. What Batman?
I don't know.
It wasn't. Not Val Kilmer.
The other one-time Batman.
No, not Beetlejuice guy. After that.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. Clooney?
No, not Clooney. Damn, Clooney was Batman, wasn't he?
Clooney was Batman with nipples. He was the Batman costume with areolas and nipple titties, nipple tips. Yeah, and so did Robin. They just really went.
Oh, jeez, who was
on that one?
Now I want to know because I watch these all the time. Batman actors. Christian Bale. That's it. Yeah, he was always
Christian
doing.
Bale.
Always sticking his lips out.
Yeah. I was thinking older Batman.
You have to get it. Lots of duck face.
Yeah, I did see a meme that had a picture of the Clooney batsuit like in a museum, and it said "Nipple Batman just hits different," or the nipple batsuit just hits different, or something like that. I was like, oh my god, because I had forgotten after watching it when it came out. Like whenever I saw it again, I was like, oh, that's right. He had full on areolas and
oh, it's too bright. I can't show you. There's a bunch of people.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Christian Bale was
a bunch of people took screenshots of him doing the.
Yeah,
it's like his mask was too tight. Yeah, it's just like his mask was too tight, man. That's bad. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, his mask was way too tight. They needed to loosen that thing up a little bit. Dude's lips were always sticking out.
Oh, he had the short lip, like he'd had some facial surgery.
It's like
he had too much filler. Yeah. He had the upper Kardashian lip.
To give you an idea, I googled Batman duck face. Because that's what it was. It was Batman with duck face.
Yeah.
It was so bad. But we're not going to talk about. Oh, jeez. What was the? Shame on me. What's the guy from Beetlejuice?
I'm drawing a blank.
I watched it the other day.
Didn't Tim Burton also do that movie of Batman? Okay, that's what I thought. That's why he got him to do him as Batman. The actor whose name we should know in our failing pop culture.
Michael Keaton. Jesus fucking
Michael
Christ.
Keaton. There you
Yeah.
go. Wow.
Yeah. Michael Keaton was the stiff neck Batman.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Where they made the headpiece and the shoulder piece one giant fucking piece. Hark. Villains.
I failed American pop culture in college.
Sad thing is I watched that last weekend.
Did you?
Yes. Shame on me. And I watched Beetlejuice last weekend. Also shame on me.
I really liked of all the Bat movies, in the Michael Keaton one, Penguin, the Imagining of Penguin.
Oh yeah,
I just really loved it. Yeah, because it was
Danny DeVito.
Yeah, but they made the character both like repulsive and like endearing. I don't know, it was weird.
Yeah.
It was super weird. Like he was vile and endearing at the same time. It was
always eating raw fish, the black goo dripping from his face. That was great.
And his swirly umbrella, like it was good. I saw they're putting out it's either a movie or a series that's just Penguin, but it's like they're going with the super realism, like Christian Bale type thing.
Okay.
Where he's just a fat guy and kind of a hangy face, but they're not doing any crazy makeup on him. He's just a thug. A thug trying to get back at the Marconi family.
Unpopular opinion. I really like the Jared Leto Joker.
Oh, it was a great Joker. That's unpopular opinion?
Yes. A lot of people were really, Heath Ledger. He took the legacy with him.
Heath Ledger was amazing.
He was amazing, don't get me wrong.
He was amazing, but the Jared Leto, that was in
that was the newest one. Well, no. Yeah.
No, it was a Christian,
not a Christian Bale. Yeah, it was a
No,
Christian
Jared
Bale.
Leto. Jared Leto was in the Suicide Squad as Joker.
Wasn't he in a Batman? When did Jared Leto play Joker?
Because he was definitely in there as Joker in
he was Joker in Suicide Squad. I'm sorry, shame on me.
Yeah.
I watched that movie a bunch too.
Yeah, he was. I liked it. He was the like gangster Joker.
Yeah.
Like it was cool.
Some things need to evolve with the times, and I think that evolution of Joker was excellent.
Also, given how long the Joker character persists, right? He really is a gangster. He's not like a schizophrenic thug. Like he persists for a long time. He's like in the underworld of Gotham, right? So like him as this like respected gangster that's also known for like might just cut your throat for saying something off or not laughing at a joke. Like it came across that way. Also, he came across as pretty menacing. I mean, weird.
The face tattoos, the grill,
but menacing. Yeah, it was good. It was good.
I loved Jared Leto in that movie. It was great.
It was good. I thought his Lamborghini was hilarious.
Oh, that was great. Yeah.
The lit up like underglow and inglow like Lamborghini. Yeah, it was funny.
It was good.
I liked it.
And then, I'm just gonna say, while we're on the subject, there's another Joker movie coming out with Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh yes, I saw it come across my
so good.
Come across it somewhere, but yeah, I haven't seen it. But is it coming out or is it coming?
It's coming out.
It's coming out.
Yeah, they're filming now. It's good. I love
Joaquin Phoenix is always good.
stellar performance of Joker.
One of my favorite movies of his is Last of the Buffalo. I think it's just called Buffalo Soldiers.
Yeah.
Which is funny because it's really a reference to
the African American soldiers during Civil War.
Yeah, during the Civil War, but he's like he's a white guy in Germany during peacetime in the Cold War.
Nothing to do with the Civil War or African Americans.
Whose specialty is cooking down stolen morphine, stolen government morphine, cooking it down into heroin.
Oh, nice.
And selling it on the base. And it's the middle of the 80s, so like everybody's got a heroin problem too.
The 80s.
And yeah, and so that's what it all centers around. But yeah, it's the role that he plays is just phenomenal. It's so good.
Oh yeah, there's a nice little side note on Joaquin Phoenix. His brother River Phoenix is known to haunt the bar that he was shot in front of.
What? Really?
Yeah.
In what way?
He
haunted in what way?
Like they've gotten EVPs.
Oh, really?
Like they'd go around and ask who's in the room with me, and they would get the clear name River.
Okay.
Which is a unique name in itself, so I don't know how you'd screw that up.
Why did he get shot?
Wait, did he get shot or did he overdose?
I thought he overdosed.
Hey Google.
I thought he overdosed the VIP.
How did River Phoenix die? Overdose, yeah. Oh, cool. They showed a picture. Cool.
I thought he overdosed after a particularly long night of rabble rousing.
But he died in front of the bar.
Oh, okay.
I think what I'm getting mixed up is it was like a gangster spot in the 40s, and there were bullet holes in the wall. But yes, he's known to haunt that bar because it was one of his favorite places. I guess. And yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lots of EVPs out there. People talking to him.
Yeah, I don't think I want to stick. I can't think of anywhere I really want to stick around and like haunt.
Yeah.
Sounds not super fun. Although I guess maybe they don't choose that, but yeah, I don't think there's anywhere I'm attached to enough to be like, I'm gonna ooga booga everybody here for the next 100 years.
I'm gonna haunt anywhere. It's gonna be an arcade, and I'm just gonna play all the games.
Mess with people's scores.
Oh no, I'm gonna help them. I'm gonna be the Casper friendly ghost.
I'd wait for the dude that takes it way too seriously and eat his quarters.
Oh.
Puts it in the machine, nothing happens. Scores, his score goes down.
Oh no.
And then the little 10-year-old that comes in and has never played, puts in a quarter,
hits the
gets
world
a million
record.
points.
Yeah,
gets a million points just by punch and start. Get to the last level. You win, kid.
Yay. All right, so let's come down on a verdict about this.
Okay.
Man, I want to believe this. I really do. It's very deeply seated in folklore. It really is. It's a great story. It has some foundation, as opposed to, like, say, Mothman just has a handful of sightings. This one's got a bunch of sightings. More than I could put into this podcast for one episode. But we're presented with evidence like this.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to take things seriously when you've got a stuffed animal with, freaking Halloween store bat wings on its back as evidence. So I'm gonna have to call it some bullshit, dude. I want to believe. I want to believe. That's a poster we need for back here.
So I had all kinds of visions of what this thing was supposed to look like, because like I said, I didn't really know much about it other than I've heard of it, but it's disappointing because it's probably one of the oldest.
Oh yeah.
Other than like tribal or Aboriginal stories of or Native American stories of things like like skinwalkers and stuff like that.
Don't get me
There's
started
not
on Skinwalker Ranch.
Well, I'm saying this is probably the oldest American, like Americans.
Yeah, I think the only one that's
post colonization.
I think the only one that's older is Champlain.
I don't know that one.
Champ. It's a Loch Ness monster-like creature in Lake Champlain.
Oh yeah, no, I have heard of that. Yeah, and they still have stuffed animals at Champ.
Yeah.
So I like it because it's so old, which makes you want to feel like, oh, well, it persists for a reason. But I'm gonna be really honest. I don't see anything here that makes me feel like it should be persisting, and makes me feel like it's just something with New Jersey.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
There, I got it in number 3.
Ding.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to call it bullshit. There's nothing in here that makes me want to go tell someone, be like, no, but have you really read about the Jersey Devil? Like, there's nothing in here that makes me want to do that. I would feel silly.
It's good storytelling, but it comes down to, you're right, it's just folklore. It's a great story.
Honestly, the coolest stuff are the oldest stuff.
Yeah, this new this shit are fucking stuffed animal with bat wings on it.
Yeah,
this ain't gonna cut it, people. Come on.
Everything before they offered a reward is interesting, and
this is great.
And actually seems like people not trying to make something up. They're actually scared of something.
Yeah.
The stuff later, I mean, other than maybe the forestry guys, the forestry service guys. I mean, those are cool accounts, but again, I mean, it's just what some dude said, and I mean, I don't know the guy, so I'm not inclined to believe or disbelieve that he said it, but it doesn't help me believe the story.
Right.
But like the guy saying he saw something tall and hairy and it stared at him and walked away. I mean, that sounds more like a realistic account of an odd, undiscovered animal.
Mm-hmm.
Like that sounds like something, but mostly because it sounds believable. It's not like, oh, it took flight, or it turned to me and hit me with its laser eyes. Like, it's but also because it's so, exactly, because it's so animal like, and it was dark and it was his headlights. I also feel like maybe he just didn't see it very well.
Yeah.
Maybe I had bad eyesight, dirty window, been up all night. I mean, that doesn't really help the case at all. So yeah, I'm gonna have to call it shit too.
That is unfortunate.
I'm glad Jersey's got something to believe in.
That's number 4.
But I don't.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I'm sorry, everybody. We're gonna have later on.
We're gonna get lots of
hate
hate
mail
mail
picks
from
up
people.
traction and people go back. 2 years from now we'll get our first hate mail from New Jersey.
A guy from Jersey is gonna listen to this and be like, "What the fuck is this?" Well,
I'm gonna light them dudes up.
I'm thinking
be like, wait. I'm gonna be like,
that.
man, I'm just glad you're listening to 2-year-old episodes, man. I agree with you. We're awful.
I'm thinking of that Joe Pesci meme from Casino where he's standing there. What the fuck is this piece of shit? Love Joe Pesci. Love that movie, Casino. See it 1,000,000 times. I'll watch it 1,000,000 more.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I'm gonna be like, oh no, man. You're right. We're terrible. I'm crying right now because you listened to an episode that's so old. I'm just so thrilled.
And again, I will flash it on the screen now. Me, post editor. Sorry, state is New Jersey a state? Yeah, it's a state.
Yeah, it's a state.
Sorry, state of New Jersey, that we know so little about you, and our preconceived ideas are only shitty stuff.
All based on terrible shows.
Yeah,
all based on terrible shows and movies.
Sorry, y'all. Don't hate our fucking podcast.
Shit. And everything every comedian's ever said about New Jersey.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll take that. But if you do hate us enough, email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Let us know what you think. If you get an idea for another episode, let us know. I've actually taken the time to type up all this information now, so that way I don't have to be like, wait a second, what's our email?
We're getting professional.
We're getting there. Yeah. Now that I have this typed up, I can just copy and paste into the show notes. But
so, do you already have an idea, since we missed last week for the holiday? Do you already have an idea of what you want to do next week?
Well, 2 things came to mind while we were talking in this episode. One is we could either do a ghost issue or a ghost episode with EVPs, or just do an episode on EVPs.
Ooh, let's do an episode on EVPs, because the only one you've played for me was the one with the Lorraine and Or no, not then. The
It was the rapid fire episode with the kid leaving the kitchen.
Yeah. So, but you said there's some really good stuff out there.
Oh man,
with EVPs. So I want to hear some EVPs that'll make my skin crawl.
I'm getting people bumps right now just thinking about it.
Okay, let's do some good EVP stuff next week, and we'll do that, and we'll circle back around to some UFO stuff too later. I do want eventually, because I did ask, when I was little, I can still remember my dad mentioning, I don't remember if it's because we were watching a show or something came up, but my dad mentioned, he's like, just like real matter of fact, he's like, oh yeah, no, I saw a UFO once. And I was like, like in like across the sky. He's like, oh no, in my backyard. So he's got a whole story.
Yeah, we need to get that.
He has a whole clear description and everything. Now, no pictures or anything. He was a kid, and I think he was at his aunt and uncle's house, if I remember right. But he lived in Jacksonville, Mississippi at the time. So,
okay,
he was little.
Cool. Yeah,
he was little. So we'll get him on, and basically what I'll do is I'll get him on the speakerphone, and I'll talk to him on the speakerphone next to the microphone. We'll get him on for one of the UFO episodes. We can't make a whole episode about his thing. There's not that much to it.
Yeah, cool.
We can get him on there for it. And, see about that.
Yeah, it was either EVPs or I was thinking about forest rangers talking about stairs.
Stairs?
So
what do you mean, like with the eyes or like with the stepping?
With stepping.
Stairs.
So
with the stepping?
There are lots and hundreds, if not thousands, of reports of people that do search and rescue in large forests and state parks, finding perfectly like brand new cases of stairs in the middle of the woods. And like a lot of the stories go, new guy gets hired and they get called up for a search and rescue, and they're out searching and he sees some stairs and he says something to his supervisor and he's like, no, you don't touch them, don't go near them, just walk away. Or there'll be a story of the new guy going out, seeing him walking up the stairs and then coming back down, and then spending the rest of the day looking, coming back, and they'd start freaking out and be like, where were you? And he's like, I just went out and searched like everybody else. They're like, you've been gone for 5 days.
Ooh.
And then
are there some good accounts though?
There's this, I mean, my first real trip down a rabbit hole was about stairs. There's a YouTube channel I follow. We could save it for later. I really want to do EVPs.
Okay, either one. I was gonna say, I know you said you really like EVPs though. So
I love EVPs. They're so
and
good.
I don't have hardly any exposure other than the worst examples, which are those ghost hunter shows that are like syndicated on like channels that shouldn't be covering it, like Travel Channel and what's the other, Bravo, and all that garbage where South Park made that episode making fun of them where they're like, what did you hear that? It's sort of it was like a, did you hear, like, it's just them making stupid noises like, look, a ghost literally peed my pants. Is everybody getting this? Are you getting this? Is it in the shop? It's so funny. And so those are the only shows I have any experience with where they have to get results for every episode, and it just seems super bogus. Yeah. They bring a bunch of equipment and get not a thing. And some of them, like there was one that I wish I could remember the name of it. It was only interesting to watch because they did go to some creepy places.
Yeah.
Now, the 6 or 8 episodes that I watched, they never found a damn thing, but they did go to like some derelict prisons from the 1920s. And like, stuff that is, had heinous stuff, or like, mental institutions when they still abuse patients. Like they go to some creepy places with some awful history, and they've got a big long spiel about the history, and they talk a lot about that, enough to creep you out.
Yeah.
Besides, them hanging out there in the dark. And they never have any results or find anything. They act like, oh, well, we think we sort of got like a little whisper of thing. They don't. But the places you go to are super creepy and interesting.
Well, I will do a
So I'd be
deep
interested to hear some real EVP.
Yeah, I'll do a deep dive and find some good ones. I'll see if I can't get a good 20 of them or so. And we'll
that'd be good.
Talk a little bit about the science behind EVPs. So look forward to that next week.
Yeah, I'd like you to run down how people are recording that stuff, because I'm, as you know, I'm a big sound guy.
Yeah.
So I want to know how they're doing that stuff, and also I'd like to know if you know, because I don't. Every modern, ghost horror movie, they always bring out a bunch of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
The equipment.
Mm-hmm.
What is that supposed to be representing? Is there a bunch of equipment the ghost hunters bring out? What kind of stuff?
Yeah, I've done some, so I can tell you all about it.
So to get into some of that stuff too, and tell us what sort of what's the coolest kit? What's the stuff?
Yeah, there's
people
one
bring?
specific guy that I could talk about. He's really revolutionizing current paranormal investigations. Dude's he's making his own equipment he's repurposing shit. My favorite thing is he takes the camera from an Xbox Connect, because it has
depth sensing.
It's got the tracking for humans, and he's catching figures where there aren't figures.
Oh, it's registering a figure, but there's obviously no one there in the camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they do the tracking with both the visual, and then they've got a depth sensing camera.
Yeah, Xbox Connect camera is pretty great. We'll get into that next week. It's good fun.
Okay. Yeah, show us some of that stuff, because I am interested in that, because that's it's all there. It's people trying to prove it with empirical evidence and science, which I really dig, because I want to molder the thing.
Okay, cool.
We'll
do it.
I want to be into it.
We'll do it. Well, I'm going to go ahead and plug our socials right quick. If you guys want to shout out to us, give us an idea for an episode, or want to talk shit about how much we talk shit about the state of New Jersey tonight, email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. We are on Instagram at Beyond Shadows Podcast, and we are on Facebook, Beyond the Shadows Podcast. We all have this right here that's above me. This is our logo, so look for that, and you will find us. We don't have a lot on Instagram, and we don't have a lot on Facebook, but every one of these episodes are uploaded to YouTube and uploaded to Spotify. I don't think we're on Apple Podcasts. I don't know. I don't have an iPhone. Wait, you have an iPhone?
I do.
Do you have Apple Podcasts on there?
I have Apple Music somewhere.
Yeah, so so when we get our analytics, we don't usually get. It always says Spotify. Everyone's always listening on Spotify. So I'm assuming, because we're publishing through Spotify, that we're not on Apple Podcasts.
Yeah, I assume you have to actually publish to them.
Yeah, it used to not be like that years ago. This is my third or fourth podcast. So.
Oh no, I don't. Oh wait, there we go. Apple Music, Beyond the Shadow. Does not look like it. There's a bunch of stuff with the name Beyond the Shadows. Most of them are albums, songs.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll see about getting us pushed out the Apple Podcast too.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that'll cause a conflict with Spotify or not. So we'll see. We'll look into it. So again, our email, beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Feel free to reach out to us. And we look forward to hearing from you guys. And next week, we'll be talking about EVPs and paranormal investigations. So make sure that you follow us.
Beyond the Shadows.
There we go.
Good night, everybody.
Jeez, I was wondering if we were going to do it.
As hang
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work. A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. It's horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
So, did a lot of films, a lot of funny films, but Ghostbusters, of course, everybody remembers.
Yeah.
So I'm a shirt.
Yeah.
So, you know, I grew up on it, you grew up on it, and now they're making all kinds of iterations now, and there was a cartoon show, and there's all this stuff. So, before all that, though, Dan Aykroyd was the one who came up with the idea for the movie.
Yeah.
Which is really supposed to be him and Jim Belushi, like, going through, like, multiple, like, spiritual far out realms, like fighting ghosts, right? But it was deemed to be too expensive and ridiculous for a 1984 budget, understandably.
Yeah.
So they brought someone in to rewrite it to make it more realistic. Right? I mean, whatever. Anyway,
it's Ghostbusters. How realistic is it going to be?
Right. You know, but the reason he came up with the first idea to begin with is he has a long history in his family of spiritualism. Spiritualism is in mediums who contact ghosts and the study of ghosts. So his dad wrote a history of ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
His mother claimed to have seen ghosts and claimed that she could contact them. His grandfather experimented with radios to try to contact the dead. And his great-grandfather was a well-known spiritualist / medium, like when people do seances and that sort of thing.
That's cool. Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
And
Dan Aykroyd.
Did you know he's got his own vodka company?
Checks out. All the big stars get alcohol companies.
It is expensive, but I got one bottle a few years back for my birthday. It was like $80, and this kind of ties into what you were saying. All of his bottles are the shapes of human skulls, and almost anatomically correct, just a little bit smaller.
Of course. Okay, I've seen those. I didn't know that was his company.
Yeah, and they're called Crystal Skull.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have seen those.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was his.
Yeah, that's
Crystal
his.
Skull.
That's
funny.
I mean,
that's good.
I
That's
thought
clever.
for sure, like, expensive vodka. Yeah, this is gonna rock, right?
Right.
It's vodka. Just buy the cheap shit, man.
I mean, vodka just tastes like. I mean, it doesn't have any other overtones. It just tastes like alcohol.
Yeah.
And that's why people get it, because you just mix it and there's nothing else to work with.
Kudos to that man that just sips vodka, because
harder dude than me.
I cannot do it.
Harder dude than me.
Much bigger man than myself. Anyway, what's up, everybody?
Welcome to the show.
Yes, my name is Victus.
And I'm Aeon.
And this is Beyond the Shadows podcast, where we do our best to suss the truth out behind paranormal goings-ons.
And thingses.
Yes. But
so we were going to cover EVPs and ghost hunting equipment.
Well, originally it was just EVPs, but we ran into a problem.
Yeah, so we tried to pivot to ghost hunting equipment.
Yeah.
And knew of a guy who does some really interesting work, except we ran into a problem. Most of the cool EVP stuff is licensed by folks who I'm told I'm censored from using their name because they say not to use any of their content. So for those reasons, just said that I can't even tell you who it is, but I'm sure you know it's Ghost something redacted censored.
Yes.
So like all the shows. So unfortunately, the guy who does all the interesting work also happens to be a subcontractor for them, so also still can't use it.
Yeah, like we originally we were just going to do EVPs. We were going to do a whole episode on EVPs, and dug, and I found a couple that were, free to use, but they were like, it was obviously somebody just saying, "Get out of my house," like behind the camera or whatever. And all of the good stuff was, yes, from a popular television show that we're not allowed to use. So,
and has plenty of money to sue us for it. So
yeah, so we're
way more than us.
So we're like, cool, we'll just do an episode on equipment, and it came down to like 15 pieces of equipment, and all of the great examples were on that same show. And the guy that invented that same stuff works for that show. So we had some good stuff lined up. I mean, I do encourage you, if you want to look into it, check it out. I'm sure you know what show we're talking about.
It's very popular. Also, on the other hand, just for fun, Google ghost hunting equipment or equipment ghost hunters use or ghost detecting devices, and there's a bunch of ads for stuff you can buy for your kids on Amazon and Walmart.com.
Yeah.
Plug for both of you. So, if you feel like birthdays aren't exciting enough, get your kid into hunting EVP.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I was actually gonna use this as part of our intro, but I do have a ghost hunting story. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, tell me. So
when I first moved to the Fort Smith area, when I lived over there, I didn't know anybody, so I went to, took off walking around town, started meeting people, and I found a place downtown that had a sign up for ghost tours. So I was like, cool, let's check this out. And I go in there, start talking to the owner. He's like, yeah, I do paranormal investigations. Are you interested? I said, well, yeah.
Of course.
So, it was a historic town. So it wasn't in Fort Smith. It was just outside of Fort Smith. And the town had been there since, like, cowboy days. So the first investigation that we did was 2 buildings. So one of them was, at the time, it was like a leather shop. They made like saddles and, holsters and stuff like that. But back in the early 1800s, it was a brothel.
Of course. Most things were in Arkansas.
Yeah. So that was building number 1. And building number 2 was, at the time, a restaurant. But the upstairs, the ground level floor was a restaurant, but there was a second floor. And years ago, people used to live up there. And so they're like, all sorts of bad stuff happened up here. We didn't get anything there. But interestingly enough, we did get the cops called on us there. But it's fine. It's fine. They were cool about it. They're like, we just drove by and saw people walking around in this restaurant with the flashlights. We didn't know what was going on.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
And they were totally cool. They came in, and I think the only thing we got in that building was orbs. But they were like, cool, could we see your equipment? Could we see what you guys are doing? I'm like, sure, come on, man, let's get you. And one cop sat down and I showed, because I was the camera guy. I ran all the equipment. And it was like, as soon as they walked in, orbs everywhere, which is really weird. Because I'm not,
like,
I don't
with the flashlights or with the camera equipment?
With the camera equipment. So we had cameras all over the building, like end of hallways, corners of rooms, stuff like that. And we were all downstairs. And as soon as the cops walked in the building, I'm still monitoring the cameras because I want to see this stuff live. And as soon as they walked in the building, orbs, tiny orbs everywhere. And they're like, oh, it's probably just dust. I was like, nobody's been upstairs for like 15 minutes.
And it's not like the AC's on.
Yeah, because there was no AC up there. It was hot.
Dang.
But that's not the spooky part. So that's
what's the spooky part?
That's building number 2. Building number 1, the one that used to be a brothel, there was an upstairs there also, and they said every time they remodeled the upstairs, something happens and it always catches on fire. They said we can do all new electrical, all new plumbing, everything, and as soon as it's finished, within a couple days, it catches just the top floor. The ground level doesn't burn. Right?
Okay.
So
weird.
So they went up. The last fire was like 90s, somewhere in the 90s, late 90s.
So we went upstairs, and they had gone through and torn out all the burned stuff and then replaced. So you could see the entire floor, but there were walls there, but it was just studs. There was no drywall or nothing up. And we had, it was a couple of young kids, and I'm like, these kids don't know what the fuck they're doing. And I was like, these kids are just out here having fun. I get it. I was grumpy because I just didn't want to be around a bunch of fucking kids. But they were like, 14.
Yeah.
They're just doing what they love. I get it, but they just kids aggravate me. I meant, yeah. But
old man grumpy face.
Yes. So I'm running a handheld camera. We didn't have cameras set up. Everybody was just carrying handheld cameras. And we were in the main room, one big room in the middle of the second floor. And we got the tape recorder going, and everybody's got cameras going, and we told everybody, turn off your flashlights. So we're gonna do a voice session. And we set this flashlight. So there's a thing that investigators like to do where they usually use the flashlights where you like twist the head of the flashlight to turn it on.
Okay.
But you twist it just to the point where it barely turns off, and then you set it down.
Okay. And
the theory behind that is a ghost can interact with that and turn the light on and off. And I was like, this is going to
take a little.
Yes.
Kind of like the affecting the diaphragm on your microphone, but you can't hear it.
Right.
But you got to close and tap. Obviously, tap the diaphragm and just be loud as hell.
Right.
Okay.
So I was like, this is going to be some bullshit. I was like, this is going to work. I was like, I don't even... Cause, like you go into like you go into a building, you immediately get a vibe, right?
Right.
And I was like, sure, it's spooky. There's walls are, missing, and there's a history, but I'm not like spooked or nothing. And so we're all sitting on the floor and we're asking questions, and then they would say, if you're here, turn on the light. And I'm sitting next to it, and I'm just like scrolling through my phone and not really paying attention. And then the fucking light turns on. I'm like, what? So I turn and look at it, and they're asking questions. So I get up, right? I'm like, there's got to be something. So like I said, there's no drywall. It's all exposed studs. And it's sitting on a 2x4. And I have the camera in my hand, and I'm going back and forth from the front side to the back side of the light while it turns on and off to show that nobody's touching it. And they're like, turn it on if you're a woman. And then it would turn on. And they'd be like, okay, can you turn it off, please? And then it would sit for a second, and then it would turn off. And it legit felt like it was answering questions. It was spooky, man.
Wow.
So then
I like that.
I don't have this video anymore because I just gave it to the guy who ran the company. But I was watching, so that's the downside of doing an investigation like this, is the next day you get to go back and watch all of the video that you recorded. And so next day I'm just sitting in bed watching video. It was like 6 hours of video, just me holding a shitty camera. And there was one point where we were all sitting on the floor trying to get the flashlight to turn on. And everybody had their flashlights turned off. And the first question that was asked said, is there anybody here? Can you show yourself? A green light flies across the screen. And so like I knew the girl who was sitting in front of me. So I asked her the next day, I was like, show me your equipment that you were using the other night. So she showed me, and I'm looking at it. I was like, is there lights on any of this? And she said, the only light I had was a flashlight, and it was turned off.
That's cool.
I was like, what? And it was like,
that's cool.
So like this screen that you see here, this was like the frame. It was like this big. And it did like a weird floaty thing and left a trail. It was weird. Did
it leave it on any of the other cameras?
No, just the one I was using.
Isn't that funny too? Because you kind of thought it was going to be a wash, so you weren't.
Yeah.
You're just.
But I got one.
Hanging out.
I got one more for you.
Okay.
So,
And for those of you that forget, Victus is an actual paranormal investigator, whereas I'm more like a groupie.
I've done this stuff. I don't do it currently. My investigating now is what we do here. So then we were running a spirit box, which I don't think you know what it is. So I'm gonna explain it. So there's a few different variants of a spirit box. Essentially, what you're doing is you've got an electrical device that creates either white noise or cycles through radio frequencies, and you ask questions, and you will audibly hear a response. So there's
like you're giving them something electrical to interact with.
Correct.
Kind of like the idea of a flashlight, but a different medium.
Right. So the one we used, I might actually have it on my phone right now. Let me see if I still got it. Oops, I just turned off my lights. Turn those back on. I might have it on here. No, I don't have it anymore. It was called the Portal. Cool little app. But what it does is it scans radio frequencies. So a normal spirit box will scan radio frequencies and just play a fraction of the sound. So the theory behind that is, if it's an intelligent spirit, it can link those sounds together and make a word.
Oh, okay.
So all you're hearing is snips of different radio stations.
Okay, I got it.
But this one, I like this one, and this is why I picked it. It plays the audio backward.
Oh.
So you're less likely to just by happenstance get a word put together.
From random phrases of people.
So if your audio is backward and something makes a word out of it, it's much more likely to be intelligent. You know, I'm gonna see if I can't download this right quick. But we're sitting there doing, this spirit box session, and I'm listening real close, man, because I wanted so bad for it to be, a legit experience. And
right.
And so it's cycling through. Oh, cool, it's done downloading already. That was fast. Let me see if I can get this audio on here. Hearing it?
Mm-hmm.
So it's backward.
Okay.
You kind of get the idea of what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But this is the app we were using. And I'm sitting there and I'm listening, trying to put words together. And a lot of times it's just gibberish and there's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And we kept asking questions. I was like, is anybody here? Anybody here? And I could have swore I kept hearing the name Sierra. And I was like, it kept happening. Like, I think 15 times we got the name Sierra. And I was like, dang, somebody here must have used to live in Nevada. Right? I was like, it's Arkansas, anybody could have been from, a different part of the country.
Okay.
And the whole time, one of these 14-year-old kids was standing in the corner as this girl, and she's standing there with her arms folded. I was like, I don't know what's going on with Sierra, but they really like the place. And the girl goes, that's my name. What?
Oh, that's cool.
Dead ass.
Was she freaked out?
No, she says this. She's like, this has been happening my entire life. It doesn't bother me.
Oh, okay.
She's like, guess why I'm here? They like me. And I was like,
oh,
cool.
Good to know.
Wow. Yeah, and I'll never forget that investigation to the day I die, man. It was a cool little place. But they did a remodel of that building in the 80s, I think. And when they did, they tore up the original floor and put new decking down because it was warping.
Mm-hmm.
And when they tore up the floor, they found 4 skeletons under the floor. And a trapdoor above them. So the working theory was that as a form of punishment for the women that worked in the brothel, they would put them under the floor.
And some just didn't come out.
Yeah.
Oh, hence the haunted, wrathful fire stuff.
So that was what we were thinking.
Wow.
Yeah, it was cool. It was fun. I had a lot of
that's
fun.
a juicy piece we could have led with. Skeletons under the floorboards.
But the weird thing is I feel like I catch a vibe pretty quick when I'm in a building. And I did not feel like bad energy, you know, like you can tell, like if 2 people were arguing and you just walk in the room, you know immediately, right? Well, you didn't feel any of that, so it's just weird. Maybe I'm not as awesome as I thought I was, so whatever. Fuck you, Ghost. So what we ended up deciding on this week was I pulled a Reddit thread, one of my very favorite Reddit threads, and this guy, let me get his name so I get this right. This is on the Reddit thread /no sleep from 9 years ago. The guy, his name is Search and Rescue Woods, so he works for the Forest Service in the United States. He won't say where. He's private. He's very private. And he was a SAR officer, which is search and rescue.
Okay.
And this guy's thread was so engaging that I just noticed this, that he won the Best Reddit Thread Award in 2015. So
dang.
So yeah.
Okay.
There's some roots to this, and this is terribly interesting to me because it was following this thread that I learned about the stairs that I was telling you about last week.
Oh yeah, the random stairs in the forest.
Yeah, and I don't think he touches on it in this one, so we can save more of this for another episode because there's like 9 parts to this.
Oh.
But he does touch on it. Hold on. Okay. There's a copyright note. I was just reading it.
Almost effed again.
Almost. Well, it says you can't repost it without explicit permission.
Oh, well, good. We're not posting anything. Sounds great.
If you want to narrate, translate, or otherwise share somebody else's original work, please read the narrator's FAQs. Well, I'm not trying to do that to anybody else's work. I'm trying to do it to this one. It's fine. If they say anything,
it's fine.
We'll adjust. But this guy's name is Search and Rescue Woods, and he does search and rescue for the United States Forest Service. So my plan was to read some of these because they, even if they are fake, they're damn good. They're damn good. It's just we had trouble putting together something that would be a good enough episode for this week, and we needed to record, frankly. So we're gonna start up.
And let's face it. While we do research, you're not here for the hard hitting research. You're here for the personalities and hand gestures.
Hand gestures.
And we can't have personalities if we don't have something to talk about. So we're gonna talk about this.
So we might just read a couple of these and then, talk about them. But I will say that this guy is when it turned me on to the Forest Service stories. So apparently, people that work for the Forest Service, especially in search and rescue, all sorts of crazy stories come out. all sorts. And a lot of people don't report this stuff. So what this guy was doing was he was collecting these stories from people, and he was posting them on Reddit.
Okay. Yeah, because you don't want to tell your superior that you're losing your mind.
Right. The stairs thing. So apparently, so what I hear a lot with the stairs thing is like they'll be doing a search and rescue thing, and out in the middle of the woods, you know, they'll split up. You know, search and rescue people will go out by themselves.
Yeah.
And, you know, they can go, you know, 3-4 hours in the woods by themselves and not get lost. Or if they do, they know how to handle themselves. So these guys will be out there walking around, and they'll see a perfectly pristine staircase just in the middle of the woods.
Made out of dirt.
No. Let me see if I can just Google something right quick.
I mean, what are the stairs made out of?
Usually, the way I was told it was described was like they took a staircase out of your house and it just plopped in the middle of the woods.
Oh, like a built
yes
indoor staircase outside.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that's weird. Oh. Are those just some representations?
These are just like I'm looking for. It's like this is actually an art installation.
Right.
I was hoping,
because the Forest Service builds a lot of stairs out,
but these would be
not for outdoor use stairs.
Like this. Just a fucking staircase in the middle of nowhere, leading to nothing.
Huh. And I see those cement ones too, that do just look like a chunk pulled out of like the sidewalk here and dropped out there that doesn't go to anywhere.
Yeah. So stuff like this, but usually there won't be like a wall. This is another one of those art installations.
Yeah.
There won't be like a wall at the top.
It'll just
end.
Huh.
But they won't, like this one's by a body of water. This one's obviously there so you can look out over the land, but imagine like a wooden staircase with a handrail that looks like it belongs in a house, just plucked out of a house and dropped in the middle of the woods.
That's how they describe it.
Yeah. And the stories go that they'll go up the stairs and they'll be like, this is really weird, and then climb back down and then find everybody, and they'll be like, where were you? And they're like, I was just out in the woods. And they're like, you've been gone for 3 days. And so there's like theories running around that this ties in with UFOs, like these were landing places for UFOs, and when you go up, you're getting picked up.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
But then there's also I remember reading one story where a guy goes up and has like a brain aneurysm and just dies. And when they autopsy him, so have you ever read the book Timeline by Michael Crichton?
No. Though I've read a bunch of Michael Crichton stuff. That's interesting that I haven't read that one.
Timeline's great. You should read Timeline. Or at least watch the movie. Gerard Butler's in it. It's good. So was
I haven't seen it.
So was Paul Walker. He's in it.
Oh, where they go back to medieval times. Yeah, they had the weird time loop between there and here. Yeah, and they're going back like it's an archaeological study. So in costume and everything, and then it turns out they're part of what affected the timeline of the area in the first place. I got you. Sorry to spoil it for everybody. Go watch it though; it's really good.
So the crux of that at the beginning of the movie, especially in the book, they get into a lot of details in the books. A guy travels too many times, and when he comes back, he has what they call a transcription error. When his pieces are being put back together from the time travel, they don't quite line up correctly.
Oops.
And so what they say is it looked like they cut him and then put him back together, but nothing lined up correctly.
Oops.
And everything is off by just like a fraction of an inch. And then he ends up dying from it. Well,
right.
Some of the things with the stories of the stairs is people are going up these stairs and they'll fall, drop dead. And when they do the autopsy, that's what they're finding inside of them.
Stuff that's slightly misaligned.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like they were transported and transported back somewhere.
A transcription error occurs.
You know, that's interesting because the theory about like if you were going to make an actual like Star Trek teleporter. Sorry, my mustache is itching.
Oh, I thought you were smelling your finger. I don't know what you do in your free time.
No, that's my disguise when I don't want to be recognized.
I have one of those. See?
Inspector.
Mine's made.
My Inspector finger mustache.
Mine's made out of hair.
Yeah, this is to get rid of it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah, it's an anti-mustache. It's an anti-mustache mustache. Yeah.
So I would have to do something like this. This is what it looked like with no beard.
So that was what they, you know, whenever people talk about like if you're going to make a real Star Trek transporter, right? Like the concept in Star Trek is they, you know, take a flash image of your pattern, is because what they put you into then is the pattern buffer, which is kind of like a ROM buffer of where everything was aligned in your body, every molecule, and then it gets reproduced somewhere else from the pattern buffer. And the interesting thing in Star Trek is they go into it in some of the later stuff, or I guess more recent stuff, that you could actually keep someone alive indefinitely in the pattern buffer if you never turned it off. Like you load them into the pattern buffer and they don't age, and when you drop them back out again, they're the same person that you loaded into the pattern buffer. But, you know, when they went back and did some of the early like they went back and did that show Enterprise, right, which is supposed to be like really early Star Trek, like earlier than Kirk. And there's a guy, they talk about using the transporter because it's kind of finicky because it's still early tech.
Yeah.
And dude gets transported back up and has grass from where he was standing got transported with him, is embedded all over his skin.
No.
Because, you know, it's early. But yeah, so like that's really interesting that they had like, you know, a transcription error.
Yeah.
You know, from replicating it back, that stuff didn't quite get aligned. That's interesting.
Yeah, it kind of feeds into the idea that they're feeding us things that are real through science fiction.
Right.
So like,
right,
maybe this really can happen, and they're just trickle feeding us this information. So when when the full information drops, you're like, oh, it's like this thing in Star Trek.
It's like that thing that I saw that one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I read about that on Reddit.
I read it. Yeah, exactly. I saw a thread on Reddit about that.
So it's really interesting. I didn't know I keep calling it a transcription error. That's a really good way to put it.
It is. It is.
Kudos to Michael Crichton.
Officially.
That man can write.
We're officially adopting it.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to call it transcription errors from here on out. So maybe we'll see if we can find some stories of the stairs. And oh yeah, so like something else they would say was like, yeah, I was out in the woods and I saw this staircase, and then like everybody would get quiet and be like,
and then what happened?
Just don't go near them. Don't even, like, if you see them, just walk away. Worth it.
Whoa.
And they'd be like, if you see them, just walk away. And those people that get told to walk away, those are the ones that get the transcription errors.
Because they walked away, or because they go anyway?
Because they go anyway.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's a deep rabbit hole.
Best way to get somebody to do something is tell them
not to do
whatever you do. don't do this. Best way to get somebody to do something.
But
why? Just trust.
Just don't do it.
That doubles down on it. Now they have to.
Trust me, you don't want any part of this. Yeah, it's like that scene from what's that movie with guy from Step Brothers, where he's the musician. Jeez, I can't even think of his name.
Oh, the Ricky Bobby.
Not Will Ferrell.
No. It's
oh jeez.
Walk Hard.
Walk Hard. That's it.
What's his character's name?
Let me see if I can find this video. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah, they're like, you don't want any of this. He's like, I think I do.
It's so fucking funny. Okay, here we go. We got it on YouTube. Okay, hold on.
Get out of here, Dewey. What are y'all doing here? We're smoking reefer. And you don't want no part of this shit. You're smoking reefers? Yeah, of course we are. Can't you smell it? No, Sam.
Come on, Dewey. Join the party.
No, Dewey. You don't want this. Get out of here. You know what? I don't want no hangover. I can't get no hangover. It didn't give you a hangover. Well, I'll get addicted to it or something. It's not habit forming. Okay, well, I don't know. I don't want to overdose on it. You can't OD on it. It's not going to make me want to have sex, is it? It makes sex even better. Sounds kind of expensive. It's the cheapest drug there is. You don't want it. I think I kind of.
I think.
Okay, but just this once. Come on in.
He's all right. Come on.
All right, just this once. Come on.
It's the cheapest drug ever. It's not habit forming.
Says all those things like they're terrifying.
Yeah. You don't want
it's
this.
It's not addictive.
It's the cheapest drug there is. It makes sex better.
Best way to get someone to do something.
Exactly.
Tell them not to.
Case in point. Dewey from Walk Hard. Dewey Cox. There we go.
Dewey Cox.
I still haven't even watched that movie. I've seen that clip 1,000 times, but I've never watched the movie.
I have seen more clips of it than I have the actual movie.
At this point, we've probably seen the movie.
So much of it has been memed.
It's okay. It's good.
At least all the best parts.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God for meme culture.
I get all my news from the memes.
So do I.
That's how I know something important happened. There'll be a meme
They
about
meme. Yeah, I don't want to talk about the memes that are happening right now. I don't want it to get canceled.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Do you know that one song is like burr, 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 burr,
yeah.
Burr, 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 burr. So people make like somebody will have some big fail and they'll freeze frame it.
Yeah.
And turn it into some animation. That is my hands down favorite. That is my hands down favorite.
I like the ones where they're it's usually like somebody falling, but the sound they make is like a clip from a song, but it's perfect. Have you seen these?
Oh, is it the somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me, but it's like somebody wants to like as they like hit the ground, because I see that one a lot.
Let me see if
Smash Mouth.
Let me see if I can find it.
Smush teeth. Smush teeth.
Come on. Where's it at? It's so good, man. Oh, yeah. Dismiss. I don't want your cookies. All right, so this, I'm going to show you the video, and then I'm going to... Oh, you know what? I can pull this up on YouTube. What's it called? Smells like Teen Shovel Cube. That's a weird name. Okay.
What?
Yeah, somebody didn't know how to spell. This is hilarious. You're going to get a kick out of this. Oh, geez, so many mice. What's it called?
I was trying to think of recent memes that I liked, and all three that I saw, I can't talk about because they'll get us canceled.
Here it is.
I like that. That was funny. Yeah, I've seen some like that. That's a good one though.
And there's others that like people running and jumping and hitting their heads, and then they turn it into like Bang Bang by Jesse J.
Oh yeah, I've seen, or they they slip on their skateboard and rack themselves on the rail, and they'll use the Michael Jackson for it.
Yeah.
they'll use it in place of Michael Jackson.
Memes are great. I really enjoy memes.
Yeah. It's what I really have Instagram for.
I don't know how you do it. I can't do Instagram.
I just follow only awesome stuff like that. It's stuff like that, like what we just played. That's the vast majority of what I follow.
Jesus, you're the only person that sends me memes anymore. And
because I'll run across and be like, oh, you know who I think is funny?
Oh, geez, that Macaulay Culkin one you sent me earlier. Literally face palmed.
Another one that we cannot show on the show. It's so bad.
Literally face palmed. I face palmed so hard, I had to clean my glasses because I had smudges all over my lenses.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's like 90% of my death scrolling on Instagram, stuff like that. It's so foul. Yeah, that one I was like, oh, and it's Michael Jackson. That's rough.
Yeah,
that's a rough joke.
Even if that is, photoshopped or whatever. Kudos to whoever did it. It's good.
Right? It was clever.
It's good.
My other favorite one was, or favorite one today, I should say, was the one that I sent you of all the Oscar Mayer weenie trucks lined up on the road
to your mom's house.
Traffic was backed up all the way to your mom's house. or the weatherman said a dress for the 90s, and it's like Pearl Jam.
Yeah. And I
stand there like they're on MTV in the 90s.
I saw that and I was like, I still dress like this some days.
Minus the plaid, I'm still jeans and t-shirts all the way.
I will literally, I have like 4 plaid shirts, and I literally wear them around my waist only. They don't fit me. They don't fit me on top. I just tie them around my waist. I'm about to the point where I'm just going to put a snap on them so I can just and be done. Not have to worry about tying it. Yep, I'm that kid. Sorry. Grew up in the 90s. That's who I am.
There's one more that I watched that they're really foul jokes, but it's got a dude on there. It's like someone reacts, like it's dude's name, like Damien reacts or whatever. And the thing that he always has at the end of the clip is him like trying really hard not to laugh, like looking at the camera and looking to the side, and it's got like a little floating Jesus with the googly eyes, like looking at the back of his head, and he's like trying not to laugh because they're bad like that, like laugh and go to hell.
There's these guys that do practical jokes but they do it in like traffic. Like they've done a few of them, like where they just at a red light get up and leave their car. But my favorite one they did, they're at a stoplight and there's a huge bumper sticker on the trunk that says honk if you love Satan. And they'll wait until the light turns green and they hit the horn at the green light, and then the trunk pops open and Jesus pops out and
looks really disappointed.
Shakes his head and closes the trunk.
I saw that one. That's good. That's good.
Meme culture, man. Gotta love it. It's one of the best things to happen.
All right, so
enough dilly dally.
Give me a story from the creepy forest.
All right, man. We'll start with this first one. This one's pretty good. I'm gonna pull this picture up. This story is kind of relevant in the Reddit underworld. This is just another variation.
All of Reddit's the underworld.
All of Reddit is the underworld. But somebody did make a picture to accompany this. So if you're watching on YouTube, you're gonna really enjoy this. This story just spooks me the fuck out, man. And this picture does not help. So here you go. Here's some nightmare fuel.
Teddy bear face.
Teddy bear face. So this is about the bear man. So I'm just gonna go ahead and read this story,
And you'll hear my dramatic pause at the end so you know when it's over. But again, this is from Search and Rescue Woods on Reddit, /no sleep from 9 years ago. He says, I have pretty good track record for finding people. Most of the time they wander off the path or just slip down a cliff and can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old stay where you are thing, and they don't wander too far. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen, and both bother me a lot. And I use them as motivation to search even harder on missing person cases I get called on. The first was a little boy who was out berry picking with his parents. He and his sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. The parents lost sight of them for a few seconds, and in that time, both of the kids apparently wandered off. And when the parents couldn't find them, they called us, Search and Rescue, and we came out to search the area. We found the daughter pretty quickly, and when we asked her where her brother was, she told us that they had been taken away by the Bear Man. She said he gave her she said he gave her berries and told her to stay quiet, that he wanted to play with her brother for a while.
Oh.
The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the Bear Man, and he seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was tall and covered in hair like a bear, and that he had a weird face. We searched the area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and grandpa. According to the mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, but she never came back down. They waited at the base of the tree for hours, calling her name, before they called for help. And again, we searched everywhere, but we never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she could have possibly gone, but neither her mother or her grandpa saw her come down out of that tree.
Ugh. Snatched by giant golden eagles.
Dramatic pause.
On their way to Mordor. Yeah. Like, oh, you're not Frodo. Dropped her in the creek.
Scoop. Reminds me of an episode of NCIS where they find the scuba diver in a tree.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. It was a forest fire, and they scooped him up with the...
In the plane.
Yeah.
In the plane, the tank plane. The water tank plane.
I'm pretty sure that was an episode of Myth.
Yeah, it was...
To see if it was possible. I love Mythbusters. Those are my people.
Yeah, that's right. It was... They did have it on Mythbusters to see if you could actually... see if that could actually happen.
Right. If you haven't yet, I recommend Adam Savage's book, Everything's a Hammer.
That sounds like some stuff you'd write.
It's good, man. At first I was like, cool, it's going to be a book about like Mythbuster stuff, right? No, it's a self-help book.
Oh,
and
okay.
Talks about like creativity and how to channel what you need to do, how to be organized, how he organizes himself, and gives advice on that. Really interesting book. I really thought it was going to be something different, and 15 minutes in, I was hooked. So,
and he's got a new show out.
Does he? I would watch it.
I think it's just called Savage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, looks cool. But it's just him making stuff. It's not like a Mythbusters thing. It's just him showing you. He's just doing creative stuff. Like one, he makes Gandalf's pipe like really fast.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
But he's like dressed up like I didn't watch it, but I was like, oh, I'll come back. I'll come back. But Adam Savage does make cool stuff, so I'll probably come back. But I had other stuff.
Shout out to Adam Savage.
I found exploding kittens. Yeah, shout out to Adam Savage for being a dope human being.
If you happen to come across our podcast, you're amazing. We'd love to have you on our show. Just chat with us, have a drink. Let's talk about how the world works. Neil deGrasse Tyson, too. I love that man. I would kiss him on the mouth. Maybe. I would.
There you go, Neil. You're invited for a in-person kiss on the mouth with Victus.
Yes. I say it all the time because he's actually in Virginia a lot. He is an honorary degree at Virginia Tech, I think. And he's in Virginia all the time. I'm like, dude, just swing by my house. Let's have a coffee. Talk about stuff.
you know, I don't really want to pick his brain. I just want to hang out with the guy. Come on, buddy. Let's go.
He seems like a really interesting dude.
He
I mean, I know he's always on for all the, you know, everybody always has science questions for him, which he's always happy to answer. But the way in which he answers the question and his perspective on a lot of this stuff, even when people ask him about, like, you know, well, how do you explain God or ghosts or any of that stuff? Like, he's always got a super interesting take on it. Even, you know, he was on. I saw a clip where someone was asking about, you know, what do you think about UFOs? He's like, all right, so here's the thing about UFO. Like, he just like unfazed, jumped right into it, and he's like, nothing. There's nothing out there to say that it's not happening. He's like, which, and there's nothing that says that it can't. So if we take those two things out, that means that it can, and likely is.
Yeah, his man with the golden voice. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's like, now do we have good proof? Yeah, we do not. But that's a matter of time, not a matter of possibility. I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
tell me more.
He's the very I call him in my mind, because I listen to his podcast every week. In my mind, I call him the accessible physicist, because everything he says is easily accessible.
Mm-hmm. He was like Bill Nye without the weird bent to him.
Yeah, because
Bill always had the over exaggerated thing to his character. Though he's got a new show, Bill Nye Explains Everything.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Bill Nye Explains the World or something like that. Very good.
I recommend Star Talk. It's Neil deGrasse.
It's Bill Nye the Science Guy for adults.
Oh, okay.
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
But Star Talk is Neil deGrasse Tyson's podcast, and it's amazing. It's absolutely incredible.
Also, did you know that Bill Nye so he's part of a project to launch a working solar sail, like as a propulsion system. And the first one that they launched, they've launched one, and it failed, but not it was the launch vehicle broke up, but they've launched one now that deployed and works. I mean, it's been like a lifelong work for him that was started by Carl Sagan.
Okay.
The initiative and group was started and funded by Carl Sagan, but their first launch, they launched it from a Russian nuclear sub. Like Russian nuclear sub and carrying nukes. So they replaced the warhead. They got the Russians to replace the warhead on one of the nukes with one of their ICBMs with their satellite launch system, and launched it out of the ocean out of a nuclear sub.
That's cool.
I was like, dude, how did you talk the Russians into that?
Right?
That's cool.
Yeah, they hate us, so I'm very surprised. Although,
yeah, they're like, sure, if you pay us, we'll shoot anything out of a sub at anything. I mean, of course, we don't care.
I imagine if Bill Nye rolled up just about any country, he probably would get the same reaction as, say, oh geez, shame on me, what's the basketball player with the crazy hair who wears a dress sometimes?
Rodman.
There you go. Yeah, Dennis Rodman.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because all the world leaders that are now in power saw their language version translation of Bill Nye the Science Guy in the 90s.
Yeah.
Early 2000s, late 90s. So same with Dennis Rodman. They all grew up watching him play basketball and wear dresses.
Yeah.
And the crazy hair.
And he's just they give off cool dude vibes.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Like, sure, you need a nuke. I mean, you want to keep that. I mean, we're not going to use the warhead now. You want to keep that? It's cool.
Yeah.
Want a souvenir?
Take this home with you. Here you go.
Yeah. I mean, can't give you a whole thing. We'll give you the core. You want some plutonium? What's up?
You didn't get it from us.
We got some enriched uranium in a spherical shape that we could let you have as a paperweight.
Oh, geez. That reminds me of a video. A guy bought some depleted uranium from dark web, and he did
How'd he do that?
He did a video of unboxing, and he's like, I'm not sure if this is what I ordered or not, and he lifts the lid off of the shell, and immediately the camera starts fucking up, and like
that's not quite as depleted as I would hope.
Yeah, and like scientists have watched the video and they're like, oh no, This guy's probably dead right now. That is classic radiation interference with cameras.
Yeah, if there's enough radiation to interfere with your electrical equipment, that is not very depleted.
And he's like touching it and stuff. Oh, cool. Interesting. No, he didn't lick it. That was me.
Yeah, but still. I mean, if you open it up and it's effing with your electrical equipment, dude, that's a lot of radiation.
Yeah, man.
If he's not dead, he wish he were.
Yeah, he's probably either he's liquefied into a blob of hair and teeth.
He looks like Professor X after he doesn't eat for 3 weeks.
All right, we're already at an hour. That's fine. I'm totally cool with the pace this one's going. We're doing good for not really having something for this week's episode.
Like I said, the topic's just it's the backbone that we mostly try not to step on.
Yeah.
As we work our way through the episode, we walk around it and beside it and look over at it and mostly don't touch it that much. It's like a rattlesnake in the middle of the show. You just kind of we keep an eye on it, but don't really mess with it.
Right. Yeah.
What else do we
be scared of rattlesnakes? Let me see. Yeah, okay. Here we go. I got one for you. He says, and I quote, "One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search of a young woman who got separated from her hiking group. We were out late one night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and her pack, and she was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, and we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking why that big man with the black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anyone, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock. But the closer we got to base, the more agitated this woman became. She started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave. He wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like a coughing, but more rhythmic and deeper. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me. Her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at that scar on your neck." I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar, and I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she says it, I hear a weird coughing right in my ear, and just about jumped out of my skin. I hustled her to base ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was, but I have to say, I was really happy when we left the area that night. So these stories get fucking spooky, man. I love these.
And I like stories like that only because, like, those are, like, if somebody sat down and was like, I'm gonna write a ghost story, like, that's too weird, I think, for most people to write, because the details are spooky, but not in a way that you're like, oh, spooky story.
You're right.
Spooky. Like, that would not be the elements I would think of if writing something, but that's, which is, I guess, what makes it seem believable and viscerally creepy.
Right. Yeah, and like I said, even if these are fake, they're good. They're fucking
Well, and that's
good.
not too dissimilar from you hearing the sigh.
Oh,
like right
yeah,
near you,
yeah.
but from the direction of the woods, which are far enough away that, like, someone sighing would be kind of hard to hear, but all of you guys heard it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the stuff that, like, it's a tiny detail and a tiny fact, but enough to be like, oh.
Yeah, there's a correlation.
No.
That's the great part about it.
Yeah.
And oh, jeez. When I first moved here to Virginia, I found out where my wife's mom worked, and she works at a big state park nearby. So there's a really popular island just off the coast that everybody goes to here, and the entire island is a state park.
Oh, okay.
And I found out she worked there. I was like,
because I saw her getting ready for work one morning. When because when we first moved here, we lived with them for a few months.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw her getting ready for work, and she was packing her lunch, and I noticed she was wearing a Forest Service uniform. And I was like, have you ever heard any weird stories? She's like, I've heard a few, but I don't like to tell them because they creep me out. So I feel like, there is some reality to what this guy's writing down.
Right.
And
I got to imagine too, even just so there's not as many of them as there used to be now with like imaging satellites and stuff like that. But it used to be a large tracts of the forest were monitored by, fire watchtower.
Mm-hmm.
And still in a lot of the big national parks, they've preserved them, right? And you can go up in some. But I follow a lady on Instagram, and her job 3 months at a time is to be on this watchtower, but the watchtower is on top of a mountain peak.
Yeah.
So the tower itself, it's just a cabin on top of a slightly raised platform
right.
to make a level ground, because the peak is the lookout.
Mm-hmm.
She's up there for 3 months at a time, just her and her dog.
Yeah.
And like she just showed her most recent like pack in, and it was like all the water, like all this stuff gets airlifted to the spot. Her dog, all the stuff gets dropped, in an airlift, and then that's where she is. Like there's, it's like a day or two hike to like if she wants to walk to the nearest help,
mm-hmm.
it's like a day or two hike, and it makes me wonder, like, a lot of those fire stations were like that. You're out there. I mean, maybe not months at a time. This one's because it has to be airlifted. That's why she's out there so long at a time.
Right.
But most of these ranger outposts were for long stretches of time. Week by yourself out in the woods, and there's nothing else out there. Well, or so you hope. And I wonder when there's only a single observer. I mean, I don't think it's people going crazy. I think what you have when you're talking about the Forest Service and stuff like that is you don't have as much intrusion of the developed world.
Right.
And so I think that there's some sort of natural occurrence of weirdness that gets pushed out by all the busyness of society, like city life.
Yeah.
Right. I think it doesn't leave much room for that sort of thing because there's just so much going on all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Even if there were paranormal things going on, like small voices and things like that, everyday life is so busy, you're unlikely to notice.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that accounts for why there's so much weirdness in the forest rescue stuff.
Yeah, like you're tuned in to what's really happening.
Yep. And you're out away from other stuff, and there's, and if, let's say entities were nefarious or or had some agenda, the likelihood of them acting on one person by themselves seems higher than, say, like trying to do something in the middle of town. And if they can affect things like radio waves and signals, the city has got to be like a giant deluge of of interference,
like trying to drink from a fire hose.
Right. Because we're just saturated in it more and more all the time, whereas out there you're really not. And so I wonder if that makes it easier for that sort of thing to, I mean, this is all theory, right? Or conjecture, but I wonder if that makes it easier for these things to exist.
Yeah,
fundamentally.
It makes sense because a lot of these stories come out from middle of nowhere, so I could see how many stories have you heard, like Spooky Forest? It goes back.
Oh yeah,
it goes back to medieval times. Stay out of the woods.
Right. That's like some of the oldest spooky story stuff that we have as a human race. It's always the dark forest or that uninhabited place or that cursed land, or you know what I'm saying, somewhere where people are not.
Yeah, I keep thinking about.
So I'm mostly extrapolating because I know that all the, back to the ghost hunter thing, you were talking about the spirit box and the flashlight, and people use recording equipment, and we're trying to use these things that are, radio waves are pretty subtle energy because they don't interact with much. They don't have an impact. It's not high energy stuff in the grand scheme of things, right? So, a lot of those devices are trying to give something that can't put off a lot of energy. Like you and I can make a lot of physical energy, right, to interact with stuff. So you're trying to give something that can't generate a ton of energy because it's not corporeal. You're trying to give it a way to interact that doesn't take much energy, like the tiny little diaphragm on my microphone.
Right.
It's a thin little skin. The only reason it can pick up my voice so clearly like this is because it's so sensitive. Whereas if I just touch the tip of it with a pin, it'd be this incredibly loud scratch on my headphones right now. So the idea that a ghost, could interact with a microphone in a way that you and I can't hear. Well, if it's just, sitting there interacting with it, it would pick up. So that's what makes me wonder if they're that subtle of a being, right, or that subtle of a presence. I feel like being bombarded all the time by, you can say, cell phone, microwaves, light, all that. They're all various spectrums of electromagnetic energy.
Right.
So we're just flooded in it all the time.
Right.
So I wonder if you follow that as, they interact with that stuff well, if that makes it hard for them to exist or be their most themselves or able to materialize in places where there's a whole lot of that.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's a good train of thought. I think we've got time for one more of these. And I was glancing over it. This one's a staircase story.
Oh, let's hear it.
You want to hear it?
Yeah, I do. The staircase thing is intriguing to me.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It really is.
Stuff where stuff's not supposed to be. I like that.
I'll see if I can find this guy's YouTube channel and send it to you so you can go down a rabbit hole. Maybe you'll fall asleep with it running and some spooky shit in your TV when you wake up in the middle of the night. All right, so he says, it's probably the weirdest story I have. I don't know if it's true in every search and rescue unit, but in mine, it's sort of an unspoken regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with other search and rescue officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point, we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. On just about every case where we were really far out into the wilderness, I'm talking 30 or 40 miles, at some point we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost as if you took the stairs out of your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about them for the first time I saw one, and the other officer just told me not to worry about it, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go and check them out, but I was told very empathetically that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them, because it happens so frequently. So this concept has become so prevalent, they made a movie about it.
What?
It's called The Stairs.
I have not watched it.
It's not as good as I was hoping. But it's cool to have, a fleshed out concept that you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it, but I didn't sit there and watch every minute. I think I was either playing on my phone or playing on my laptop or something. But
I do find it interesting though that if that's the case, they run into them this often. Why? Aren't there pictures?
I don't think a lot of them carry cameras.
I guess they got a pack light, but still, if that was happening that often.
So this was 9 years ago.
Yeah.
So at this point, it was old news.
Dude, I would just take a picture of every damn one of them, man.
And they say, so the reoccurring theme is they're never in the same spot.
Yeah.
And when you go looking for them, you won't find them.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
Huh.
So if you watch the movie, it wraps up like all of the theories around the staircases into a nice little package. So it's like UFOs are even part of it, and missing time is a part of it. I mean, everything that you can think about that's on Reddit about the staircase is wrapped up into this movie. It's a little much, but it was interesting. I just wanted to see the movie because I went down this rabbit hole for like 6 months. Good fun. Transcription errors are in there.
The transcription error thing I find very interesting. I feel like I saw on one of those like unexplained mysteries shows.
Yeah.
I feel like I saw once an X-ray of somebody's like a bone in their spine being just slightly in a way that looked like, I mean, it looked like it should have been cut and repositioned, but it was grown together.
Yeah.
And they were like, you know, granted, I don't think that they had an X-ray of him previous to when he started having trouble, right? Like when this happened, but they're like, somebody would have noticed this.
Yeah.
Like some doctor, even palpitating your back because you have the flu, right? Like somebody, like it's visible from the outside of the skin. That's why we X-rayed it. Like somebody would have, some doctor somewhere would have noticed this. And if this is a genetic defect, it's something we've never seen before.
Yeah.
So I seem to remember that, but I couldn't remember if it was on a fictional movie, but I feel like it was one of those unexplained mysteries shows.
Well, there is, Jesus, cables everywhere. I have so many things going on over here. I mean, there's lots more of this to talk about. Honestly, I'm a little gun shy to read some of this stuff now that I see that copyright notes over here. We'll see what happens. Push comes to shove, we lose an episode. But, you know, So
we'll have it for like 3 years before anyone
Honestly, yeah, it's Reddit. Nobody's really...
That's how you know we're popular. Somebody goes back far enough to find this episode. It's like, hey, I think there was a copyright on that. I think you need to take that down. We'll be like, hey, happily.
Yeah.
We don't need it anymore. It's all good.
Set the episode from public to private. Done.
Yeah, no problem.
Also, I'm
glad you went back that far.
I wanted to point out that we discovered this week that we had an episode on YouTube that had no audio. It has been fixed. It was episode 103, The Somerton Man. So the episode has been re-uploaded and it's fixed. So if you want to go back and listen to that, if you're not on Spotify, if you're only watching on YouTube, it is available now and it is fixed. So, whole episode there. Great story if you haven't listened to it yet.
Sorry if you tried to and were frustrated.
Yes, we apologize.
We just found it.
Yeah, it was... I honestly don't know how it slipped. I really don't. That was back when I was putting like 8 hours of editing time into the episodes. I say back then, geez, that was 3 episodes ago.
Back when?
Yeah. We've been almost at this for 2 months now.
That's true. That's true. Soon to be.
How do you feel about it?
I am loving it. I mean, I'm gonna be really honest. I would sit here and shoot the shit with you anyway.
Yeah.
So if anyone else finds it interesting, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. I think it's terribly interesting, and I find us probably funnier than anyone should think that themselves are. But I think we're hilarious, so I hope somebody else finds it fun too.
I mean, the numbers are looking good. We're getting, excuse me, we're getting a better viewers. We're getting better viewers on YouTube than we are on Spotify.
Oh,
so hey everybody on Spotify,
good.
Thanks for watching us. We appreciate it. You know, we're gonna
that's good.
Continue to increase our production value as we move along.
Yes. You know, the truth is the more you all tune in and the more you all listen, the more we can justify dedicating portions of the rest of our life and allocating it to this. Yeah. So not that we're waiting for that or anything, but you know, there is a work-life balance that we have to work within. But the more this demands it, the more we'll give it. So if you watch and listen, comment, like and subscribe, etc., etc. Beyond Shadows podcast on YouTube, and but the more we can give it. So we do notice that you listen, and as with others, if you leave a comment, we might drop your name on the show.
Yeah,
at least in these early episodes while we still can.
Yeah, we've only gotten one comment so far, and we plugged her last week.
Yeah,
because she's great, and she admired my cat ears.
I was looking for my own additions to my headphones, and I found some cool alien eye stalks.
Oh, okay.
Because everybody's 3D printing stuff for headphones, so I'm looking for ones that I might like.
Cool, yeah.
They looked like I could put them on the sides and curve them around in front of my own eyes. So I might do that because they looked like fun.
I do have a new set piece coming. It'll be here tomorrow. I ordered it, and it was supposed to have been delivered today, but it's behind a little bit. But so behind me, I've got a Starfield poster, and I'm gonna take this Starfield poster down. I'm gonna cover this whole area, and it's a recreation of the poster from Mulder's office in the X-Files. I Want to Believe.
Yes, our motto. That's so good.
So
I like that.
It'll be a permanent fixture here. I'll just have to find a new home for my Starfield poster, which is fine.
That's cool. Yeah, his terrible cheap poster.
Yeah,
in his office that said "I Want to Believe."
Like it was so cringe. Think about it. Like, ooh, this is my motto. This is my credo.
Right.
I'm gonna stick this on the wall. I want to believe.
And it looked like a cheap poster you buy out of like what's that awful gag gift place in the malls?
Gadzooks.
Are
they still open? They still running?
Not here.
Oh jeez, yeah.
Not since after. I mean, I guess after high school they were still around for a little while, but it just got the stuff you find in there got worse.
Spencer's. That's it.
Spencer's.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, Gadzooks was a clothing store.
Yeah, Gadzooks.
Yeah, Spencer's.
Gadzooks closed many years
always
ago.
had. Yeah, Spencer's Gifts always had just the worst stuff. The penis straws for for bridal showers, and the over the hill gifts with like the cane with a horn on it and Viagra hanging from it. All the foul humored.
I'm seriously considering like redoing my entire area here just for the podcast, but a lot of this is practical. Like my soldering stations over here, I do a lot of tinkering. It doesn't look organized, but it's organized for me. I know where everything is. I tinker with a lot of electronics, so a lot of this has a purpose. So if I move it, I need to find a place to put it where I could use it. And I mean, I've got a large-ish house, but I'm not made of space, so it might just get more organized, but definitely going to have the I Want to Believe poster right here next week.
That'll be good. I like that.
I'm very excited. Check out the Instagram. I'll make a post when I get it put up, so everyone can enjoy it with us.
That'll be fun. I like that.
But
all right, well,
we may end up having to move our recording and posting schedule a little bit. So, because if I get this new job, my schedule's going to change.
Right.
So I'm expecting to hear something back tomorrow. Tomorrow or Saturday. Wait, what's the day? Oh, it's 11 o'clock here. So it's Thursday now. So Friday or Saturday, I should hear something. And if that happens, then my schedule will be changing, but it's a standard hours, 8 to 5. And then every other Saturday I'll have to work. But
okay, well, you just be on the same schedule I am then. I mean,
we may find something that works better.
Yeah, we can do it a little earlier if we need to, or we can do it on weekends. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, well, just keep that in mind, listeners out there. If y'all want to reach out to us, you can email us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. You can find us on Instagram at beyondshadowspodcast, and we're also on Facebook, Beyond the Shadows Podcast. Look for this logo, this skulls. This is our logo. Everywhere you see this is us. And then we are on YouTube at Beyond Shadows Podcast. Odds are, if you're watching this video, you already know that. And we're on Spotify. There's no good way for me to link the 412 character link name, so just look for us and this logo
and the logo
on Spotify. You'll find us. Yeah. You know, and what do you got? What are you thinking for next week?
So you know, I mentioned to you we still want to do the past life stuff, but that's got a lot more setup and doing, because we've got to do quite a few recordings and because, you know, there's most people's past lives are not super interesting,
right?
Shocker. Not everyone's Cleopatra or Napoleon Bonaparte,
right?
So
or his brother that saw not Mothman, but the Jersey Devil.
Yeah. So you know, so we'll have to do a few, but the plan is we'll do a setup episode where we'll have Paul in to talk about what it is, the theory behind it, and how it works, and what he does, you know, as far as how he conducts the sessions.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll do a second part where we actually have someone's session. So that's a longer setup. I'd like to do another UFO one next week.
Yeah. We'll shoot for UFOs next week, and I'll dig and see if I can find. I think I know a good one.
Okay.
I feel like I want to surprise you with this one, so I don't give you any details. I like your reactions to these things.
I like those.
Okay.
I like that. Yeah. If there's plenty of material, because if you have lots of material, I mean, like the Phoenix Lights, you know, we didn't even have that much stuff other than camera angles and people's stuff. It went way longer than I expected, just because it was a highly seen thing. So if we got a lot of pictures and video, and there's some interviews and accounts, like stuff that we can read from or play, I think it'll be great. So if you want to surprise me, I'm happy to stay in the dark.
I will surprise you with this next one. There's not a lot of like physical evidence. You're not going to see pictures or videos, but there's a group of about 100 children that saw this UFO, and it landed. It landed.
Was this the one in Africa?
Damn it! Okay, we're gonna choose a different one then. All right.
I've heard of a bunch of them.
Yeah, that was a good one.
No, Spencer, my buddy Spencer, talks about that one a lot. He said we should cover it.
Okay, well, let's do that one next week then.
So I don't know much about it. I just know that a bunch of school children saw a UFO and had a pretty lengthy interaction with it.
It's wild, man.
So okay, yeah, so I will just make a point not to read anything about it.
Yes, don't. I'll make next week
and I will not let him tell me anything about it, and we'll do that one, and you can surprise me.
Just tell him we're doing it so he'll listen next week.
Okay, because what I've said now is absolutely everything I know about it.
Okay, cool, yeah.
What I just said, that's all of it. That's everything I know about it. So that'll be good. Yeah, let's do that.
All right, well, next week we'll do UFO episodes. Sorry if this week's episode wasn't quite up to your standards, folks. We just ran into some researching hiccups, and it happens sometimes. You know, it comes back to that work-life ratio thing, and, you know, we still got a job, and we still got to manage our time and our lives with research. So,
well, and the truth is, I'm going to, you know, you live all the way across the country, and this is a great excuse for me to kill some time with you anyway.
Yeah.
So
I'm not angry for the hang up time at all. Not at all.
So, you know, it's, you know, that we work in some UFO stuff just gives us interesting stuff to talk about, so someone else can relate besides our inside jokes that no one will get.
All right. Well, again, our email is beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. If you guys have an idea for an episode, or you have comments, you want to talk shit to us, let us know. And, you know, we will be here every week. Our day might change for when our episodes get posted, but we will post every week. I promise, folks. And with that, you know, just make sure that, you know, follow us.
Beyond the shadows.
Beyond the motherfucking shadows.
Good night, everybody.
See you guys.
Creature like that, I wouldn't ever die.
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
My You're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Space. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows. A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead.
I put 4 bullets into him.
You're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Space. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
All right, so microwaves.
Microwaves?
Something everybody has microwaves. Microwaves.
Yeah.
We all have them, and those aren't the things I'm talking about. So, background microwave radiation from the universe. People have heard about it, or I'm sure you've heard somebody mention if you watched any like show on, how the universe was formed, things like that. Background microwave radiation. But what I never understood was, okay, so background microwave radiation is left over from the Big Bang.
Yeah.
The thing I was missing was, okay, so I don't understand. How does the Big Bang make this ever-present background microwave radiation? So turns out when light moves through a gaseous cloud like the beginning of the universe or the sun, right? Like the sun looks solid, but obviously besides the burning to death by trying to put your arm through it, it's not solid, right? It's not.
It's a ball of gas.
It's not a solid thing. Yeah, but the reason it glows is because every time an electron gets in the way of a light wave, it diverts it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shoots it all over the place, and then bounce off another one, and so it takes forever for, I can't remember, it's thousands of years for light to escape from the middle of the sun out to the chronosphere, the outside of it. Okay, so the color of light, when produced from fusion reactions like that, the light is actually directly related to the temperature that it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, light somewhere, red shifted is somewhere in the 20,000 degree range. Ultraviolet is somewhere in the like 50,000 degree range, right? So, the initial light, the initial burn from the Big Bang was somewhere down in the red, somewhere around 1,000 degrees. The cooling between then and now, the universe is about 3 degrees, generally, out in the space. And it turns out that 3 degrees corresponds to microwave radiation. So as you move down the scale of electromagnetic radiation, right? Gamma waves way up at the top at super high energy, down through other stuff that I don't remember the name of, most people don't interact with, down to light waves, and then down under light waves you have above light is infrared, below light is ultraviolet. Infrared is below. Okay, infrared.
Yeah.
And then you move down into microwave radiation. So as the universe cools, it will actually turn into other radiation eventually, because it's about the heat and excitation of the electrons, and therefore how much light can pass through and in what wavelength it passes through. So now it's down into microwave radiation. And for those of us that grew up with a TV that had a dial, right? Yeah. Whenever you put the dial in between channels, you get static. I think it's something like 3% of that static is you're actually seeing the background microwave radiation of the universe.
Cool.
But that is what I learned on Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson, because somebody asked him, they're like, okay, so I've heard about background microwave radiation, and then it has something to do with the Big Bang. Like, I get that you're using that to measure it and that it's everywhere and that it's there because of, but like, did it just put out a bunch of microwaves? Like, tell me how it worked. And so He explained how it worked, and I'm a big, I'm a science nerd, and I had, of all the shows that I've seen that explain, the formation of the universe, nobody ever clued in that point.
Right.
The why. The why was, a big explosion of light now is microwaves. Nobody ever made that connection for me.
Wait,
I had no idea. Why?
It's
Why?
ASL for why.
Why? I was just doing my hand
that's
gestures.
ASL for why. the letter Y.
The letter Y.
Yeah.
So that was, I happened to tune into it because you were telling me I should watch it, and he was doing a Q&A from Facebook, and it was very good.
Cosmic Queries. Gosh, that man's voice is golden. Oh my
And
God.
at the end, remember everyone, keep looking up.
Yeah.
It's like, so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Beyond the Shadows is just we'll never touch that level of awesomeness with our silly little podcast.
No, unfortunately. we try to make up for it in humor.
We do, which we don't have a lot of. We try, while we're talking about awesome podcasts, I want to plug This Paranormal Life. Shout out to Kit and Rory of This Paranormal Life. Those were the guys that brought me back out of my I'm done podcasting shell. Fantastic podcast, This Paranormal Life. Go check them out. Hilarious comedy paranormal investigators. Hands down my favorite podcast every year. I actually listened to this week's episode today while I was painting my staircase. So, it's so good. Yeah, give us a shout. Kit and Rory, talking to you. Give us a shout. Neil deGrasse Tyson. We said this last week. Neil deGrasse Tyson, give us a shout, guy. Hey, I'm in Virginia. Come by. I was telling somebody the other day, I was like, I called out Neil deGrasse Tyson on the podcast. I was like, have him come on to the show. Like, fuck, you don't have to talk about science. You talk about science with everybody. Just shoot the shit like we're one of your old homeboys. Talk about anything other than science for once. Come over and have some coffee. I don't even want to pick your brain. I just want to sit down and talk to the guy.
Yeah, I want to know, like, when he's not doing awesome science commentary and super cool documentaries and symposiums and college appearances and teaching. I mean, I don't know how much time's left after all that, but
what does he do? Yeah.
Yeah, what does he do? Does he like dogs? Does he have a dog? Is he a dog person?
I don't know.
I know, these are the hard-hitting questions that I want answers to. Like mac and cheese.
Every now and again, just like
cheese.
Just like mac and cheese. What? How did mac and cheese tie into that?
If I want to know. I want to know the people things about him. Like, does he like mac and cheese? Does he keep a dog? Does he is he a Pepsi or a Coke guy? Like, does he always have ice with his water, or is he like cool with just straight out of the tap, or does he have to have it like out of the fridge?
I will say,
these are the things that I want to know.
I do feel like he's a very open-minded individual. I listened to one episode where he was talking to a guy who's doing extensive studies on LSD and DMT.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "Do you want a dose?" he's like, "I could bring you in the study."
Oh, nice. Nice.
He's like, "It's totally legal, totally legit. It's fine." He goes, "It'll be under control." So he was like, "I would really need to see some science behind it, some long term." He was like, "I understand that like people are like, yeah, I did DMT and it was mind bending and it opened my eyes." He's like, "But I need to see if like long term, if that's going to affect anything with the brain, because this is my thing and I can't risk it." He's like,
"Hey, tap your mic real quick. You're kind of quiet."
I am.
Yeah.
No, maybe. I'm wondering if it was out of.
Yeah,
sorts.
that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, it's better.
I was looking at levels on OBS. It seemed like it was fine. I am probably a little quiet because I am a little under the weather this week. But
yes, Victus has been sick all week.
Yes. I'm going to, let me see if I can microphone just a little bit.
And then you can edit this out and we can just tie right back into the thing you were talking about.
Oops. Yeah, I'm going to have to edit that out. There we go. Yeah, I don't think it's going to get much better. I'm just...
No, that's good. That's better than it was.
Yeah. Yes.
I think it's a little far away from you. That's what it is.
It's a little far away. Is this better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay. I was actually speaking softly as well. But yes, I was sick this week, and today's the first day I was actually able to get up and do some stuff. I did some things around the house for the first time in 5 days, got out of bed. So I'm looking a little rough. I sound a little rough, so bear with me. But we're going to make this shit happen. We totally missed the intro. Welcome, everybody. This is Beyond the Shadows podcast. I am Victus.
I'm Aeon.
And this week we were talking about the Ariel School UFO incident. Crazy little story out of the 90s. In a nutshell, UFO touchdown outside of a school in 1994 while the kids were all outside playing.
Dun dun dun.
Beep, beep. So I am going to play a little bit with the format this week. You know, now that you mention it, my levels do look a little low.
Dude, you're still pretty quiet.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Damn it. I'm wondering.
That's much better.
Is it okay? Is it?
Yeah, it's much better.
Too loud?
No.
All right. I may have actually.
It may be down a scotch.
I may have actually bumped a button or something. How about that? That sound better?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay. I may have actually bumped some buttons because the way it's sitting, we've mentioned this before. I have 3 computers in front of me. So I have a desk, a big desk. My laptop sits on the desk. 2 monitors from 2 desktop computers in front of me. But I have the mixer for the microphone is sitting on the desk. But when I put the laptop on the desk, I think I may have actually bumped some of the knobs with the laptop. I have a very large laptop. So very likely, in all likelihood, I may have bumped some knobs or something. But, yeah, so I said it last week. I went ahead and got it. I want to believe poster.
The poster.
I'm very happy with this. It's really, I'm fucking jazzed. Again, shout out to Kit and Rory at This Paranormal Life. Got me on the bandwagon of wanting cool shit with the have to do with the podcast in the background. They have a whole conspiracy wall in the background of their podcast. It's like a huge bulletin board with like red string and thumbtacks connecting all over, and it's a really cool little thing. I don't watch a lot of their stuff on YouTube because I don't have time to just sit around and watch YouTube, but I get the gist of it. It's fun. I think they just put up some stuff for some recently unclassified documents. They printed off an entire document, and they've got some stuff on the bulletin board now.
That's cool.
Let me go on a little bit of a tangent right quick. Hold on. So did you know this would have made a great opener? The United States government actually has a contingency for a zombie apocalypse.
I think I did know that. I don't know what it is, but I believe I heard that and was like, it sounds like something they'd do just in case.
I think we've talked about it.
Okay.
Many years ago. But yeah, there's actual, I don't know, like, I couldn't give you like numbers of a file to look up, but full contingencies, what to do if a zombie apocalypse happens. And I did read a little bit of it, and my favorite section of this contingency plan is what to do in case of zombie chickens. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes, it's actually the government took time, paid somebody money, and took time to figure out what to do in case of zombie chickens.
To think tank zombie
Yep.
chicken. Did you still have your zombie survival guide?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes.
I still have a copy.
I still, in case you people didn't know, this is the rifle crossed with the machete is the cover of the zombie survival guide. I am a hardcore zombie fanatic. I am the guy that when shit hits the fan, you come find me. We will survive.
Yeah, we are fully ready and have plans in place.
Oh yeah.
If I lived in the same town as Victus, I would already know where to find him within the first hour of like on the news. Yes, it's zombies or the first brain that he sees getting eaten. I already know where he's going to be.
Yeah.
Also, my only thing is I don't know which place you would pick as a holdup. Are you a get out of towner, or are you a supply hoarder?
I'm a hoarder, hands down. I would I would hunker down where I'm at for now. Feel the situation out, and there's a couple contingencies I would take into. I would, if shit got hairy, I would move my way out of town a little bit. I know some places I can bug out to here. But I'm near the ocean.
Yeah, on a peninsula.
Yeah. So, realistically, we're probably a little safer than most places right here.
So, my plan here is, at least in the short term, would be fill both SUVs that we have after raiding the store for food. And there are 3 mega houseboats out on the lake here. Like mega, like bigger than my 3-bedroom house I used to have like in college that I had like 2 other roommates with.
Yeah.
Bigger than that on the water. I know between the automotive stuff that I've done and the age of those boats, there is no way I cannot dry start those things.
Yeah.
And get them off the dock, right? Get them out away from the dock. Yeah. And I'm not like talking like I want to cruise around. You get it off the shore. It has a radio. It's a boat.
Yeah.
It's gonna have a radio. Get it off the shore and then chill out for a bit while you figure out what is going on.
Yeah.
That would be my first plan. Especially if everybody's running around being crazy.
I mean, I've already got stuff in place here. I mean, I've got my entire property's fenced off, and everything's practically on solar power now anyway, but that's another episode. Tangent. Holy tangent, Batman. 17 minutes in, we haven't even talked about a UFO yet. So, we got some good stuff for you this week. This is, without a doubt, Africa's most heavily documented and experienced UFO phenomenon. More people have seen this specific thing that happened than anything else in the history of Africa relating to UFOs and aliens.
So I had heard about this one, whereas I had not heard of the Phoenix Lights. When you said you wanted to do the Phoenix Lights, I had heard somebody tell me about this one.
Yeah,
but no one had ever mentioned the Phoenix Lights to me, even though probably more people actually saw at the time the event of the Phoenix Lights, because it was all the Phoenix.
Yeah, definitely more people saw Phoenix Lights. This one, I think around 200 people saw this, which a drop in a bucket compared to the Phoenix Lights. But this was, in a nutshell, group of kids are outside playing at the playground during recess. Teachers are inside because they're having a meeting. UFO lands.
Like right in the yard.
Yeah. I seen some maps saying that they were around 200 feet away. But then I've seen some where they're further away. So I'm guessing somewhere between 200 and 500 feet away from where the children were playing is where this UFO lands.
Pretty close.
So
that's shorter than a football field.
I broke down this week's episode in time because
oh, good.
It's good to know what happened in the time frame, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It helps you organize a picture in your head.
Right. So the Ariel School UFO incident is a well-documented event that took place in September 16, 1994 at the Ariel School in Rua, Zimbabwe. I'm probably horribly mispronouncing this name. Rua, R-U-W-A. During the morning break, a group of around 62 school children reported seeing one or more silver objects in the sky and on the ground. The children described seeing beings associated with these objects, which they described as having large eyes, wearing tight-fitting black clothing. And here is a detailed breakdown of these events as they were reported. Are you ready?
Take this trip.
I am so ready. It has been all I could do not to go and like sneak looks on the internet between last week and this week after you told me, and I already knew that I had heard about it. I was like, nope.
Yeah. I really wanted to. So if y'all are listening, and this is, episode 7, we're still playing with the format a little bit, trying to see what works best. I have found personally, fully writing out a script does not work that well. Me just sitting here reading is kind of boring. So I gave myself some loose bullet points. Excuse me. And this week, I'm doing a time-based bullet points. And hopefully this will stimulate conversation. And if not, we do have some evidence this week. We have a few photos of drawings that the children have made. And we have
I like evidence.
We have the original 1994 news interview with the children.
Oh, we have drawings of the children's made?
Yes.
Oh, that'll be good. That'll be good.
So
I like that.
So, a little anticipation for you. What's coming? We've got drawings the children made, 3 of them, I think, and then we have the full 8-minute interview from a local news station in Africa from the 90s that they interviewed the children.
Okay.
So we have the actual children that saw the UFO being interviewed.
In the interview.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good.
So this should be good. This should be real good. So around 10 a.m. local time, school break begins. The children are out in their mid-morning break playing outside in the school grounds. So about what you'd expect. Just a group of kids. They're outside playing. I think the majority of them were playing soccer. This is Africa in the 90s, so soccer was a big thing. Rugby was a big thing. I'm sure they were doing one or the other. Schools in Africa.
10 a.m., right?
10 a.m.
I'm going to draw this out for myself.
Okay, legit.
Keep going.
Sorry. I need liquids. I'm very dry. All right. Kids are outside. So this is somewhere around, what did I say? 60. There's about 60, 62 to 74. It was hard to find a solid number. It seemed like every article I read came up with a different number of kids.
Right.
62 was the most consistent number, so I'm just going to stick with 62. So 62 of these kids are outside. From what I understand is like the teachers were in like an administrative meeting.
Okay.
But they still wanted to do school that day. So when they went and did like their recess break, that's when they did the administrative meeting.
Okay.
So all the teachers are inside. So all of the children are outside. And if I understand this correctly, it's not like you would think a school here in America would be. It's like,
I'm sure it's not.
It's like little kids plus like early teenager kids at the same time.
Right. It's all the grades in a single sort of schoolhouse thing.
Right. So
yeah,
62 children, all different varying ages. And at 10:15 a.m. was the initial sighting. Some of the children notice a bright, shiny object in the sky, and they described it as a silver disc-shaped object that descends and lands in a brushy area just outside the school perimeter. So, the map that I saw, I had a hard time tracking down like the actual photo of this map. I pull it out. I use it as a reference in my brain, but it's like the kids were playing in this rugby field or soccer field, and one looks up and sees some silver object, and it's like, "Hey, look at this!" So all the kids gather around, start watching it, and that's when they notice that there's one on the ground already.
Oh,
in the bushes.
You mean because they looked that direction?
Yes.
Okay, so the one in the bushes is in the same direction as the one in the sky,
Yes.
just below it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm already getting chills. So these kids seeing this silver object in the sky, they see in the bushes just at the edge of the field. So imagine like a regular, an area cleared for playing soccer or what have you. At the edge of the field, you'd get 15, 20 feet, and then there'll be like a tree line or whatever.
Okay.
So right there at the edge of the field is when they see the other object. Already,
is it behind the brush or it's actually on the edge of the field?
Some reports say that they see it landing. Some reports say that when they looked, it was already landed, but they see it in the brush.
In the brush, okay.
Yes, not in the field, but in the brush.
Okay.
So, 15 minutes have elapsed.
Yep.
So 10:20 a.m. approach of the object. The children move closer to the boundary of the school to get a better view. They see two or more beings emerge from the object. These beings are described as having large, black, almond-shaped eyes and are about 1 meter, 3 foot tall.
Okay.
So we're talking grays.
Mm-hmm.
These are the grays.
The little grays, yeah.
They say that they see... This is where things start to get a little choppy, because you're dealing with kids.
Mm-hmm. Excited kids.
Right. Some kids say that they see him standing on top of the UFO. Some say that they're seeing 2 or 3 milling about in the trees and poking around in the bushes. Some say that they see through the windows dudes standing in the UFOs. But they all describe the same thing. So
the same ship, you mean?
The same ship. They describe
Gotcha.
all of these aliens as looking the same. I think that.
Oh, I see.
I think there was one that just was like way off the beaten path. Like, no, it was a praying mantis. But I think that kid was just, I didn't see shit, but I just want everybody to feel like I'm involved. So, 3 foot tall. Yeah. So we're talking about your standard gray, except these guys are wearing tight-fitting black clothing. So the way they described it, it's like a jumpsuit, but there were no seams.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So about what you'd expect, in the 1950s, what you would expect an alien to be wearing.
Right, except black instead of sparkly silver.
Yeah, the long spindly fingers. I am Klaxor. Beepity beepity beep. All I can think about is that what was that scary movie with Leslie Nielsen where they were ripping off signs?
Oh.
And all the aliens show up at the end.
Yeah.
And they were doing something happened, like he kicked him in the nuts or something, and he's like, "Oh, that's how we say hello." And he turns around and kicks his buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
He's like, and the whole time the alien's over there, and he's got his fingers in Leslie Nielsen's mouth, and he's like, "You think that's strange? You should see how we pee." And he goes, "Whoop," and the pee comes out the end of his finger. And he's like,
after you've had it in her mouth. Oh my god.
That scene lives rent free in my head. Constantly. You think that's strange? You should see how we pee. Practical effects. They'll never get old. All right. So 5 minutes later, 10:25 a.m. Interaction with the beings. The beings are observed moving around the area where the object that landed.
Wait, what time?
10:25 a.m.
10:25. Okay.
Yeah. The beings are observed moving around the area where the object landed. Some children report telepathic communications, receiving messages about the environmental concerns and future of the Earth. So this is a consistency. A lot of cases that involve aliens and UFOs, where contact is made between an alien and a human. I say alien, I mean extraterrestrial, excuse me.
Right.
It seems like the people that have the most contact with extraterrestrials are always like, yeah, I've been talking to this person from the planet Klaxor for 7 years now, and they keep telling us to, stop building nuclear weapons, or we need to stop burning fossil fuels, or we need to reverse the damage we've done to the planet because we're destroying the planet. This is a consistency in just about every alien and UFO encounter that you could think of.
So that's true also of the folks that where people in past life regressions have encounters, in past lives encounters with extraterrestrials or other beings. They're always very concerned about what we're doing to the planet.
Yeah. And
some of them weirdly have past lives as other types of beings. It's much less common, but it's a common thread. It's just it's less it happens less often. Yeah. But they always talk about being on these planets where that sort of thing, things like pollution and that sort of thing, they've already moved past it.
Yeah.
Like fossil fuels and stripping the earth and stuff like that.
Right.
They've already moved past it.
Yeah, it's get yourself a bucket full of UFO and alien encounters, and scoop you out a handful, and odds are a good majority of those handfuls in your hand is somebody's gonna be like, yeah, I've been talking to them and they're telling me to stop killing the planet. This is the message we're bringing to you. Very consistent. Yes. But here's the kicker, and this is my favorite thing about it. This is 1994.
Oh, right.
And these are kids in Africa
right.
that are saying it.
So global warming wouldn't have been a topic of discussion for them.
No, not really. And really not even like nuclear stuff, because that was another thing that gets brought up is with extraterrestrial encounters is like, you stop using nuclear weapons, you're just going to destroy your planet.
Right.
That would probably be the only thing these kids would know, because, surely in their school they talk about, the atomic bomb. But
one would assume, but maybe not.
I think that would be the extent of the only piece of information that they would have that would tie in, that they would be given that would tie into these extraterrestrial encounters. So I don't know if they're making that up, where they got it from. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, their general content wouldn't encompass a lot of that. Is what you're saying.
It's not like they just jumped on, I guess it would have been AIM at the time. Oh, AIM. AOL Instant Messenger. It's not like they jumped on, AOL and Googled, what are
right. Yeah, access to information was much less. It wasn't near as easy or prolific, for sure.
And so this piece of information is one of my favorite pieces, because kind of in an isolation chamber.
Yeah.
So, and these are kids. You'll see later when we get to looking at this video, these are kids, man. Unless there's somebody at this school telling these kids what to say.
Right.
Which is possible, but again, this is 94 in Africa.
Yeah, it's possible, but I guess there's a lot of holes for me, because I don't know what the social implications are of saying things like this. I don't know if there's a whole lot of excitement over UFOs previous to this.
In Africa, almost none.
Well, I mean, like, okay, like, I mean, I assume that they've watched some American movies, right? So, like, is there a whole lot of hype about UFO stuff? Because if you get, American movies, even, popular or unpopular, you're gonna come across, if you're a big consumer of American stuff,
yeah,
which I'm sure is, there weren't a lot of movies being produced there locally, you're gonna get, some UFO alien stuff. I mean, especially in the 90s, man, a lot of movies were about encounters in it. But that's what I'm saying. I wonder if any of that is really all that big of a meme for them.
Right.
It does it matter that much, or is it just an interesting show that Americans made, or are they like us, where people see those movies and they're like, oh, that could be true? Like, I don't know the cultural feel there.
Right. And
I have no idea.
Something else that's
it's hard for me to say.
Something else to take into account is the age difference between some of these kids.
Right.
So imagine like a middle school kid is not really going to be hanging out with an elementary age school kid. They were there.
Right.
But these kids, despite their age gap, all had the same story.
Mm-hmm. Although I wonder in a one-room school, like a condensed schooling like that, I wonder if the social dynamic, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of social dynamics that are almost exactly the same as us going to school. Like, older brothers don't want their little sister hanging out with them while they're trying to hang out with the guys. Like, I'm sure that's not any different, but I don't know as far as, friends across age gaps. I have no idea. I mean, this whole situation is so far outside of my worldview. I have no idea.
Right. There's a lot of details, admittedly, that I don't have. It is hard to find stuff like that. Like, I couldn't tell you a social dynamic setting of a school from 1994 in Africa.
Right. I mean, I don't know that it mattered. I'm just saying, that the stuff that motivate us, I'm sure is a little bit different. And what I mean when I say that is I find this almost more believable than a school like this reported it in America.
Yeah.
Because we definitely have a fever for it, and kids in America grow up on fantasy. I mean, I did, you did.
Yeah.
Though it's never led me to be like, oh, that thing that moved past the trees was a UFO. Right. I'm still a skeptic anyway. But I find this somehow more believable because, again, also it's, they're not in like, if I remember right, it's not like a heavily populated area. It's not like they could just go over to the news station like easily.
Yeah. That's
like just go down a couple blocks. Like here, I know right where the news station is. It's like 6 blocks.
Yeah.
To where they're doing it, or pick up the phone or whatever. If I wanted to tell a story like this, so they also probably had to go quite a ways out of the way to even talk about it.
Yeah. The news video we're going to see later is actually BBC. So
okay.
So locally there was no reporting.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so even more so.
But enough talk happened that somebody from BBC came over to Africa and interviewed these kids.
Wow.
So
that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Okay, so we were at telepathic communication.
Yes. We're at 10:25. The beings observed were moving around the area where the object landed. Some children reported telepathic communication, receiving messages about environmental concerns and the future of the Earth. 10:30 a.m. Retreat of the beings. The beings return to the object, which then ascends into the sky and disappears.
So that's only 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Huh. And so none of the adults ever came out and saw this while it was happening.
I think some reports. I remember hearing something about like. Okay, so there was a lot of shit going on. So imagine a group of 62 kids freaking out because a fucking UFO just landed.
Right.
They're gonna make some clatter. someone's going to look outside.
Right.
And surely, kids of that age, which you'll see later how young they are, kids of that age, not all of them are going to just be like, oh, this is really curious. Look, it's an alien or a UFO. Some are just going to freak the fuck out, man.
Yeah.
Between 62 of them, yeah, you better believe it. Some of them are freaking out. So there are reports that like some teachers went to the window and saw something, but by the time they made it outside, everything was gone, and there was just a puddle of kids freaking out.
Okay. Okay.
So 10:35, 5 minutes later, the children are in shock. Some are crying, and they quickly run back to the main school area to tell teachers what they've witnessed. So the oh shit is set in. 5 minutes later, 10:40 a.m., the teachers initially dismissed the children's stories, thinking it's a prank or overactive imaginations. But
so they don't believe.
They don't believe you, yeah. Surprise. I mean, if it were me, that many kids telling me this, they saw something land like that, I would have been like, fuck, close the school. Let's get the hell out of here.
Maybe kids are jerks everywhere. Saying crazy stuff to their teachers to mess with them. I mean, I don't know. UFO's a little outside of what I would have done, but I did plenty of things to mess with my teachers. I'm sure kids are jerks everywhere.
11 a.m. This is 20 minutes after the teachers blew off these fucking kids. More children come forward with consistent descriptions of the event, prompting the teachers to take the matter more seriously. The headmaster, Colin Mackey, is informed, and he begins to gather children to hear their accounts. So, in the span of 20 minutes, dealing with adults, them saying, oh, you're just being children.
Right.
It escalated so quickly that the headmaster of the school was like, okay, something had to have happened. And so he starts sitting down and talking with individual students, getting all their accounts. I think he actually fills several notebooks that he later published into a book.
Oh, wow.
And that's where we get a lot of
their accounts?
Yeah, I think this is where we get a lot of the drawings from.
Okay.
Because what he was doing was he was interviewing these kids, because there was no way in an official capacity that they could interview these kids effectively. So he was, I want to say I heard something in reporting where he was like an investigator somewhere, or he's got a background with it.
Oh, for something else.
So he knew like good protocol when it came to investigation. So he was like, okay,
write it down.
We're going to get individual kids in here, not as a group. And I'm going to sit down and they're going to describe what they saw. They're going to draw what they saw, and then isolate him from the rest of them. Bring the next one in, do the same thing. So that way.
So before the stories cross-pollinate too much.
Yeah. So he did his due diligence kicked in. Kudos to this headmaster. Cool. He was able to verify a lot of information because of this. So by 11:30 a.m., the headmaster, along with some teachers, inspects the area where the children said the object landed, but found no immediate evidence of disturbance or landing traces.
So they didn't see anything in the brush. They didn't see like bent over trees, bent over grass, nothing.
No, I feel like there were reports of like depressions where landing gear would have been.
Mm-hmm.
But I know so many UFO cases. I feel like they're bleeding together a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that.
I feel like there were reports of like something was like, that could be, a UFO foot came down and smooshed to this, but
right.
I don't think there was anything conclusive.
But I mean, the grass wasn't laid out. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't like a crop circle was left. You know, not like
None of that. None of the electromagnetic stuff that they claim from crop circles and that sort of thing.
No, it would have been really nice
Like
to have.
static.
Yeah, it would have been really nice to have just like a flattened area with the, you know, a Polaroid of the aliens.
An impression of the ground that looks like a big inverted nipple
from
from the saucer landing.
A Polaroid of the aliens doing a selfie with the school in the background.
Given one of them's giving the shocker.
What's up?
What's up?
You think that's strange? You should see how we pee.
I've been seeing so much stuff of Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman promoting Deadpool, like them on. They were on Ozzy Man.
Yeah,
you know who Ozzy Man is. So they were on Ozzy Man and some other stuff, and the most recent one I saw was just Hugh Jackman somewhere, like not in makeup, still a little jacked from the movie, but definitely, obviously not still in the workout routine. He's just like doing this. I'm like, there's nobody around. It's him. There's a car, and then there's some town. He's like,
you didn't even know, bro.
Just throwing the shocker. Oh my god.
God bless you, Hugh Jackman.
All right, so no
disturbance or landing traces.
Yeah, nothing definitive anyway.
So this is where our time-based timeline breaks down. We start to space out, and things get, they wrap up quick, but we don't have much in a way of timestamps from here on out.
Okay, that makes sense.
So the incident attracts.
How did also, first of all, do these kids have watches?
Watches?
Yeah, how do they have these, like, by the 5-minute increment, like, breakdown of how long this took? Or was it just that the teachers were in the meeting that long? Like, how do they have this such a timeline?
I feel like the timeline was probably built by the headmaster. Because he seemed to be the only one with any type of investigation background.
Based on when they kicked him out the door and when they finally heard the first kid comes and talks to him.
There were reports that there was so much distress that they ended up canceling school for like 4 days. Like kids were.
Because the kids didn't want to come back.
Yeah, kids were shook.
Oh, okay.
Nightmares. Like I think that there was even like 2 or 3 kids had to go to therapy.
Okay, that's convincing. That's convincing.
It's hard.
Any of them with PTSD from it?
It's hard to nail down specific information or stuff like that. But, I remember hearing other reporting from other investigators that the school definitely did shut down later. I think the extent was only like 3 or 4 days, but it was enough that these kids, like I think 1 or 2 of them were interviewed like 20 years later, and they were still fucked up about it.
Really?
Yeah. They're like,
no.
They're like, you don't have to believe me. I know what I saw. I know my truth. I know my truth.
Right. Now I know what I know. The first thing that naysayers are going to go to, right? Because I'm trying to think in that vein, and so they're going to be like, well, the kids played a prank. They got a big response. They closed the school that day, so then they just kept it up so that they didn't have to go to school. But here's something I do know about rural schools in Africa. Small piece. I don't know about this one, but many of them are run by missionaries. Often, the school is a source of clothing, food, and water for the children. Often the incentives to get them to come all the time are a ration of said things.
Yeah.
School is a nice place for those kids versus the sort of manual labor and stuff that they would be doing with their parents.
Okay.
So often the kids are highly motivated to go to the school as opposed to, over here where we're like trying to find reasons to skip out.
I hate to say it this way. But I think it needs to be said in the spirit of clarity and perhaps understanding in the story. take a little vape. I don't want this to sound the worst thing to say before a statement is I don't want this to sound race related. I'm not trying to sound like a bad guy. This is not what you think like Africa. This is not like in the bush. I hate to put it in this box, but this is white Africa.
Oh, when you said small school and like
it is
all the grades were together, I was imagining all the schools that I see when they're like donate $1.
Yeah, that's
but it's like a tin roof cement building, but tin roof. They have desks and chairs, no AC, and you have, all the classes sort of in one big room, but like split up into 4 or however they're doing it.
No, this is a white Africa school. I really hate that I had to put it. I think it does lend to some, complements the story a little bit.
No, that's a good distinction to make because of, like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but all this, whenever they're building schools in Africa, like whenever I see like charities that are building schools in Africa, like it's not. I mean, it's a hard place. Like the place where they're building it there because nobody else will, and it's a hard place, and nobody's going to educate these kids unless somebody builds one there. So when you said small school, all the grades are mixed together, and it's 60 students might have been all the kids. Like, yeah, of course that's what I'm imagining, right? Rough place, a village, only cement building in the whole village. That's what I'm imagining. So it's a distinction worth making.
Yeah, I hate that I had to put it like that, but it's a good clear cut way to put it. I'm gonna Google this. I want to see what this area looks like. Rua, Zimbabwe. I'm gonna pull it up on Google Maps. Oh. Okay, let me switch to satellite view. I lost it already. Wow, very densely populated.
So that brings up another interesting question. If it is densely... See, this is why I thought... This is also the thing that made me think it was a small school like I've described, is because, one, you're saying it's ringed by, bush, but also that these kids were the only ones that saw this, and then that there's no local news station, and then that it was BBC that finally picked it up, makes me think it's pretty remote. Or at least, not highly developed.
Rua, Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I mean, so
it's here.
That's a dense city, though. That's mostly zoom in on what looks like houses.
Let me see if we could find this school. Aerial school,
because that doesn't look like... I mean, it's a big spread out population, but that doesn't look like a city top down like you would think of over here for sure.
Let's see if we can find the school,
because those are dirt roads in the city.
There we go.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean it's not okay. It's outside the city.
Yeah, this is a little outside compared to what it was.
Okay, that's why nobody saw it. But it is quite a few buildings. I mean, the main building is...
Ah, here we go. Yeah. Okay, so this is the map that I was looking at earlier. So So here's where the kids were. Let me get rid of this.
Kind of a soccer field.
Yeah, this is where the kids were, right here. And here's where the UFO landed.
Oh, okay. So like over near some trees and stuff.
Yeah, it's not like...
Okay. Not quite what I was picturing.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, dirt roads. This isn't really... This is recent, too. Dirt roads. Not a very...
Yeah, this is not... I wonder take it back 30 years.
Yeah, 'cause look over
What
here.
did that look like?
I think we could roll back a little bit.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like, take this back 30 years. What did it look like? Also, there was no Google Map in the night.
Yeah. So honestly, I don't imagine a lot of this has been, changed too much since then. Oh, look. Rua
What, is
UFO.
it marked? No, it's marked on the map. Rua UFO landing. So that's the school.
Yeah, it must have changed.
That's the original school.
Yeah.
I'll bet that's the original school or the original building. Yeah, so not too far off from what I was imagining. It's pretty rural and it's outside the school. That's funny. It's got it marked on Google Maps.
It's got a 5-star, 12 5-star reviews.
Oh, well, I mean, must be a good piece of grass.
Let's read these reviews. Let's get into it.
We believe you.
We believe you. We believe you and your experiences about aliens. The only reason that people don't believe us about aliens is because they are more advanced than us, and they don't believe any evidence behind rather than showing up. We are not alone in the universe. 3 months ago. Great documentary.
Persistent.
Yeah, really? I noticed someone tagged this location as a spot where the children saw the UFO. We believe you. Wow. Excellent Netflix documentary.
Oh, so there's a whole Netflix documentary.
Yeah, there's apparently a couple of years ago there was a movie. So
really?
I imagine that's why there's a lot of recent stuff. Look at that 5-star review a day ago.
Yeah, so definitely Netflix is doing a lot to keep it in the popular consciousness.
Kudos. This is surprising. Not gonna lie.
I didn't expect to find a pin drop on Google.
Yeah, that's
for UFOs.
Okay. Yeah, this makes sense now. See, look here. This is where they would have been playing.
Right, and then it's over there.
And
Got
over
it.
there's where it landed. Cool, man.
That makes sense. Also, now I want to search Google for UFO pin drops.
Yeah, we could do a whole episode about Google Maps, man. It really wouldn't be difficult.
My favorite stuff is the stuff people find on Google Maps and they're like, look, I found this secret thing. And rarely is it a secret.
You seen the thing where
it's something they've never seen before.
I don't know if it's like edited photos or what have you, but it looks like Godzilla in the water.
I'll
go down this rabbit hole. Hold on.
I did see one recently that was out in the desert. Dude was posting, it was out in the desert, and the photo looks like kind of like a Millennium Falcon like blacked out area on the ground. And then around it, he's not wrong. Around it, there's about 10 or 15 tanks. In like sort of a circular crescent formation around this, like what looks like an elongated Millennium Falcon black spot there. But if you look at the photo very closely, it appears to be a water reservoir that the two side parts appear to be ramps for some sort of watered vehicle to drive that in, or for you to be able to take water from it and then drive back out.
Oh.
Yeah, but it is, I mean, when you first come across it, you don't get in, all the way down. It's super freaky, but it looks like it's a depot or a firing range.
Oh.
Like to fire on those tanks.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Because they do not look like there's no recent tracks going to where they're at.
Oh, yeah.
And you can see other tracks, but you don't see any tank tracks. Like they've been there for a while.
Yeah.
So it looks like, I don't, it was somewhere in New Mexico, but I'm like, oh, it's in New Mexico and you found tanks that look like they haven't moved in forever. You know how many live fire ranges there are for the U.S. military out in New Mexico? I was like, I think you just dropped onto a live fire range that they don't have blacked out.
There you go. Let's see. I'll pull this up.
Also, one of the biggest shames of Google was when they limited how far you can zoom in.
Oh, yeah.
Because you used to be able to see what people were having dinner on the table outside. and people got freaked out about that, and they limited how far in you can zoom, or the resolution on, even when you zoom in all the way, they've limited the resolution. But the truth is, the satellites they have, you could actually see what's on somebody's plate outside if they're out on their back deck.
Yeah.
Because the same cameras that they use for Google Maps, part of what funded getting those cameras up in the air originally, since you had to have the U.S. government launch them at the time when they put up the first ones, is those same satellites. The U.S. government has first rights to time and hours on them. So at any given moment when they're shooting, Google Earth pictures, the U.S. can commandeer the satellite. They pay them,
right?
But they can commandeer it on a second's notice and use it to track somebody, reallocate it to somewhere else as an agreement to putting it up in the first place.
Oh, well, yeah.
So it does belong to Google, and Google, built the satellite. U.S. government launches it for them, with the understanding that anytime they need to reallocate the satellite, they can. Now, anyone else can also buy time on those same satellites.
Right.
It's very expensive, but they just allocate, and they just budget the money over once, based on how many minutes they use it, and then they get to have it back. So that's the dark side of all these all this imaging of the planet, at least by U.S. companies. Generally, they also are direct access to the U.S. government, because it's a cheap middle ground to putting up a shitload of our own spy satellites.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Plus better tech.
Oh yeah.
Better tech. The stuff they roll out for U.S. government. Oops.
I am sorry.
It's always. Oh, is that the Godzilla in the water thing?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was going to be full fucking blast. Damn. I'm just gonna, no sound. I'm just going to let it play. This is really...
Okay, we got an island. Still an island. He's looking for it. We got a street view from a passenger ship. Oh. Huh.
I think it was...
That is what it looked like.
I think it was...
It looks like a...
It had to have been
fake.
A promotional thing.
Yeah, it looks... Because it looks exactly like the one in the movie.
Yeah.
Like the one in the... Not the most recent ones, but when they brought it back. With what's his name from Breaking Bad as the dad in it. Yeah, it looks like that Godzilla. Yeah,
I'm a sucker for this.
Cool though.
I'm a sucker for it. Anywho, way off subject. Oh, what do we got left? We have I've got a few sentences left, and then we'll get into some evidence here.
Okay.
The following days, Dr. John Mack, a renowned psychiatrist from Harvard University, and other investigators arrived to interview the children and document their experiences. The children's accounts remain consistent and detailed across multiple interviews.
Based on dude's notes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he compared with what the headmaster collected with a Harvard University psychiatrist.
Oh.
And everything stayed consistent with these kids, which is hard to get out of kids, by the way.
Right. Unless it was super impactful for some reason.
Let's look at some pictures. Okay, so bear with me.
Okay.
These are literally children's drawings. You want to go ahead and describe this for our Spotify listeners, sir?
So, I'm sort of seeing. I mean, it's a dome shape. It kind of looks like Patrick's house from SpongeBob.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe
it. Complete with his bamboo antenna, which always confused me, by the way. But it's got windows in the front on one side on I guess my left. And they look like the front windows on an Airstream, basically. It's got two little tiny landing gear way out at the corners. and it's got a little door. That's the top of the door starts below the lowest part of the front. We're gonna call it the windshield, and then we have some grass, I'm assuming, and we've got a pretty classic gray in a like a high-necked jumpsuit, black, and the craft is black.
I wonder what this means. The colors.
I was assuming that was grass or like the tree or the brush,
because it fades from like red to orange, yellowish, like fire almost.
Yeah, I mean that's also possible. It's interesting that the kids reported the aliens standing in different places, because they're not the only ones to do that. There's other reports where two people are standing there and say they saw the same thing, but they both disagree with each other about exactly like the exact position of objects.
Yeah.
Right? Like the ship in relation to the guys, in relation to whatever they were doing. They both agree that they both saw it. Like they agree with each other at the time, but he's like, no, it was standing, whatever. He's like, no, it was right there, and they disagree. And I wonder if you follow the theory that all these UAPs are not, rather than traveling across the galaxy. So it's interesting that they say they reported seeing them in different places, and they disagree about the exact layout of where guys were standing, where the ship was, etc.
Right.
Because if you follow the theory of some, that UAPs, rather than being something that traveled interstellar, right, like from an actual other galaxy to our galaxy, given at least our understanding of the constraints of physics, no matter what you do, the problems with that. There's another popular theory as well that it's not that, they're just phase shifting, either out from another reality, and that's really what this ship does, hence why they can travel and move the way they do, because they're not propelled maybe necessarily by a propellant, but they're propelled by actually phase shifting from a place to a place, right? So it would make sense that if these things are phase shifting, right, it may not appear the same to every observer unless you're standing in exactly the same spot.
Right.
Right. So like if you're slightly over here, them phase shifting here, because they're not completely here, they're just sort of projected here.
Right.
That it wouldn't necessarily look consistent to everybody. You'd still see them. They're still there. And they're still there in a way that sort of makes sense. Like one's not just like, half in a tree, but hand gestures. One's not just like half in a tree. They're actually there, but that because it's a sort of interference pattern that they're making to cross through, that it would sort of appear differently. Kind of like a mirage looks different if you step 30 feet that way. Right. They're substantial, but the way it's transported is much like instead of a trick of light, it's a trick of matter and energy.
Right. I'm with
So
you.
I find that interesting that everybody reported it slightly different.
Well, let's look at another one. We have.
Yeah,
I think let's
see some more.
We have 3.
Oh, okay. So this one, written on it, says it was silver shining, and I assume they mean the craft. And it was oval shaped. This one has very long landing gear, long spindly landing gear, and a long rampway coming down from a door that's in the very center of the craft. And this is more like your classical, like toroid donut.
Yeah.
Saucer, no cap on top or anything like that. It's just it's a frisbee. It's a disc. Whereas the last one was, like I said, more like a dome with a flat bottom and short little legs. But those details may be the artist, not the account.
Right.
It's hard to say. This one doesn't have any color either, so I don't even know whether the color matters in the last one.
All right. Well, let's flip over to our last. This one's a little bit better.
This one's actually really good. So this one is another toroid donut-shaped one with a dome on top in the middle. Very classic UAP, UFO thing. Except it's got trees in front of it. 2 trees, and there's the line of trees, kind of like they just, are the only trees that are in that area from the map we saw. It's got 2 little angled landing gear, more like, classic accounts or rewrites or like encounters,
Yeah.
close encounters kind of thing, with a shape that I'm gonna guess is supposed to be the alien.
Yeah.
But there's no face. It's just all black. It's all black and it's little. And there's little either windows. They look like port windows running around the bottom edge of the saucer. And the whole thing is very rounded. Like there's no edges to the saucer. It's like I said, it's like a donut. They may be lights. I don't know, but they look like, since people reported seeing them inside the windows of the craft, I'm gonna assume those are supposed to be windows. But that's very different from the first one.
But I will say
sure.
the three are similar to each other.
Yeah, they are. They all have spindly legs that the thing's sitting on. They all have a rounded saucer-like shape. And this person seems like, to me, someone who either draws more or draws things that they see more often than, like, say, the first one.
Yeah.
The first one was like, have you seen the meme where the guy, the graphic artist or graphic designer has taken all of his children's drawings of animals
and makes them into
and
real animals?
Yeah, makes them into real animals. The first one is like, it's like the dolphin, where like the fins are all on the same side and like, the head's a box. It's like same age group.
Yeah.
Same age group.
Okay, so we're gonna run this clip. This is from BBC, to give full credit to BBC. It was recorded and interviewed by BBC, but it was aired locally in 1994. If you want to holler and stop some stuff at any point in time, just give me a shout and we'll pause and talk about some things. Let me go ahead and get this queued up.
We were playing down over there.
Okay. This will give you an idea, kind of like the demographic. Unfortunately, we do have German subtitles, so
right.
Here you go.
Well, there's English subtitles over top of that, so there were some that started up at the beginning. But yeah. So the demographic, these are, there's like 4 black children and like 15 or so white children.
Yeah,
boys and girls.
It's a uniformed school. These kids are wearing uniforms. So
they're all wearing Gilligan hats.
Yeah, strange choice of uniform, but okay, I get it.
They all look like they're at the Steve Irwin's School for Zoology right now.
All right, here we go. If you can't hear it, just give me a shout. I'll let you, and I'll turn it up.
On the log.
Yeah?
And then we saw something shiny, so we all ran down over there.
And it was in the early morning?
It was at break time.
Yeah?
And then we saw something shiny. And we saw two people. They were in tight black suit. And they had big eyes. And we didn't actually see their nose, but it was quite small. And their mouth was quite small as well. One of them was running in slow motion up across the ship. And the other one was standing beside the ship.
Yeah,
Oh, you see the picture she's holding?
Yeah.
Oh, look at the alien face.
Dang. So that's interesting. She says that one of them appeared to be running in slow motion across the top of the ship. So that plays again into what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like shifting in and out.
Right, shifting in and out. Like this almost like, because if you were gonna, I mean, again, not like I've phase shifted matter and energy somewhere, but I have to imagine that when you're messing with, I mean, not empirically. Not empirically. Anyway, we used to phase shift matter all the time here in my hometown. I'm just saying.
This girl in the background is shifting matter as we speak. Look at this.
Right.
I'm sorry, girl.
So I got to imagine when you're, if you're changing the dynamics of physics that much, right? Because to move, energy, matter, and time are all integrally linked.
Yeah.
So if you're messing with, where something physically is across space without traveling between, I have to think there's going to be some weirdness with perception of time.
Yeah. Good point, man.
Almost like maybe they didn't intend to be here. Almost like it was a wrong number.
Yeah.
They punched, like a wrong dial, and they were like trying to, or the ship shifted while they weren't in it. I mean, it's very interesting that she says that they were running in slow motion to me.
And I want to point out, look how sincere this girl is.
Oh yeah, and none of the other kids are like laughing or snickering. Like they are like, look, lady, like they all have very serious child faces on.
Yes, it's a strange face for a child to have. Let's get back into it.
Yeah, you made a drawing, huh? It looks like this?
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. So, definitely a sort of gray alien head. I mean, the eyes are a little off the head.
He's got a butthole mouth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and his mouth looks like a starfish.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Fire in the Sky story?
No.
Have you seen the movie Fire in the Sky?
I don't think so.
Hey Google, what year did Fire in the Sky come out? 1993. Interesting. The year before. So the aliens, the way they're represented in Fire in the Sky, have this same mouth.
Oh, the butt pucker mouth.
Ooh, yeah.
Because it looks like when a cat wants your attention but doesn't want to look at you. This is what they present you with. Tonight I will be presenting my bottom at dinner. Like that. That's exactly what it looks like. Yeah. Also, it's the same mouth that the bad E.T. movie. It wasn't E.T., but it was like
the
Mac and Me. Yeah, Mac and Me. That's
the
all their
wheelchair-
mouths were like that.
The wheelchair.
Yeah,
scene.
the kid in the wheelchair. Yeah, kid in the wheelchair, and all the aliens had the little. They made a whistling noise to like communicate, but they all had the like extended fish butt pucker like mouth thing going on.
I actually
and the googly eyes and floppy the ears that just stuck straight out
the
to the
flutes.
side. Yeah, and the yeah.
There was
Mac and Me.
So the scene from Mac and Me where a kid in the wheelchair goes flying off the cliff.
Yeah.
I actually have that video saved on my computer. When I was streaming, it was a redemption that people could redeem points, and that video would take over the screen. So I would be playing video games, and then cut to the scene of Mac and Me. Wheelchair go fly, kid with a wheelchair go flying off a cliff, and then here comes. Yeah, it was wild fucking movie, man.
God.
Carrying on.
Yeah, something like that. I couldn't see the eyes or the nose or the mouth. It was just blank, like a piece of paper.
Well, when they came, I thought they were crazy.
Was that the first thing you thought?
I thought they were crazy just coming to our school doing nothing. And all I saw was something like silver coming down, and I said, what must that be? And everybody's crowding it. I must go crowd too. And then I went and I started crowding, and everybody, then more people came and more. And then I said, hey, I can't see anymore. Come on, somebody, I'm short. Come on. And then I went to the front, and I started seeing more of them, and then I just ran away.
The day before the spaceship came, my friends and I were sitting in the playground, and one of my friends, her name Emily, she looked up into the sky and she said, oh, there's a UFO. She said, and I looked at it and she said, no, just kidding, it's an airplane. And we looked up and I thought to myself, that can't be an airplane because it was very shiny. It looked kind of like a cigarette, you know? It was a long thing, and then on the end it was all shiny. And so I said, maybe it is a UFO. So we were all kind of like getting scared now. And then the day that it happened, then we started thinking, yeah, there must have been a UFO in the sky. Because my brother also saw it, but he's left the school now.
It was sort of like a round shape, sort of like a plate, sort of like two plates that were sort of like on top of each other. Then there was sort of like the hole, the hatch for it, and there was sort of like in between two trees. But you couldn't see that clearly, and it was just silver all over.
That kid. Look, that kid looks like he's seen some shit. Like
right, the last little boy that talked, I was like, you don't know, you're just joining because everybody else saw it. You didn't see nothing.
I do get that vibe from a couple of them, but like
yeah, but that kid seems like he's really trying to tell you like
this kid, yeah.
But yeah, the last little boy, I'm like, you didn't see nothing. You're just trying to cut up. You just want to be on camera.
Yeah,
whatever. But yeah, he seems like he's really trying to
see. Like these kids here in front were smiling and looking at each other. This one, he didn't smile once. Like he's like, this is what I saw. Like the way he described it, 2 plates put together. That's how I would have described it if I were a kid.
I didn't see any men or something like that.
You saw one UFO?
Okay, here we go.
So his drawing is a lot like the third drawing that we showed.
With the row of windows. Yeah,
row of windows behind 2 trees, same. And with a dome on top and 2 little spindly angled landing gear.
Yeah.
Like that is exactly like the other drawing. I mean, there's a few details different, but I mean that if you showed me both of them, I'd be like, oh yeah, those kids saw the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, these are interesting. I like this.
It's also got a yellow submarine vibe going on.
Yeah, and the UFO's wearing a sombrero.
After he said that it was shiny and silver.
I guess that's a good way to show shiny.
Yeah, gold. Yeah.
That's surrounded by little ones?
Yeah, one big one. One spaceship.
Yeah.
Little ones around.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see your drawing. One big one.
One big ship and then small ones around it.
Okay, so we just got a rapid fire of like 3 different pictures, and they are all very similar.
Except this one. This one shows 3 ships.
Yeah.
But again, the saucer ship with the lights around the rim. And I guess the lines are for the shiny.
Yeah, they're consistent enough that I feel like these kids have seen the same thing. You know.
Yeah, and a door in the middle. I mean, they all share a lot of the same elements.
Definitely, and you know, they're kids. How well are they going to be able to draw? So this is compelling. I'm really enjoying this. This was a good idea to pull this video.
It with there were lights.
Yeah.
Surrounding the ship.
Like Sean's, huh? This is Sean's.
Okay, so that one is similar to the first picture.
Yeah, it's got the like beetle dome.
Yeah.
With little bitty short legs underneath it. Huh.
Drawing.
Yes, yeah, basically.
Yeah. And okay, one landed, the big one landed, and the 2 aliens came out.
Yes.
And what happened with the little ones?
The little ones, they were just flowing around in the air. They didn't touch the ground.
And these made the silver lights?
Yeah.
They were making different color lights, like green,
like
red,
flash to green, then they'd go to blue,
and then purple.
Yeah, purple and red. But it was like it was going like each one to each one, but quickly.
Like they'll go there and then it'll vanish, and then it'll go there and vanish, and then vanish.
Oh, really? But going quickly.
That's a very, very particular way to describe something.
Well, and the one kid was even like recalling the order. And he's looking at somebody else off screen like they were. He's like, oh yeah, and then purple, like they were.
Yeah.
Like the order was important and they remembered it.
What I like is these 3 guys here in the tan telling the same details, but all 3 of them are talking over each other, giving the same details. So it's not like
and there's some of the older kids.
Yeah, it's not like they're feeding the details to each other. They're like, no, this is what happened, but all 3 of them are saying this is what happened at the same time.
Yeah.
Very compelling.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, and they're, like I said, they're definitely some of the oldest kids in the group.
Yeah.
As well.
Because if it was one ship moving to places.
Candace
oh, did you hear that?
Miller, come on.
He said it was as if it was one ship moving in multiple places. again.
Yeah.
The phase shifting thing, man. Yeah. Like it can't, like it's not quite there. It's there, but it's not there.
Let's go back here. What he said.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
They're going quickly, like as if it was one ship moving. Yeah. Places.
Oh.
Yeah. See what I mean? This seems like that sort of thing. The details. I mean, they all are remarking on things that obviously couldn't normally happen.
Right.
But and they don't seem to attach any significance to it. But everybody, the slowed time, the ship seeming like it's here, but it's over here, but it's here, but it's over there, and the guy, each person reporting the guys in different places. It just, I mean, makes me think of all the times that I phase shifted time. It was hard to tell where things were then too. It's like it was 1 minute it was over here, but like I could have sworn it was just there. But like, yeah.
Story of my life.
Yeah.
All right, we're about half through this thing. Let's go.
Okay.
Candace drawing.
Miller, come on.
Were they yellow?
No, I didn't have a silver crayon, so I did it.
Okay, so that answers the question with the yellow UFO.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, silver crayon's just called gray.
Yeah.
Yellow.
Unless you had the sweet box set.
So, but what happened? You came home and you told your parents.
Yeah, so there you could see the trees, very dense.
Mm-hmm.
Very fucking dense compared to
So
what
I guess
seeing on Google Maps.
My question then too, because I can't see the trunks of any of these trees.
They must have must have gotten much closer.
I guess, but I mean, none of them look like they go up and reveal trunks. But there's 3 pictures of the ship squarely behind the trunks of 2 trees.
I mean, there's.
I mean, this may not necessarily be the spot, but they're panning out to it like it is.
Right.
Yeah. Some of them didn't believe it. My mom didn't believe me.
Your mom didn't believe you?
My mom also didn't believe me.
Is that hard? Because if you see something and nobody believes you, what happens?
Well, yeah, you
feel
start
sad.
You start to left out. You talk to your friends. You start to think as if it wasn't true. Yeah. And people say to you, no, it wasn't true, so you think it wasn't true.
Then you think that you're mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And after that, you get all upset.
Yeah, and everyone starts teasing.
And my friends over the road, when I go there and I tell them about it, they just say, oh, he believes in aliens, oh, he's stupid.
You've seen too many movies.
Yeah.
Was there nobody in your neighborhood who believed you?
Yeah, my mom and dad believed me. My granny and my granddad believed me, but my uncle didn't.
Where the spaceship had landed, all the insects and ants and stuff like that were all dead, and there was a huge black mark there. And my mom said it might have just been a fire there, but I don't think there was. I think it was the alien ship.
Yeah, but you have gone to the place, of course, and have you seen anything?
No, we weren't allowed
An
there.
evidence, I mean, that it was there?
Some other people came to the school and they went out the boundary of the playground and they went to go and see what had happened there, and they saw that the grass was burnt and all the living things had died there in that area.
That's a new one to me. I haven't heard that.
Because you said there wasn't.
Yeah, there was no evidence found of anything there, but
officially.
These kids are great. I like these. This is a great video, man. Best piece of evidence we've had yet.
Him and his parents and his brother and sister all believed me. And my mother just believed me, but my dad didn't believe anything I said. Anything.
And did you describe it to them? Exactly what happened?
Yeah, and I drew it on a paper and I said, Daddy, this is what it looked like. And then he saw it well and he said, Michael, I think you're telling the truth now. And then that's all he said of it.
Say again.
This also is the kid that I do not believe. Seems like a shit starter.
Yeah, he's making shit up.
And that's all.
He's the kid throwing chalk at the teacher.
Who was scared? Not all of you, huh? Who was dreaming about it since then?
Yes.
In a bad way?
Bad way.
Yeah, in a bad way? No, tell me first in a bad way. Why? You have nightmares about it?
Yes, I used to, but then after about a year, I stopped dreaming about it. I dreamt that the same one I saw without hair, he came into my bedroom and he took me from my bed.
Did you dream that?
Yes.
Yeah?
And then I just screamed. I woke up and screamed.
That girl is scared.
Did she dream it?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she?
Did she? She's scared though. Look at her face, man. This between the older kids and this girl, I am convinced.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a very earnest little girl.
Yeah. Yeah, at that age you can't really hide your facial expressions very well. Unlike this one back here fucking cheesing. I'm on TV.
Right, you notice the ones that aren't talking.
Yeah, those are the ones that are smiling.
Yeah. And didn't see shit. Didn't see shit.
I'm saying.
Well, she just kept on saying it was a nightmare. She didn't really believe me.
I wasn't scared a bit.
No, not at all.
Nothing. It was all fun.
Liar.
I do not believe.
I heard this lady on TV, I think it was Jill Dark, and she said this lady got kidnapped and she had babies that were aliens.
That's what you're afraid of.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the aliens came because they're curious like us, and well, they want to learn about us, and we want to learn about them.
Some people say that people are saying that the aliens came to warn us something's going to happen, that something bad is going to happen to the Earth.
I think they came here to try and warn us that the children because we're young.
Got a long time.
We've got a long time till we die. To warn us that when we're older, there's something going to happen to the Earth.
Yeah, and not to pollute. Because we're young, we can still prevent it.
Yeah.
Do you still have all that feeling?
Yeah, those kids look very upset about all of this. Those older kids.
Yeah,
do.
but I mean, if they knew, why didn't they fix it?
Why aren't they fixing the Earth? There should be.
I need a where are they now, right now.
Right? Yeah, I would like some names.
Working on an oil rig.
Yeah. The one in the red
overseeing some indentured employees, like just being a total shit.
the lying kid. He is the current CEO of Philip Morris.
Yeah. Yep.
As a child, you can do a lot.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah. Do you feel, as a child, privileged, or do you think next time if the UFO is coming, please go to another school?
No, I feel privileged.
You feel privileged that you saw it?
I'd love them to come back and you could see them again. But only this time closer.
What do you want to say?
The only thing I want to know, when are we going to be on TV?
The liar.
Same kid.
The liar.
Same kid.
That's
I
his
called
name.
it. I called it from the beginning. I don't believe a word he says.
Nope, I don't either.
Same kid. Same kid. The rest, though, very credible. Him?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, we got
no.
10
no
seconds
chat.
left. I'm sure it's just 10 seconds of laughing.
Yeah.
All right. You are on TV.
We sent you the cassette.
Yep, 10 seconds of laughing. Called that one. So,
The cassette.
In conclusion, the Ariel School UFO incident remains one of the most compelling UFO sightings due to the large number of witnesses and the detailed, consistent accounts provided by the children. No definitive physical evidence was ever found, but the psychological and anecdotal evidence gathered has intrigued researchers and enthusiasts for decades. So, what do you think? Sir?
Oh, I mean, there's some weird stuff in it, but I'm sold. I think something certainly happened.
Yeah.
Only because this is how and I have some experience through Paul with it, but this is how they explain visitations here in, or a lot of the past life regression stuff explains it, is that it's not, as long as we're continuing to think about, traveling to other worlds as a matter of physics, we're never going to get there. Right. Like as long as we keep thinking of it as getting from here to there, like in a path, we'll be forever locked out of actually reaching other inhabited worlds.
Right.
Because no matter what you do, even, let's say you accelerate near the speed of light, you have physical problems with your own stuff holding together as a living entity when you approach that. So they keep saying it's a matter of it's like, they talk about like a blink. You blink and you're there, and it's like changing the channel is how they describe it. They're like, we could describe it in more detail, but we don't have words to tell you, because you don't have words in your language to understand the words that we would use.
Right.
But like, this is the best that we can do with it. And so, having heard that so many times from recordings and stuff from Dolores Cannon, her books, plug to Dolores Cannon. I don't think she's alive anymore. The concept of, it's more like a shift, and that detail coming out in so many varied ways from the kids, and them obviously not realizing or not saying it like it's any sort of important detail. Like they throw it in as afterthoughts, right? As a description of what they're seeing, but none of them seem to think that it correlates or, anything like that. I feel like that's very important.
Yeah.
For this. And even the little girl saying that there was a burnt spot and dead animals. I believe that she saw that.
Yeah.
Now I also believe that it's not in the general accounts, but I believe that she saw that. I guess I should go watch the Netflix thing, but I believe that, she even said some people came out and investigated it and said that there was a burnt patch and everything nearby was dead. I don't feel like she made that up. Also, she doesn't know who the guy. She just said the first people that came out and investigated it.
Right.
So, I think this is a legit story. I know all of this stuff's anecdotal and it's children and it's their drawings and their representations, but I feel, other than a few things on it that I'm like, it kind of makes me wonder. I'm more sold than not.
Me too. Yeah,
what do you think?
I have read a bunch about this. I've listened to a great number of podcasts about this. And this was the first time, that was my first time watching that video. I haven't seen that video until today, till just now.
Oh, so you didn't watch it when you downloaded it?
No, I jumped.
Oh, that's cool.
I jumped through to make sure it wasn't full of fluff.
That's cool.
And after seeing the faces of the kids, I'm sold.
I believe, you could make the argument that, they're covering up whatever, but they told people, they got ridiculed for it, and they still want to tell their story. Like that one kid that was talking about how his, people walking down the street make fun of him. Like, he doesn't have any incentive to then go be on TV about it.
Yeah.
And bring it up, because this is later, right? Like one of the kids said that her older sister saw it, but she's not at the school anymore. So this is later.
Yeah.
So what incentive would that older boy have to bring it up to get made fun of again? He's still in the school.
Yeah.
So, you could say like all these kids are making up, but if they were all going to make up a story, wouldn't it sort of be the exact same story?
Yeah.
Why the variance? It would be much harder to get, generally it's harder to get people to believe you when you're all telling slightly different stories, but the common thread in them is strong, I think.
Yeah, it's the fact that they're not all the same is good for me, because it's a group of kids that saw the same thing, but they're all interpreting it the way that they understood it.
Right.
And that's where the authenticity, I feel, comes from. So I'm gonna say this is real, man. I'm gonna say this motherfucker touchdown.
I think I think, yeah. I mean, obviously we don't know what it was, but something came. There were people, and these kids saw it, and it was not explainable by not in that quick of a period of time by something that you can easily point to here that we know of.
Right.
So yeah, I like it. This is a good one. I like this. This is a good one.
I've listened to my fair share of podcasts about this, but doing the investigation myself and really, I was gonna say putting my hands on I didn't put my hands on shit. I put my hands on a keyboard, putting my eyes on something in front of me, seeing that video. Damn, that interview was great. I'm sold. This happened. This has had to have. I'm gonna say UFOs were here, man. Gotta be.
It's funny too that you mentioned how like the differences of their stories make it seem more believable. That is it. It weirdly does, and I don't know if it's because there's a bunch of reinforcing small facets. Right, like the counselor writing down his own preliminary interviews with all the kids, right, and getting them to draw the stuff.
Yeah.
And then the stories being the same later when some notable researchers come from the United States, and then again they want to show the drawings and repeat it again in an interview, and it's something about it. I guess it's the small reinforcements within each of their experiences and the sort of the situation itself that lends, I think, a bunch of credibility. Because I gotta be honest, if I was gonna make a UFO hoax, I think I'd way overthink it.
Yeah, me too.
And my details would be better.
Yeah.
I'd way overthink it. And it seems like kids that got caught way by surprise by a thing they can't process. And then, them being honest and talking about how they had nightmares, and that one little girl being like how she had nightmares that they came and got her again. I think that little girl got abducted again. I'm just based on no evidence.
Yeah.
I feel like she's like, no, it was just a bad dream. But kind of coincidental, since there was no abduction stuff going on in this particular encounter, for her to jump to the nightmares being them coming into her room and getting her at night.
Yeah.
Dude.
Boop. Picked her up.
Plus, there's so many people's accounts of like getting taken from their bedroom.
Oh yeah.
As far as abduction stuff, getting taken, up through the ceiling, or people came in and carried her out, but like everybody else in the house stayed asleep. Like there's so many of those. It makes me scared for that little girl.
I know. Yeah,
she seems fine though. She seems fine.
I really would like to do like a "Where Are They Now" thing, but I'm sure. They were minors. I'm sure their names weren't actually recorded.
No, some of their name, like their first name and last initial, were on.
Brian,
like this one,
Brian Robbins.
Yeah. So some of them are, but that doesn't help you find them. But yeah, I would be interested. I would be interested to find out if any of them had later encounters.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm sure they had.
Like an alien census. They come back and check on them ever so often, and I would also like to find out what their adult perspective was. I know, years tend to fill in stuff that maybe you did or didn't see.
Yeah.
But for traumatic and unexpected events like this, there is, besides, on the one hand, the brain does tend to want to fill in things where there's gaps.
Yeah.
It wants to make cohesion. But recovered memories are also a real thing. People in trauma, you tend to actually record all of it. But generally, because of the impact of the situation, a lot of it just gets clipped out down to what you can process at the moment. Yeah. So, recovered memories, are a thing. So I'd be interested to see what their adult perspective on it was.
Yeah, me too. Maybe.
Or how it impacted their life.
Maybe we could do a follow-up episode if I can find anything.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they didn't have a group still, but
maybe worth looking into.
Yeah, yeah.
But hey, chalk that up for a win. We've got one.
Yeah, a live one. We got a live one.
We got a live one. It was a good.
That was a good find. It was a good find, Victus.
It was.
I like that.
It's so documented, man.
We needed a good one because some of the ones, already even that we've done, and this will be the case for a vast number of them, but they, like the Jersey Devil, just so bad.
Yeah.
So the details are so bad.
Yeah.
So bad, and it's so popular.
And I think we're going to run into that a lot, unfortunately, but that's why we do what we do. We wade through this filth so y'all don't have to.
Right, and the bogus ones are fun too in their own way. But I really do want to believe, and I really wanted a UFO story that makes me go, "Oh, yes, exactly."
I want to believe.
Exactly. I just need a skinny tie and a nondescript black suit and bad shoes.
Okay,
cheap shoes, nice suit.
I'm gonna pull up our stuff. Hold on, because I always misread.
All of our info and places and
yes,
things,
yes.
And where you can see all the fun and hear all the stuff and watch all the antics.
All the antics. So if y'all want to reach out to us, have an idea for an episode, or you want to just tell us how bad we are, reach out to us at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. You can find us on Instagram at Beyond Shadows Podcast and on Facebook, Beyond Shadows Podcast. Also here on YouTube. For those listening on Spotify, we are on YouTube, Beyond the Shadows Podcast. Look for our logo. It is the where'd it go? It is this. This is our logo up here.
It's on everything everywhere.
Everything everywhere. Also, if you keep up with us on Facebook, you'll see that's where most of our updates are made. So, social media, find us. It's the easiest way to keep track of what we're doing. I'm going to start uploading video every week to Spotify.
Oh, that'll be good.
So that way, because I know a lot of people just don't want to go to YouTube or don't want to jump from Spotify to YouTube to see what we're talking about. So I figured it's just better in the end to probably just go ahead and upload video to YouTube, to Spotify. So we're going to start doing that from here on out. And comments are live on Spotify. That's a new feature that they just launched last week. So if you guys want to comment on any of the episodes, feel free to. Also,
leave a comment because we are terrible.
We are terrible.
Terribly handsome, charming, funny, and wonderful. So please just let us know all those things.
Yes.
We need reinforcement.
Yes. And, next week is Rapid Fire.
Oh, yeah. Rapid Fire. Our most popular YouTube episode yet. Full-length episode.
Oh,
man, the Rapid Fires are fun.
Yeah, Rapid Fires are great. So we're going to shoot for another 15, 20. I think we're going to try to get more UFO stuff this week or this month.
Let's do UFOs. There's a bunch of good and bad.
So keep,
UFO stuff.
So keep shooting me the ones that you find.
Oh yeah, I will.
And I gotta find a way to download those ones, and I will start digging through the TikTok and finding those videos as well. I can't think of anything else. You got anything you want to say?
No, man. I'm just so happy to be here.
Next week our episode may drop on a different day. So usually we do this on Thursday nights, and by Friday we have the episodes uploaded. Next week might be different. I do have a new job, so scheduling is going to change just a little bit. So we might be earlier in the week, we might be later in the week. We just got to figure out what works for us. But we will still continue to put out an episode every week. So bear with us in this transition.
Well, you want to take us out?
I guess so. So again, if y'all want to reach out to us, beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com. Let us know how great or how horrible we are. Just make sure that everybody follows us.
Beyond the Shadows.
Beyond the Shadows.
Good night. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming, everybody. See you later. See you.
Drinks all around.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead.
I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead.
I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Also, bear with me today. This is my first time having wine in several months.
Same here. That's the
my camera lens coffee cup.
That's cool. Is it an actual camera lens?
It's pressed. It looks whoever designed it did whoever designed it did a really good job.
That's really good.
Can have Temu for like $4.
I strangely like Temu.
So do I. I order shit all the time.
Same.
So check this shit out. Just learned this today, and this blew my mind. Right. So I watch this guy on Twitch. He used to be a developer for Blizzard.
Oh, the folks that make that big MMO.
Yes.
RPG. Gotcha.
Yes. World of Warcraft.
The one you all know we're talking about. Yeah. Warcraft.
We'll say it. So this guy, I think his Twitch handle is Pirate Software.
Okay.
I think his online handle is Thor. I could be wrong. But I watched this guy's channel. He's great. He's a really cool, down-to-earth guy. Dude is computer whiz, and he gives like practical advice too. Like somebody will say, "Hey, I'm thinking about changing careers. What do you have in advice for?" And he'll be like, "All right, here's the thing." His favorite thing is he's like, "All right, here's the thing," and he'll stop. And what he'll do is he'll pull up MS Paint, and he'll draw out diagrams in MS Paint. And that's his way to translate his ideas to people. And it's really it's kitschy, but it's really cool. I really dig it. I get it. Everybody's got their medium that they talk with, right?
Right. Well, that's kind of how the dude from Khan Academy did his thing when he started. He had a stylus and a pad for paint, but he'd just write on it because he was used to using a blackboard. So he'd just write on the thing, and it would show up next to his little face icon next to the lesson.
But he uses just a mouse. He doesn't have a stylus. He just uses a mouse.
Oh,
he is exceptionally proficient with using just a mouse. But he's always like doing little things, and so like people like to bring like these strange anomalies to him inside Microsoft. Inside Microsoft Windows. Like one of my favorite ones was somebody who said, if you look on the calculator in Microsoft, one of the rows of buttons is off by a single pixel. And he's like, no, not real. And he took a screenshot and zoomed in, and he's sitting there looking at it. He goes, I hate this. I hate you. The dude's got a really deep voice. So he's like,
because now you can never unsee it.
I hate this. I hate this. So here's the thing. But let me show you this trick that he showed me. I did not know this, and it blew my fucking mind. Because he uses paint a lot.
Okay.
So he said, grab your pencil, and you click in there once, and you hold the space bar, and you move the arrows, and it's like an Etch-a-Sketch.
Oh, that is so cool! My God, he knows way too much about Microsoft.
I was like, what? No fucking way.
That is ridiculous. So it always
as long
always stays with it. As long as you're holding the space bar.
As long as you're holding the space bar. And then like you can go at angles, like two arrow keys at the same time.
What? That is why?
I've been playing with Microsoft Paint since I was 5 years old.
Yeah, I never knew that.
I never knew this.
I haven't looked up key tricks for Microsoft Paint though either, to be fair.
Yeah.
But what?
Yeah. And then of course he knew this, so he wrote a custom program for his Microsoft Paint that he could select all, and then he could shake it and it would go away after it.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
So there you
That's
go.
funny.
There's your tidbit for the week.
Funny. Oh my god, that's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. All of a sudden, I feel like Paint is cool.
Yeah, it's.
I liked it as a kid, but I haven't used it in, jeez, I don't know how long.
Something else is, I knew a girl after high school that played solitaire with only the keyboard.
Because she knew all the key commands?
All of the key commands, and she would just sit there.
Wow.
I remember, like, we were drinking one night, and we're just hanging out, vibing, listening to music. She was leaning back, smoking a cigarette. Played solitaire, one hand. I'm just saying, didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. I thought I was a genius when I looked up special key command, like special letter commands one time for like Cyrillic and Latin and all kinds of other stuff. I thought that was just, a brainwave. Though most of it, like, it's like a 3-key command.
Oh yeah, it's like
letter. I'm like,
it's like Control Alt 00192, and then a symbol pops up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Well, because one of the ladies at work was doing it for accents for typing in Spanish.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of Spanish clients, and she had them on a cheat sheet. But I was like, wait, what is that? What is that for? She's like, oh, it's key commands so I can put in their names right.
Oh,
and,
okay.
And put in like their birthplace right.
Yeah.
She's like, it just, otherwise it doesn't, because some Spanish words, like, great example, prestamos or prestamos, depending on where the accent is, either means borrowing or lending.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So if you just type it out with nothing, it means both and neither.
Weird.
So
really weird.
So the accents matter a lot.
Oh shit! What was I going to say? You see the thing where people get trolled into Alt F4ing? So
what does that do?
So I know you're a Mac user.
Yeah.
So if I hit Alt F4, it closes all the open applications. So somebody will be streaming, and it's usually like a new streamer, and they'd be like, Chad, what's the command to bring up the build menu? And somebody would be like, Alt F4, and he'd be like, okay. The click, stream goes offline. or if it's not, I've never done it, so I don't know, but it's either close all the applications or close the current application, one or the other.
Okay.
I'm sure somebody's listening that knows what we're talking about and just shaking their head. I am sorry. I don't Alt F4. I don't. Yeah. It's almost as bad as the Xbox close name on Call of Duty.
What's that?
Or Xbox turn off, I think it is. Somebody will make their gamer tag Xbox turn off, and they'll be in voice chat. Or they'll intentionally stand in the way of spawn so you can't get by them. And people start yelling at them in voice chat. And they'll be like, Xbox turn off, get out of the way. And then their Xbox turns off. Because it has a voice command.
That's funny.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that. That's good.
So many videos. I love trolls. Trolling is fun. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. Another episode of Beyond the Shadows. We are on episode 9. I will say that on Spotify, we have almost reached 100 plays between 8 episodes. We've reached, I think we're at 96 plays right now, which is good. Really good for a nobody couple of guys, I think.
Before we get too far ahead, I'm Aeon.
Oh, I'm Victus. Sorry.
Now we're here.
I'm excited. We usually talk analytics
Now we're
before we record.
Now we're here. No, that's really good. I mean, considering, no, I mean, a little marketing, but nothing paid.
Our
organic.
aerial school UFO incident is our second best episode right now.
Popular. All right.
It's shot up there. It went from like nobody listened for the first few days to I think our best episode has like 29 plays, and this one's at 19 plays right now. So
great.
It's doing great. Thanks everybody. We really appreciate it. We really do.
Great.
So this week we are doing cryptids. We talked last week. We were going to talk. We said we were going to do the squonk. The squonk. I did some research. There's not a lot about it. It's more of a folk tale.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a thing somebody actually ran across. It sounds like a thing that's, kind of like the snipe hunting.
Yeah. So, but there is like the town that it's from. There's like heavy lore, and it's heavily integrated. Like you go to a town where somebody saw Bigfoot 50 years ago, everybody's like the Bigfoot capital. Well, the place where Squonk is from, they do like Squonk Fest every year. Yeah, they do like Squonk costume contests and stuff. It's really funny. Half of the restaurants in town are named after the Squonk. Yeah, I unfortunately watched the video from last year's Squonk Fest. Yeah, sorry.
Is it a lot of people?
It's a lot. It's a big festival because there's nothing else in that area.
Everybody comes out for Squonk Fest.
Yes, everyone comes out for Squonk Fest. So this is in Pennsylvania. So
makes me imagine those old crappy radio ads. For stuff going on. All right, everybody, come on down to Squonk Fest.
Come on down to
Fest 2019.
Oh yeah, like the radio stations used to do.
Yeah.
This is KKLX. We're down here at Squonk Fest 2024. We're out